Cries for help echo through the chaos, growing more desperate by the second. Everyone runs from the beasts, but one young man still stands his ground. That man is Ye Jing, a level 0 abyss scavenger. He has no power to hurt the monsters, so he survives by collecting loot left behind by class changers. Staring at the system message above the Yuling Lang, Ye Jing grits his teeth. Damage dealt, 0. In the class system, he is just level 0, the lowest tier, often treated like dead weight. Suddenly, the monster screeches. Its fanged mouth opens wide, ready to swallow everything. Refusing to die so easily, Ye Jing pulls out a wooden shield and roars, ready to risk it all. But the crude shield is useless. One swipe from the beast shatters it instantly. Ye Jing is struck as well. His already wounded body is torn open again. He feels like he has reached his limit, but at that exact moment, his blue eyes flash with a strange light. It is not light from outside, but pure willpower. Ye Jing roars, grips a wooden stick, and stabs forward. The system chimes. For the first time, he deals damage to the Yuling Lang. 1 point. The scene shifts, returning to a sunny day in City G. The location is an abyss gate inside the city. Without hesitation, Ye Jing rushes straight inside. Holding a crystal box, he continues his usual job. Ye Jing is an abyss scavenger. A few coworkers move with him. One teases him for being too slow. Setting the box down, Ye Jing calmly explains his job is to sort leftover loot after the combat team finishes. He carefully wipes each crystal. Even scraps are tightly controlled. Management does not want resources falling into civilian hands. A single crank crystal is worth over 50,000 yuan. Suddenly, someone props a foot on the crate and calls out to Ye Jing. The man warns him seriously. All dungeon loot is inspected. If anyone hides crystals, they face huge fines or even prison. Ye Jing looks up calmly and says he knows the rules well. He has done this for years. Most abyss scavengers are level 0 players. If a monster is missed, they can die at any time. It is a job that risks their lives. Meanwhile, people rush out of the blue gate carrying crystals. Survivors earn 300 yuan base pay. Scavengers get on 1,000th of the loot value, around 600 yuan. After a 30 yuan fee, he takes home 540. Ye Jing sighs at the crystal in his hand. He still owes 670,000 yuan. He has to work even harder. A nearby coworker is shocked. He did not expect the commission to reach 3,000ths. The man does not explain much. He casually invites Ye Jing to join their team since he always needs money. They are about to leave. Ye Jing agrees without hesitation. The bus carrying the group speeds down the road. All of them wear their work uniforms. On the way, they talk about Renmin Shopping Mall in Shenfeng City. It has been confirmed as an Arank Abyss dungeon. The danger is extreme, so the reward is huge. The first team that entered was wiped out in one wave. No survivors. That is why the mission was reassigned here. The group keeps complaining. Besides clearing the dungeon, they must also retrieve the equipment of the fallen team. Everyone feels exploited. The chatter continues, every word reaching Ye Jing's ears. He quietly watches outside the window, thinking about what they said. The abyss is being run like a business. 10 years ago, abyss gates suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Bloodred, oppressive, terrifying. Along with them, countless creatures from the abyss stepped into the human world. Only those who completed their class awakening had the power to actually hurt those creatures. When monsters died, they dropped not just magic cores but rare gear and abyss artifacts. And that discovery felt like humanity had just found a brand new continent. Traditional companies slowly vanished as all the money flowed into abyss industries, and Ye Jing still remembered being rejected again and again, just because he was a level 0 player. When his little sister was hospitalized in critical condition, the hospital demanded full payment up front, and Ye Jing could only bow and beg the doctor for more time as tears kept falling. Then came the debt collectors, and once they even showed up at his place, banging on the door and yelling, because he was 2 months behind on rent. Mockery and cold stares followed him everywhere, and in everyone's eyes he was nothing but a useless failure. A young man just stepping into adulthood was forced to survive under brutal pressure, and for level 0 players who couldn't awaken, society had already labeled them as trash. At his lowest point, a hand suddenly reached out to him, holding a business card that advertised instant cash loans. The owner of the card walked over and calmly asked if he needed money. Then the man said the most valuable collateral he had was his body, including his organs, and even knowing it was a trap, people pushed to the edge rarely refused that slim chance. Thinking of all that, Ye Jing finally pulled himself out of those heavy memories and let out a quiet sigh. Meanwhile, the people on the bus had moved on to gossips about someone who borrowed 1 million yuan in high-interest loans and lost it all in a failed investment. Hearing that, Ye Jing quietly lowered his cap to hide his pale face, as they continued talking about how the guy also had a sick sister with massive daily hospital bills. The bus was getting closer to the destination, but the chatter didn't stop, and some even said living like that was the same as suffering for life. When the group got off, someone was already waiting and complained that the scavenger team was late, while one of Yi Jing's co-workers could only smile awkwardly and apologize as they were warned to stay close to the combat squad. With that said, the combat team headed straight for the abyss gate and urged everyone to follow quickly. Watching their backs, Ye Jing silently swore that this trip he would make enough money and return safely. He glanced back at the peaceful city one last time, and the calm scenery made his eyes grow even quieter. Soon after, he stepped through the gate with the others, entering the People's Shopping Mall of Shenfeng City, a brank abyss. The moment he walked in, Ye Jing looked around with curiosity, because this was his first time inside an abyss of this level. But before they got far, danger appeared, and the people in front instantly raised their guard and drew their weapons. From the darkness, red-eyed shadow wolves rushed out, looking like predators locked onto prey. Sensing trouble, one warrior shouted to his teammates, and Lao Chen clicked his tongue in annoyance at running into monsters right after entering. The others quickly took their positions, thinking these were only level 1 shadow wolves, and Lao Chen stepped forward as power gathered in his hands, while the wolves lunged together. Without hesitation, Lao Chen fired 2 fireballs at the pack, and in the blink of an eye they were already at their targets. The shadow wolves had no time to react before violent explosions erupted, and the force from those small fireballs made them recoil in shock. Realizing the enemy wasn't easy prey, the beasts retreated and slowly vanished back into the deep shadows of the building. The man with the iron shield stayed alert and warned everyone that any blind spot could hide an ambush. At that moment, a man with glasses stepped forward and calmly asked where the exact objective of this mission was located. The shield bearer pointed toward the upper floors and confirmed the target was on the 5th floor. But then the man in red observed the structure and dropped a chilling remark that the mall's size and height had expanded far beyond normal. After hearing that, the man with glasses explained this was abyssification, a dungeon copied from reality but completely twisted inside, then questioned why the previous team left no info about the bodies. At that, the man in red turned to the scavenger team and coldly ordered them to find the corpses instead of just dragging behind. While tying his shoelaces, Lao Chen let out a mocking laugh and said a level 0 wasn't even qualified to be called trash. Walking behind, Ye Jing was too focused on observing the area and didn't notice Lao Chen had stopped, crashing straight into him. The impact sent him crashing to the floor, his face slamming hard as Lao Chen immediately started yelling at him. Startled by the reaction, Ye Jing quickly turned and apologized over and over. But Lao Chen wasn't letting it go, grabbing Ye Jing by the collar, lifting him up, and shoving him against a metal railing while mocking him non-stop. Seeing things escalate, the shield-bearer stepped in and said the mission mattered more than internal conflict, while Ye Jing was being squeezed so hard he could barely breathe. Even after being stopped, Lao Chen still stared at him with pure disgust. In the end, he let go but warned Ye Jing to stay far away from him. Lying on the ground, Ye Jing silently picked up his fallen cap and cursed under his breath as Lao Chen kept complaining about this so-called professional lineup. Despite constant humiliation and endless danger in the abyss, Ye Jing had no intention of quitting and forced himself up to follow, carrying labels like burden, useless, and trash that stuck to every level 0 player. He adjusted his cap and quietly watched the group ahead with unreadable eyes, because there was one thing none of them knew. Ye Jing's experience bar was at 99 out of 100, just one tiny step away from level 1. The story returns to the beginning, where a ferocious monster snarled in front of Ye Jing's as the other scavengers screamed and scattered. He stood still and stared at the beast because now there was only one left. Unlike the normal shadow wolves Lao Chen had driven off, this one was in a dangerous, bloodthirsty state. Ye Jing quickly scanned his surroundings for anything he could use. Soon, he spotted a level 1 shield and a level 1 wooden club at his feet. Before he could think further, the monster lunged at him, aiming to tear him apart. Ye Jing dodged to the side to avoid the fatal strike, knowing deep down this was the chance he had waited for. After the successful dodge, he steadied himself at a safe distance. The shadow wolf turned around, its red eyes locking onto him again. Taking a deep breath, Ye Jing leapt forward with both the shield and club raised high. The moment he closed in, he slammed the club down on the monster's head, with all his strength, shouting as the impact echoed through the room. He thought that blow would finish it, but a cold notification appeared before his eyes showing damage dealt was 0. Ye Jing froze in disbelief as distant scavengers shouted that it was no surprise he would die sooner or later since only awakened players could hurt monsters. He said nothing, replaying that strike in his mind, because he understood those rules better than anyone. Then his status panel appeared. Name Ye Jing, Level 0, Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1, Constitution 1, Luck 1. The monster gave him no time to think, forcing him to keep dodging while his bag was tossed aside. And with stats this pathetic, he couldn't even break the defense of the weakest beast. Grinding his teeth until they creaked, Ye Jing felt the cruelty of reality more clearly than ever. He used a nearby pipe as leverage and launched himself into the air. The beast, unable to think like a human, bit through the pipe as planned, while Ye Jing had already appeared right above its head. Seizing the moment, he poured everything into the next strike, and the wooden club crashed down with far more force than before. In another part of the mall, Lao Chen had just finished off a few monsters, and mocked that level 0s would tremble at even a dying beast. The shield bearer nearby smirked while holding a crystal he just looted, saying a few casual kills already paid well, while scavengers would almost certainly die if they met monsters. He then ordered the team to collect only the most valuable items and leave the rest to the scavenger team, since that was their job. The man in red pointed into the distance and reminded them there were still a few monsters left. Right then, terrified screams from the scavenger team echoed from another area after they encountered a beast. The man in a tank top laughed, saying it was exactly as expected, while Lao Chen turned toward the noise and declared the purple gear he spotted was his alone. Across the mall, cries for help continued to ring out non-stop. Back at Ye Jing's battlefield, the fight had dragged on until both he and the monster were covered in blood, their injuries so severe it was hard to tell who was worse. Ye Jing widened his eyes and forced himself to endure the pain spreading through his body. The wooden club in his hand was almost broken, but he treated it as his final hope and raised it again with one thought: he could not fall here. The instant he got close, he thrust forward with all his strength and stabbed straight into the monster's eye, and blood burst out instantly. This time the beast truly screamed in pain and loosened its grip on him as a system notice appeared. Critical hit activated. Damage dealt 1. The monster's massive body trembled and collapsed, and for the first time a level 0 scavenger had killed it, while Ye Jing dropped to the ground in exhaustion. Gasping for air, he showed a deeply satisfied smile because after countless failures he finally saw results. A faint laugh echoed in the quiet space. That weak laughter slowly turned into a hoarse roar of release, as if he was pouring out years of pain and refusal to surrender. At that moment, Lao Chen walked over from a distance and stopped not far from him, and Ye Jing noticed him too. Seeing the corpse on the ground, Lao Chen looked slightly surprised and asked if Ye Jing had really killed this low-level shadow wolf alone. But the next second he grabbed Ye Jing by the collar and lifted him up like an object, demanding to know if he was trying to play hero or was tired of living. His harsh yelling rang in Ye Jing's ears, because in Lao Chen's eyes scavengers were hired tools, not fighters meant to risk their lives. Yet Ye Jing no longer cared. He knew a crucial secret. There was more than one path to class awakening, and once reaching level 1, even a level 0 player could trigger a new class with a higher chance at a hidden one. He recalled watching awakened players fight monsters, knowing that to reach that goal he first needed enough experience to level up, but for someone who couldn't deal damage it was almost impossible, so he scraped together tiny points one by one. 1, 2. For years, Ye Jing never gave up and kept searching for flaws in monsters, just to create even the slightest bit of damage. From reckless fights against low-level beasts, he saved every tiny point of experience as the bar slowly climbed. 3, 4, then 7. It kept inching forward. 10, 18, 30, 50, 60. Finally it reached 99, and the recent battle gave the last piece because dealing just 1 point of damage granted 1 experience. The experience bar officially hit 100. The smile on Ye Jing's face grew clearer as he looked straight at Lao Chen and calmly said this was the only reason he fought so desperately. Right after that, the system announced the conditions were met, and his experience value rose from 99 out of 100 to 100 out of 100. A series of notifications flooded his vision, and what Ye Jing had waited years for finally arrived, eligible for level up. Seeing light suddenly erupt around him, Lao Chen froze in shock because he never expected this level 0 to truly accumulate enough experience to awaken. Ye Jing's body was wrapped in radiant light as the system kept congratulating him for reaching level 1. After a few seconds of darkness, his class awakening result appeared. New class, Corpse Collector Scavenger, and even Ye Jing froze at those words. Even Lao Chen stood there, stunned for a few seconds. But soon, the shock on his face turned into amusement. Lao Chen burst into laughter, laughing so hard tears came out because to him struggling to awaken only to stay a scavenger was a complete joke. Still laughing, he patted Ye Jing's shoulder and said the most precious chance of his life only changed the job title, which in his eyes was the perfect match for someone so low. Suddenly, Lao Chen stopped laughing and coldly announced that the other scavengers were all gone, and from now on, Yi Jing would handle the cleanup alone. After saying that, he turned and walked away, even calling the others over to share the hilarious story he had just witnessed. Yi Jing lowered his head and looked at his blood-covered hands, unsure whether it was his blood or the monster's, and wondered if the corpse collector scavenger was truly that weak. Yet mockery like this could not break him, though he noticed this level 1 class did not grant bonus stats like others. His gaze shifted to the monster's corpse on the ground, because what he wanted to know now was the real ability of his new class. Right at that moment, the corpse suddenly floated into the air, wrapped in strange light, and the system displayed. Recyclable corpse detected, low-level demonic wolf. Yi Jing's eyes widened as another prompt appeared, asking whether he wished to recycle it. After a brief hesitation, he made his choice. Instantly, a bizarre crack opened in space, and countless hands stretched out from somewhere deep and dark. Yi Jing stared in shock at the scene before him. The hands grabbed the corpse and dragged it into the crack, and he realized this was the signature ability of the corpse collector scavenger. He carefully observed the entire process, a sight both eerie and chilling. When the corpse fully disappeared, the system showed processing recyclable materials, and moments later a box appeared with a completion notice, leaving Yi Jing blinking in surprise. The system then granted rewards: a card bearing the image of the processed monster, 3 free attribute points, and a skill called Soul Wolf, and Yi Jing immediately wondered if the points could be assigned freely. At his thought, his status panel reopened with familiar stats and a plus sign behind each one. The system informed him that the newly obtained skill required at least 3 agility to activate. Without much hesitation, Yi Jing invested all 3 new points into agility. After allocation, the system confirmed he met the skill requirements, and his agility now reached 4, exceeding the minimum. Yi Jing immediately chose to activate the skill. A stream of green energy flowed into his body, and he felt a clear transformation throughout his entire being. When he opened his eyes, faint green light swirled around him, yet aside from that, he noticed no obvious change. The system gave no further explanation, and right then someone in the distance shouted at him to hurry up and clean the remaining loot. Yi Jing dashed forward at once, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he felt his body much lighter. As soon as he moved, he realized something was different, because his speed had clearly increased, while his movements felt incredibly smooth. But being too fast had its downside, and he failed to see a pipe blocking his path, tripping over it and rolling hard across the floor. A sudden scream echoed through the building, and it came from none other than Yi Jing. Even with his head spinning from the fall, he could not help thinking that this must be the power of his new skill. Just then, the system interface appeared as if alive, showing Soul Shock was still on cooldown, and Yi Jing laughed after confirming his guess. He pushed himself up and took several deep breaths to calm down. As his eyes focused forward, Yi Jing's pupils suddenly shrank. In front of him lay piles of monster corpses, and the system kept notifying him they were recyclable, making him realize the corpse collector scavenger could not only gain attributes, but also had a chance to obtain monster skills. As if he had just solved the biggest puzzle, he smiled in satisfaction. This class was way stronger than he expected. The system kept spamming notifications: 4 free stat points, then 3, then 2 more. Another 1 point popped up. Yi Jing quickly realized that ever since he got Soul Impact from Sword Wraith, the same type of corpses stopped giving new skills, and the stat rewards kept dropping. It seemed skill rewards only triggered when recycling a monster he had never seen before. Thinking that, he pointed ahead and ordered the scrap machines to keep working, while the system kept feeding him more points. At the same time, he opened his status panel and saw his unused stat points had reached a 111. Staring at that massive number, Yi Jing began thinking about where to invest them. Then a mischievous idea flashed through his mind, and he grinned. In the end, he split the points evenly. Notifications exploded: strength up, agility up, spirit up, willpower up, constitution up, luck up. The updated panel showed Yi Jing, level 1 maxed, strength 20, agility 20, spirit 20, willpower 20, constitution 20, luck 20. Meanwhile, somewhere else, battle sounds echoed as a team finished off the last few monsters. Someone shouted that only 2 were left. Soon after, another monster dropped. The shield bearer turned to Lao Chen and asked if Yi Jing had really advanced into Corpse Collector, since it was a hidden class he had never seen before. The man with glasses explained that new hidden classes appeared every year, but the toe-pranked valuable ones rarely changed. Most hidden classes were just support roles. Lao Chen agreed and added that this class was capped at level 1 for now. probably loadier and barely stronger than normal people. The shield bearer looked annoyed and cut the talk short. He signaled the team to move forward and stay alert. The others responded in unison and followed behind. But just minutes later, they all froze. In front of them stood twisted trees growing out of a strange mound of earth. Lao Chen spoke first, confirming they had found the mission target, Hawkeye the Hunter, captain of the guild's hunting squad. A cloaked member questioned how a dirt mound could appear on the 5th floor of a mall. The man with glasses felt uneasy, but stepped forward to inspect. He noted the place had been abyss corrupted for less than 48 hours, yet the bodies were drained dry in a terrifying way. The closer he looked, the colder he felt, as if some magic had sucked out their life force. The shield bearer also sensed something wrong. They had only met low-level wraiths, yet a brank hunting squad was wiped out here. Just then, the man with glasses felt movement beneath his feet and instantly turned around. The sight made him scream. From all directions, hundreds of undead charged at them at once. At the same time, an emergency city broadcast came through, but it was already too late. The People's Mall in Shenf City had undergone abyss corruption, first rated as Blevel mutation, but the missing count had now risen to 217. The shield bearer immediately shouted for a full retreat. He realized they had walked straight into a carefully prepared trap. While fighting off the rushing undead, Lao Chen yelled that now he understood why no missing bodies were found. They had all been gathered here. Swinging his shield to knock the undead away, the shield-bearer understood that the weak monsters along the path were just bait to lure them deeper. Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded as the ground burst open, and a giant monstrous flower emerged. The shield-bearer tightened his grip and said in a low voice that this must be the true mastermind behind the abyss corruption. One glance was enough for everyone to recognize it. A high-level, hell-man-eating flower, a deadly Arank creature. Suddenly, Lao Chen pointed upward in panic and shouted. The previously dead Hawkeye squad appeared again, diving down from above at terrifying speed. Meanwhile, on Yi Jing's side, the system continued calmly announcing the recycling of each defeated wraith. Not long after, a new message appeared. Achievement unlocked. Rookie corpse collector. For recycling 50 corpses. Yi Jing let out a relieved, excited breath. Then the system announced an additional reward, instantly sparking his curiosity. The reward was revealed, a level 1 common dagger. Yi Jing stared at it for a few seconds. The requirement was only level 1, and he almost laughed. Even the achievement reward fit the scavenger vibe perfectly. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from behind him. The noise grew clearer in the silent space. Sensing danger, Yi Jing spun around. A monster was charging straight at him. For a split second, he froze. But his upgraded body reacted fast, dodging the sneak attack in time. His agility test was proven with a perfect evade. After escaping, Yi Jing let out a sharp breath and cursed under his breath. That scare almost made him think he was dead. Then he realized how different his body felt. Lighter, faster. The stat points were clearly working. Clenching his fist, Yi Jing felt raw power flowing through him. The monster gave him no time to think and lunged again. Strangely, every movement of the creature felt slow and readable. Yi Jing tilted his body aside, letting it crash past him and slam both hands into the wall. Seizing the chance, he grabbed its arm and hurled it away. The new strength felt amazing, not just faster, but way stronger. He pushed off the ground and activated Soul Impact. Never feeling this powerful before, Yi Jing rushed in with a thunderous punch. After advancing, he could finally fight for real. With one blow, the monster was sent flying. Yi Jing laughed. This time he wasn't dealing 0 damage. The system confirmed the strength check. The hit triggered armor break and doubled physical damage. The monster trembled in pain, letting out hoarse groans. Wiping blood from his lip, Yi Jing smiled confidently. He was no longer weak. The system added that with 20 spirit points, his perception had greatly improved, allowing him to see hidden target information. Though badly injured, the monster stood up again. Thanks to the new ability, Yi Jing read its data instantly. Elite parasitized human, weakness, fire and neck joints. The creature roared violently. It charged again, determined to finish this. Yi Jing had no intention of backing down. The clash turned fierce as both sides exchanged heavy blows. Even while fighting, Yi Jing carefully observed every move. He was waiting for the perfect opening to strike the vital point. After testing it for a while, he confirmed the neck was the kill spot. He decided to use sword card. The blade formed in his hand. Yi Jing stabbed straight into the back of its neck. Luck effect and common dagger triggered together, causing bleed. The monster froze briefly. The plant-like parasites on its body began cracking and falling apart. The system confirmed the elite parasitized human was eliminated. Its heavy body collapsed to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, staining both the sword and Yi Jing's hand red. But with 20 constitution, the toxins in the blood were instantly neutralized. Looking at the sword, Ye Jing couldn't hide his satisfaction. This was the first monster he had killed with his own hands. The system offered the option to recycle the parasitized human's corpse. Ye Jing accepted without hesitation. Recycling complete. He gained a passive skill, toxic conversion. All poison effects would reverse into random buffs, as long as constitution was above 15. After reading the description, Ye Jing immediately understood. What once harmed him could now empower him. He learned it at once. The new passive was added successfully, and the system rewarded 5 free stat points. When the panel appeared again, all his core stats were already at 20. After the monster fell, an item dropped in front of him, mutation potion. The system warned that it contained extreme toxicity and should never be consumed. Holding the bottle, Ye Jing thought about toxic conversion. If poison could really turn into buffs, then what would happen if he drank it? Thinking that through, Ye Jing decided to test it himself. Even knowing it was dangerous, he drank it without hesitation. Instantly, notifications flooded in. The poison was reversed by toxic conversion into healing effects. His wounds vanished at visible speed. On top of that, he gained clear mind, doubling all base stats for 10 minutes. Feeling the surge of power, even he was shocked by how broken it was. Ye Jing quickly opened his status panel. Remembering that higher spirit unlocked hidden info, he poured all 5 new stat points into spirit. The attribute panel updated immediately. While studying the changes, familiar roars echoed from behind. Ye Jing glanced back and frowned. There were still monsters left? But he soon realized it wasn't that simple. The number appearing this time was far beyond expectations. At that moment, countless mocking voices from his past flashed through his mind. Useless, dead weight, trash who could never amount to anything. But now, everything was different. Fueled by new power and years of frustration, Ye Jing roared proudly, declaring himself the corpse collector and openly challenging every monster in front of him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the building, the shield bearer shouted in horror after realizing the Hawkeye squad had been fully parasitized. The team was already struggling, and now the enemies were even more terrifying. While defending, the shield bearer realized these parasitized corpses were more dangerous than when they were alive. And behind them loomed the Arank Hell man-eating flower. The pressure forced him to order a full retreat. No one objected. They all turned and ran at top speed. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. One by one, they were taken down. The cloaked member fell first, calling out in despair before collapsing. The man with glasses soon met the same fate. The shield bearer didn't dare look back. He kept running, while Lao Chen ahead completely lost his composure under the monster's terrifying strength. The two pushed forward. The shield bearer stayed behind, using his shield to block the pursuers. As he ran, Lao Chen calculated non-stop. He came for rewards and gear. Dying here was not worth it. Just as the shield bearer tried to speed up, a slowing spell suddenly fell on him. In disbelief, he turned to Lao Chen and demanded an explanation. They were teammates. The only reply was a cold apology. Lao Chen admitted he planned to use him as bait to stall the monsters. After casting the spell, he shoved the shield bearer back and kept running. He even pretended he would burn incense for him later. Surrounded by monsters, the shield bearer had no chance. Before dying, he could only reach toward Lao Chen with eyes full of hatred. Lao Chen believed he had escaped. As he ran, he smugly thought he could take the loot and blame the team's wipe on the mission. What he didn't know was that someone was waiting ahead. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Lao Chen fell hard to the ground. When he looked up, Ye Jing was standing in his way. His eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Jing was nothing like the weak man who entered the mall earlier. His gaze was cold and oppressive, looking down like a superior. Lao Chen instantly recognized the man he once looked down on. Then his eyes shifted to the undead gathering behind Ye Jing, and fear gripped him. Forcing himself up, Lao Chen stared at Ye Jing and guessed that everything happening here was connected to him. Even at a disadvantage, Lao Chen plotted to eliminate Ye Jing. If Ye Jing survived and reported this, he would be finished. So he began provoking him. To Ye Jing, he looked like a clown struggling to survive. Lao Chen tempted him with talk of power and tried to push him toward becoming monster bait. The moment he finished speaking, Lao Chen kicked hard to knock Ye Jing down. But Ye Jing stood like a steel wall, unmoving. The system displayed. Strength check failed. The attack had no effect and even rebounded back. The rebound sent Lao Chen flying backward. He slammed onto the ground, screaming in pain, having no idea what just happened. Ye Jing's eyes turned icy. Lao Chen had crossed the line. Staring down at him, Ye Jing said coldly that he didn't even deserve to be called human. Then Ye Jing summoned the corpse collector machine. It appeared behind him, towering and oppressive. On command, it grabbed Lao Chen and dragged him back. Realizing he was about to be recycled, Lao Chen screamed and begged in pure panic. But a red X flashed on the machine. Target not eligible for recovery. Yi Jing walked over and crouched in front of him, mocking lightly. So not everyone could be recycled. Lao Chen seemed unconscious now, maybe even dead. The system then displayed a new card, Useless Ability Retrieval. It allowed him to take a target's skill with their consent. Another 3-minute spell experience card appeared as well. Yi Jing quickly understood. For someone unconscious like Lao Chen, the system treated it as consent. Honestly, that was convenient. After using the spell experience card, a faint blue light covered him. He gained a fire-type skill. Fireball required at least 15 spirit, and since Yi Jing far exceeded that, it was upgraded directly into Greater Flame. At the same time, the undead outside finally tracked him down. They crowded in like starving beasts. The glass doors would not hold for long. Yi Jing decided to test the new skill. He recalled how the mage had cast it before, and tried to mimic the feeling. Without overthinking, he hurled the fireball into the center of the horde. A massive explosion followed. The blast shook the entire mall floor. When the dust settled, only Yi Jing stood in the ruined area. But instead of celebrating, he grabbed his head in regret. The monsters were blown to pieces before he could recycle them. Just then, a dual-blade undead lunged at him from behind. Even distracted, Yi Jing's awareness never dropped. He dodged the lethal strike by a hair. The two faced off directly, ready for a real fight. Yi Jing's expression turned completely serious. He relied on speed to evade the relentless slashes. He countered with his sword, but each strike was blocked or matched. After a few exchanges, Yi Jing realized his close combat experience was still lacking. A quick kill would not be easy. In that moment, his eyes shifted to the corpse collector machine, still processing bodies nearby. Among them was the fallen shield bearer. After a brief thought, Yi Jing decided to turn that leftover strength into his own resource. Once recovery was complete, a golden card with a shield emblem appeared. Without hesitation, Yi Jing activated it. The shield bearer's power transformed into a usable ability. Using the newly gained shield, Yi Jing blocked the undead's attack, then slashed back and finished it off. Another life ended. Another story closed in the twisted form of a parasitized corpse. Yi Jing reached toward the body and quietly bid farewell before recycling it. The system rewarded him with dagger mastery, granting thief-level dagger skills and razor-sharp strikes. He used it instantly. The system confirmed completion. A flood of familiarity filled his mind, making dagger control feel natural. He was extremely satisfied. In front of him, countless monsters still surged like a tide. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an interrogation voice asked whether the original mission was to find the Hawkeye squad and escort them out of the dungeon. The narration continued steadily. The voice added that if their bodies were not recovered, the mission would be marked as failure, meaning no payment at all. As the conversation carried on, Yi Jing kept fighting. Every monster that rushed him was struck at its weak point and dropped instantly. After another successful recovery, he gained Frenzy Transformation, massively boosting strength and speed, while granting temporary immunity to crowd control. The man under interrogation answered with a trembling voice that he knew that very well. The interrogator calmly asked if they had truly found the Hawkeye squad's bodies inside. The survivor suddenly slammed the table and shouted. He insisted they did find Hawkeye, but every corpse had been taken by someone. The interrogator pressed further about this so-called recovery. This time, the survivor's fear turned into pure trauma. Just recalling it made him look like he was reliving a nightmare, dragging him into the abyss. The scene shifted back to the city. Inside the Abyss Supervision Committee's interrogation room, the questioning continued. Lao Chen sat there pale, recounting everything he experienced. But the investigators did not believe him. Records showed he was the only survivor in the dungeon. The mysterious figure he mentioned did not exist. Even stranger, when rescued, his level had dropped by 1, something unheard of. At the mention of Yi Jing, Lao Chen lost control. He jumped up, face twisted, screaming that his abilities had been stolen. Losing a level was proof. The culprit was the corpse collector. But after shouting, he fell into panic again, stammering as if unsure of his own story. The two investigators exchanged confused looks. In the end, they concluded Lao Chen's abyss corruption level was too high, causing post-dungeon hallucinations. No matter how loudly he protested, no one believed him. Ironically, the man who once mocked others as trash was now treated like a joke. Elsewhere, Yi Jing had already left the Brank Abyss Gate. After selling his magic crystals on the black market, he only received about 30% of their real value, since the market was controlled by major factions. Even so, it was enough to clear years of debt. But Yi Jing understood his ability was too special. If people learned he could recycle corpses and steal abilities, he would be reported to the committee. The corpse collector mark was clearly visible on his hand. After reaching level 1, just owning such a strange class was enough to get him locked away for research. So before attracting attention, he needed to gather as many resources as possible. At that moment, near a newly formed abyss gate, a coordinator announced loudly. The area was unexplored and extremely dangerous, but rewards would be doubled. Requirement: awakened individuals with rank aptitude or higher. Yi Jing pushed forward and pointed at himself, asking if he qualified. The coordinator looked at him and asked for his class and level. Without hesitation, Yi Jing raised his mark and loudly introduced himself as Level 1 Corpse Collector. Laughter erupted everywhere. Even the coordinator mocked him. In their eyes, a trash picker claiming to be a class changer was ridiculous. He belonged in a garbage zone, not here. Yi Jing frowned slightly when grabbed, but he was not angry. This was part of his plan. The weaker he appeared, the less attention he drew. If assigned to logistics, he could quietly recycle corpses in the back. Just as things grew tense, a cold female voice ordered the man to let go. The moment he saw her, his expression changed. It was Liu Qingran, heiress of the Liu family and owner of the Divine Chosen class. Liu Qingran stepped forward and calmly declared that her team had one slot left, and Yi Jing would join them. Whispers spread instantly. She was a rising star of the Grand Legion Guild, said to be favored by the gods. The coordinator hesitated, pointing out Yi Jing was only level 1 with no certification. Before he could finish, Liu Qingran cut him off. New or old did not matter to her. Even if everyone was level 1, it made no difference. In her eyes, the rest were trash anyway. One sentence completely changed the coordinator's attitude. From mocking to respectful in seconds, he agreed to everything she said. After all, this place belonged to the Liu family. Standing beside her, Yi Jing quietly sighed in relief. Without her stepping in, his profit plan would have ended right there. The moment he finally relaxed, Yi Jing noticed Liu Qingran had been staring at him the whole time. His guard went up instantly, yet the more he looked at her, the more she felt familiar. After a brief pause, an old memory surfaced from 2 years ago. Back then, Liu Qingran was cornered by a beast, and Yi Jing stepped in with nothing but a tree branch. He aimed for the weak spot and drove it straight into the monster's throat. The fatal strike dropped it on the spot. Once she caught her breath, Liu Qingran asked if he was from a recovery squad and how he killed it. But Yi Jing barely listened, celebrating like crazy because he had just earned his first experience point. After calming down, he awkwardly asked if she was hurt, while she muttered that she had only heard rumors about leveling this way. She stared at him, confused, and asked why he would risk his life just for experience. Yi Jing answered simply, it was for money, while she pressed on, and he just stared at the fallen magic cores, knowing they were not his. Only then did he say someone like her would never understand how hard life is for the weak. He shot back a question, asking why she ran alone into such a deadly area and what she was trying to prove. Liu Qingran replied without hesitation that she wanted to grow stronger and be the first to clear that place. That phrase caught his attention, but instead of explaining, she asked what his real goal was. Yi Jing said he wanted enough power to protect his family, and that answer stayed with her long after. He simply told her his name. She reached out her hand, introduced herself as Liu Qingran, and even invited him to join her team someday. It had been a long time since anyone tried to befriend Yi Jing. They shook hands and teased each other, until her bodyguards arrived and warned him to stay away from their young miss. Despite her wanting to talk more, they hurried her away, fearing the guild leader's wrath. Before leaving, she suddenly tossed him a crystal and told him to catch it. Yi Jing caught it smoothly, and from afar she smiled and said it was a thank you gift. He nodded and walked off, and back in the present, he tried to recall her name. The man beside him knocked his head and reminded him it was Liu Qingran, then told him to move the spirit stones. Before leaving, Yi Jing glanced at her again and silently vowed to catch up to her one day. Seeing everyone assembled, Liu Qingran ordered the team to gear up and prepare to move. The squad followed immediately, and strange sounds were already echoing from beyond the gate. With firm resolve, Yi Jing moved forward, aiming to earn more money and return alive. Before setting off, he reviewed the rewards from his last abyss battle. That included the shield warrior's control ability, and most importantly, the Bastier energy he had absorbed. He also still had the man-eating flower ability card and several rare skills he had collected. Thanks to his balanced hexagon stat build, Yi Jing had almost no clear weakness, and every total stat had already passed 100. As he stepped through the gate, he wondered what level 100 truly meant in terms of power. His eyes lit up as he activated his observation skill to check everyone's stats. After scanning them, Yi Jing clicked his tongue, because the strongest barely had 12 strength, while some only had 1 point in intelligence. If 1 point equaled a normal person, then 12 meant 12 times stronger, and he had 100. That thought made him eager to test it right away. He suddenly stopped and threw a punch at the wall beside him. The entire area shook for seconds, and the people ahead turned around asking if it was an earthquake. Yi Jing panicked and quickly held the cracking wall, joking that the underground city was poorly built. Just then, a shout from the front grabbed everyone's attention. A treasure chest appeared, and a man called High Dog frowned, saying it was at least a rank, but they had no rogue. From the back, Ye Jing slowly raised his hand and offered to try. Everyone stepped aside, and with a few simple moves, he unlocked it like it was nothing. Hey Dog stared in shock, since that skill was for level 5 rogues, so Ye Jing quickly claimed corpse collectors often dealt with locked chests. Hey Dage did not question further, stored the loot, and said rewards would be split after the mission. As they moved on, Ye Jing suddenly told the guide to stop, because something felt off ahead. Without explaining, he picked up a stone and hurled it forward. Instantly, spikes shot out from both walls, revealing a deadly trap. The girl stared at him in disbelief, wondering how a level 1 could detect that. Realizing he overdid it again, Ye Jing lied that years of corpse collecting had taught him to sense danger. The others believed him, and the system even confirmed his lie succeeded, showing the power of 100 intelligence. In a good mood, High Dage tossed him a broken level 1 gear as a reward, and Ye Jing could only smile awkwardly. After walking further, they discovered a special chamber that looked like the dungeon's final treasure room. In the center stood a stone tablet and a stone cup filled with strange liquid, said to be a rare abyss reward room with no monsters. Even so, Liu Xingran ordered everyone to stay alert while one member picked up the tablet. Just as he signaled to leave, the stone cup behind him suddenly began to boil. A system message appeared, announcing the start of a bloodline test as the red liquid shot into the air. Everyone's faces changed as they realized this was not a reward room, but a perfectly disguised trap. Before their horrified eyes, the floating blood slowly formed into a creature called the blood-colored nightmare. Seeing the situation turn dire, Liu Xingran drew her sword and ordered battle formation as blood demons closed in from all sides. Yi Jing readied his weapon and put on the stat-suppressing ring, deciding to use only a quarter of his true power. He once thought the ring was useless, but now it was perfect for hiding his strength. Without hesitation, the whole team charged into battle. Yi Jing instantly activated Soul Charge. The battlefield turned chaotic as both sides clashed non-stop. With a single strike, Ye Jing took down his target. That performance drew even more attention from Liu Xingran. She glanced briefly in his direction. Then she moved again, cutting down the monsters in her path. One teammate shouted in surprise, saying the creatures shattered too easily. But his face turned pale when he saw them slowly reforming. Worse, the blood-colored nightmares were taking on human shapes, copying abilities as they fought, and growing stronger each second. Still, he did not care and sliced one's head clean off. A female teammate even laughed, saying the copy looked pretty accurate. But in the next second, the severed head regenerated instantly. The man froze in horror. The blood nightmare countered with a powerful slash no one expected. His arm was cut off on the spot, blood spraying everywhere as the team panicked. Seeing his pain, the monster rushed in again. It was clearly going for the kill. Just as the sword was about to fall, the creature suddenly froze. Liu Xingran appeared above it and sealed it in ice, coldly mocking her teammate's weakness. She gave it no chance to resist. With one crushing move, she shattered the frozen blood nightmare completely. The gap between a top genius and ordinary fighters was obvious, yet countless blood nightmares were still charging in. The female mage protecting the injured man grew flustered, unable to finish a heightier spell in time. At that critical moment, Yi Jing stepped in front of them, thinking simply, if weapons cannot kill them, then erase them entirely. He unleashed Great Explosive Flame, triggering a massive explosion. Everyone nearby was stunned, recognizing it as a rare Shrank fire spell. No one understood how a so-called level 1 could use such power. Meanwhile, Ye Jing calmly observed the monsters, feeling they were not that hard to handle. The creatures kept swarming forward. Yi Jing suddenly let out a loud roar. The shockwave caused a brief moment of paralysis. Seizing the chance, he activated Berserker Frenzy, boosting his speed and attack power. He struck with full force. The blood nightmare in front of him was smashed into pieces, but to his surprise, it soon regenerated into a complete form again. The female mage looked toward the evolving creature in the distance, sensing something terribly wrong. Someone screamed in fear after realizing the monster's rank had reached king tier. Yi Jing instantly understood. The blood-colored nightmares had copied his stats and evolved into a king. The fully formed giant monster immediately launched an attack. With a single blow, the ground split apart. Watching its power, Ye Jing realized its stats were nearly equal to his own. At that moment, Liu Xingran stepped forward and told him to fall back. Her eyes locked onto the Blood Nightmare King, believing this opponent was hers to defeat. After saying that, Liu Xingran stepped forward to fight. She accelerated and rushed straight onto the giant body of the monster. The sword in her hand moved instantly. A sharp slash came down without hesitation. The battle turned intense as she searched for chances to freeze it. From below, Ye Jing reminded her about using an ice domain to control it. But the Blood Nightmare King was almost immune. It suddenly shifted its focus to Liu Xingran. The counterattack came too fast for her to react. Her sword was knocked away. Luckily, she dodged the killing blow and pulled back. For the first time, Liu Xingran felt true helplessness. She remembered her bodyguards warning her that the abyss energy felt abnormal. Back then, she did not even understand fear. Her only goal was to conquer the end of Seven Black, yet compared to her siblings, she was still far behind. The gap between them had grown so wide, she could only watch their backs. That very thought pushed her forward. If she could not pass this abyss, she did not deserve the Liu name. A streak of icy swordlight tore through the air. Every eye on the battlefield focused on her. Then Liu Xingran summoned something special. It was the Icebone Banner, boosting all allies within 30 meters. When the banner pierced into the ground, frost spread everywhere, freezing the area, including the Blood Nightmare. The enhancement effect activated instantly. Ice naturally countered blood-based creatures, and sealing it would reduce the threat. Seizing the moment, she leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful strike at its head. Watching everything, Ye Jing could not help but admire the power of Ensrank's chosen profession. But her expression soon changed when she realized it was barely affected. The wound healed almost instantly. Less than a second later, the Blood Nightmare launched a fierce counterattack. Liu Xingran knew that even with Ensrank class, her current strength was still below her siblings. Since childhood, she had been called the weakest of the Liu family and told to stay home. That only made her more determined to grow stronger. While dodging its attacks, she shouted her resolve to surpass everyone one day. Her blade pierced straight through the monster's head, but both she and Ye Jing turned pale at the same time. Another blood arm had formed behind her, ready to strike. The sneak attack hit hard, making her cough blood and fall, and one teammate even suggested fleeing. Meanwhile, the Blood Nightmare raised its weapon for the final blow. Ye Jing could not stand by anymore. He immediately stepped in. The giant blood arm was smashed off and crashed onto the ground. That gave Liu Xingran the chance to stand up and escape immediate danger. She looked at Ye Jing in shock. Ye Jing, however, charged like a madman, attacking non-stop. As he fought, he used observation to search for weaknesses, knowing king tier monsters resist debuffs. High enough rank could even grant immunity to freeze, stun, paralysis, and slow. After a brief thought, Ye Jing stopped holding back and released all his true stats. His power exploded, and every strike carried terrifying force, blowing apart the Blood Nightmare again and again. The monster let out painful screams. But the more damage it took, the more savage it became, forcing Ye Jing to keep moving. Behind him, Liu Xingran recovered with a potion and slowly regained combat strength. Meanwhile, Ye Jing continued fighting the Blood Nightmare King alone. Watching him attack and observe at the same time, the others thought he was distracted. In truth, Ye Jing was searching for its real weakness. No matter how many times he destroyed its body, it regenerated instantly, and after careful observation, he still found nothing obvious. It felt like the monster was just a puppet controlled by something else. And right then, an idea flashed in his mind. Ye Jing shouted about the stone tablet from earlier, saying it triggered a bloodline test and must be linked to the Blood Nightmare, then told them to throw it over. The man holding the stone reacted immediately. He kicked it straight toward Ye Jing. The moment Ye Jing touched it, the system unlocked the ancient text, revealing the method to break the blood curse, and the answer had been in front of them all along. While blaming himself for missing that clue, the Blood Nightmare lunged at him again. Without hesitation, Ye Jing kicked the stone straight into the monster's mouth. Instantly, an invincible state was activated. Everyone was shocked to see the monster freeze in place, while Ye Jing clicked his tongue, knowing things just got troublesome. He cursed under his breath and said the monster had entered invincibility mode. At that moment, Liu Xingran walked over and said his face looked strangely familiar. Ye Jing laughed and reminded her of their meeting 2 years ago in the abyss. Liu Xingran searched her memory and slowly recalled the boy who gained experience from her battle. A few seconds later, she finally called out his name, Ye Jing. She smiled like greeting an old friend, surprised he had truly achieved his job change. Ye Jing smiled back and introduced himself as a level 1 corpse collector. Even so, Liu Xingran found it hard to believe how much he had grown. Seeing her stare in silence, Ye Jing grew a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, she silently blamed herself for not being strong enough. Regaining her composure, she analyzed that the stone was moving inside the Blood Nightmare's body, and she would freeze it while Ye Jing pinpointed its exact location. Hearing that, Ye Jing laughed and said no one could solve everything alone. He reached out his hand and proposed teaming up for 5 gold coins. Lu Xingran paused at the unexpected gesture. In the end, she took his hand and agreed, warning him not to slow her down. The others also spoke up, saying they wanted to fight together. Rarely so fired up, Ye Jing shouted for everyone to move, with one goal: survive. The entire team regrouped and prepared their final plan. The system warned that the invincible state would end in seconds, and a berserk phase would follow, capable of destroying the area in 30 seconds. After hearing the countdown, Ye Jing looked at everyone and said this was their last chance to make it out alive. Even though everyone was shaking with fear, they shouted in unison that they would survive no matter what. That fierce will to live changed the whole atmosphere, and the system confirmed the morale boost had activated. Lu Xingran instantly felt it. Her fatigue vanished, and her mana recovery surged for a short time. She turned to look at Ye Jing, who was still hyping everyone up to keep fighting. A faint smile appeared on her lips. The so-called weakest one clearly had a hidden edge. Then she quickly started assigning roles to everyone. The frontline warrior stepped up to face the blood demon, forcing down his fear and provoking it non-stop to draw aggro. The monster roared wildly, but the warrior kept shouting to keep its focus locked on him. Lu Xingran kept commanding, ordering the archer to target the newly grown tentacles and protect the corpse collector at all costs. The archer immediately followed the command. He moved without hesitation. A protective barrier was raised to shield Ye Jing's position. While analyzing, Ye Jing concluded the stone was the key to breaking the blood curse, and destroying it with brute force would erase their only chance. After glancing at his hands, he proposed something insane. He would pull the stone out with his bare hands. Lu Xingran was stunned. Was he planning to dive straight into the blood dream nightmare's body? Ye Jing prepared his ability and clarified. He would not go inside. He would pierce straight through and rip the stone out, even though doubt still lingered. Lu Xingran chose to trust him and ordered the archer to shoot down nearby rocks to create footholds for his next jump. Yang Gong instantly drew his bow and locked onto the target. The arrow left the string in a flash of blinding light. It shot straight toward the base of the house where the blood demon was clinging. Lu Xingran announced she would freeze the lower body of the blood dream nightmare and leave the rest. Ye Jing immediately took over and shouted for her to leave it to him. The whole team moved according to their assigned roles. Lu Xingran and Ye Jing pushed forward at the same time. As he advanced, Ye Jing weaved through the blood demon's relentless attacks. He analyzed that its insane regeneration made minor wounds meaningless, and another cut had already opened on his body. Meanwhile, Lu Xingran summoned the Bone Frost banner and coordinated with him in a chained assault. Ye Jing observed carefully and confirmed he had found the weak spot. This area was clearly easier to pierce, but his current speed was still not enough. He knew that 1 second slower would erase everyone's chance to live. With no choice left, Ye Jing stacked speed items, downed potions, and reversed their toxicity to push his speed even higher. The card he picked up at the abyss entrance finally activated, boosting his defense as a bonus effect. This was the final step of his Allen strike. His whole body shot forward like a human rocket, but the blood demon sensed the danger and launched a counterattack. Ye Jing twisted midair to dodge, cursing under his breath. Everyone below held their breath in silence. Dodging at such speed made him lose control, and he was blasted far away. Blood spilled from his lips as his vision darkened, and that familiar sense of failure crept back in. He mocked himself. Maybe a weakling like him should have known his place. But in the next instant, despair was replaced by an unbreakable will. He immediately activated his retrieval ability. The target was selected, and it was himself. In the next second, the corpse collector machine appeared and sucked Ye Jing inside, creating a bizarre scene. Even the blood demon froze, while Lu Xingran and the others stared in shock. The system quickly announced that living beings could not be retrieved. Operation failed. Ye Jing had been waiting for that exact message. He poured in the last of his strength. The corpse collector machine switched to forced ejection mode and launched him straight toward the blood demon. The terrifying propulsion created crushing pressure and smashed the monster's body apart. Taking that chance, Ye Jing grabbed the target stone and confirmed he had it. Without the controlling object, the blood demon collapsed instantly. Ye Jing looked at the stone and read the ancient carvings on it. The system immediately announced that the blood trial was complete. Everyone there was still frozen, not understanding what just happened. Even Lu Xingran could not believe it. Had they really won? After a few seconds of silence, the whole group burst into cheers. Their rising power made them so excited they almost jumped. Lu Xingran was shocked to find she had leveled up. Only Ye Jing had no level-up light. The system said he had hit his limit and failed to advance. At that moment, from the remaining blood mass of the blood demon, a dazzling item appeared. Valuable cards floated up into the air one after another. Everyone rushed to grab them, and the card in front of Ye Jing showed Attack 88, with a level 10 requirement. He suddenly remembered that his own limit was still stuck at level 1. Seeing so many rewards he could not use felt like standing before treasure he could never touch. Liu Xingran walked over and sincerely said the biggest credit belonged to him, so he should decide how to distribute the loot. After a few polite refusals, Ye Jing leaned closer and quietly asked her for a favor. Outside the gate, nearly 100 bodyguards were already waiting to launch a rescue. But right then, Liu Xingran's group walked out of the gate safely. Seeing her unharmed, the lead bodyguard teared up and called out to Miss. Cheers erupted, praising her for conquering the abyss once again. Surrounded by her people, Liu Xingran proudly declared there was nothing she could not do, while her teammates waved goodbye and promised to keep the secret. IMS. Thinking back before leaving the gate, Ye Jing had hesitated and asked her, with the size of the Liu Corporation, money should not be a problem, right? He pointed at the loot cards and offered to sell them all at a discount, and though stunned by the number, Liu Xingran agreed immediately. He then seriously told her to act as if he never existed, and let everyone believe she cleared the abyss alone. Liu Xingran could only stand there, completely confused. After getting her agreement, Ye Jing casually turned away and told them to go first, saying he would quietly disappear on his own. That indifference moved Liu Xingran deeply, as if he had willingly given her all the credit. At the same time, in a pitch-black space without light, Ye Jing sat alone at the center. In front of him was the stone he had taken, and on it crawled a tiny blood demon that looked oddly cute. He slowly reached his hand toward the small creature. Ye Jing thought that even something imprisoned like this did not want to be trampled forever, so it should become his power. The tiny blood demon was instantly absorbed into the system. A notification appeared confirming Blood Dream Nightmare had been successfully retrieved. A new skill unlocked, Nightmare Body, which consumes life force to summon a nightmare clone that can copy one attack of the host or block one attack for the host, then vanish immediately, with growth potential and a 30-second cooldown. After hearing the description, Ye Jing simply nodded. He now had a new partner for future battles. Back in the city, his life returned to normal. Ye Jing stopped by a small drink shop to rest. While sitting there, he opened the system panel to review his gains. The high-level gear had all been sold to Liu Xingran, since a nameless scavenger carrying rare items would only attract trouble. So instead of regret, he felt relieved. The dull gray items in his hands would not catch anyone's eye. In his view, this pile of scrap probably could not even be sold. Absent-mindedly, his finger brushed the retrieve function. The system instantly said, equipment retrieved and 1 BP gained, and Ye Jing jolted in shock. His calm face twisted when he realized he had just destroyed the item. A stream of info explained that retrieving equipment meant dismantling and refining it into BP, a universal resource for upgrading, repairing, or crafting, and the system immediately assigned him a quest to fix his basic dagger. Ye Jing took out the familiar dagger, and after non-stop battles, its durability had dropped to 0. He quickly operated the system, and with the extra 4 BP he had, he dismantled a few more useless weapons. The result stunned him. The dagger was fully repaired, and even gained higher durability and attack. A familiar smile appeared on his face. Even trash gear could become valuable if polished long enough. After finishing the quest, the system offered 2 rewards, a beginner mana potion blueprint or 2 random stat points, and he chose the potion recipe. Thinking about real adventurers, Ye Jing knew stats were not urgent, because in the abyss, the real danger was running out of mana before even meeting the boss. The system congratulated him on learning item reconstruction, and to craft a light mana potion he needed 6 BP and any container, which made him glance at the cup on the table. Leaning back, he frowned. BP was expected, but the random container requirement gave him a headache. With no better idea, he awkwardly called the waiter and asked for a few empty containers. Soon 3 empty cups were placed in front of him. Watching the interface run, Ye Jing saw dismantling complete and reconstruction begin, and surprisingly it came with a mini-game. So he sat there with the system panel and cups, mumbling to himself while the staff kept sneaking curious looks. After some trial and error, he finally crafted 5 finished products. Holding the first cup, he chuckled. It looked weird, but usable was all that mattered. After 1 sip, the system confirmed he had obtained a light mana potion. The effect was solid, though the taste was like a strange mixed fruit drink. His mana quickly refilled and the fatigue faded, leaving Ye Jing deeply satisfied. After cleaning up, he left the shop thinking he still had energy for another abyss run today. But the moment he stepped outside, a group blocked his path, and the leader loudly asked if he was Ye Jing. Ye Jing glanced at them without replying. The man sneered, saying that in just a few days his aura had completely changed. He mocked that maybe scavenging corpses had brought him some lucky treasure, since they had been searching for him non-stop. Ye Jing finally spoke, saying he had repaid both debt and interest and wanted no more trouble. The man refused to let it go, reminding him that while the debt was cleared, the labor contract still stood, and a corpse scavenger should know his place. He kept taunting, claiming Ye Jing was putting on airs after a slight change. Then he deliberately knocked Ye Jing's cup to the ground. Acting like the victim, he accused Ye Jing of spilling his drink and emphasized the gap between ordinary people and a high-rank class holder. The lackeys behind him cracked their knuckles, clearly waiting for this chance. Ye Jing stayed silent, calculating fast, knowing class holders were forbidden to use abilities outside the abyss unless officially authorized. The leader kept humiliating him, ordering him to pick up every pearl on the ground and lick the spilled milk tea clean. He even pretended to be generous, saying this kind of job suited a corpse scavenger like Ye Jing, and Ye Jing's eyes instantly turned cold as he refused. The man flew into a rage and rushed forward to attack. But before he could move, a voice cut in and told him to step aside. The one who appeared was Rodrigo Seiza, a member of the Shrank Guild Blood Oath. He grabbed the troublemaker by the collar and asked if he had gathered enough people, and the man immediately stammered that they were short one. Seiza asked where the last person was. After scanning the area, his gaze landed on Ye Jing, and he said he had been chosen. Someone nearby quickly reminded him that Ye Jing was just an ordinary corpse scavenger. Ye Jing calmly looked at Seiza without saying a word. While the others tried to flatter him, Seiza bluntly stated the purpose. He needed a human shield for a Blood Moon Abyss expedition, and strength did not matter. The moment Ye Jing heard Blood Moon, his attention sharpened. This was a special period when abyss beasts went berserk and dangerous mutations appeared. But the rewards also skyrocketed, from drop quantity to the quality of magic crystals. To Ye Jing, this was a goldmine, and he agreed immediately. Seiza nodded in satisfaction and praised him for making a wise choice. Then he called his subordinates over. At that moment, Ye Jing suddenly heard a disgustingly familiar voice behind him. The man stared at him like he had seen a ghost. He stammered, still too shocked to finish a sentence. Before he could speak, Ye Jing's fist smashed into his face and cut him off. The sudden clash left everyone around confused, and someone impatiently demanded an explanation. Ye Jing and Lao Chen moved to a quiet corner with no one around. Lao Chen excitedly confirmed he was not mistaken, and Ye Jing calmly reminded him that without the team's combined effort they would have died, and their survival also owed something to him. Right then, Seiza appeared out of nowhere and asked if they knew each other, and though startled, Ye Jing instantly denied it. Seiza nodded to himself and said that made sense, since someone doing dirty work rarely had real friends. After Seiza left, Ye Jing asked Lao Chen why he was here. Lao Chen admitted the guild had almost jailed him for 15 years, and only after selling everything to pay a massive fine did he regain freedom, now stripped of levels and forced to start over as cannon fodder, and he even threatened to report Ye Jing to the World Guild if his levels were not returned. Ye Jing simply looked at him coldly, warning that he was no longer easy to bully and could turn him into scrap and retrieve him if necessary. Soon everyone gathered at City C's subway station. Their destination was the open Scarlet Moon Gate. A level 3 poet named Zhu Tong greeted the newcomers and suggested everyone share their class and level. Ye Jing briefly said he was a level 1 corpse scavenger, and Lao Chen introduced himself as level 1 curse master Chen Xingdian. Zhu Tong patted Ye Jing's shoulder and laughed, saying they were all bottom tier anyway, and here to trade their lives for money, which made Ye Jing certain this was a true suicide squad. Zhu Tong then introduced the others and proposed choosing a captain, believing himself suitable as the highest level present. Lao Ju, a level 2 healer, agreed first, and Lao Zhang, a level 3 warrior, also had no objections. Just then, Seiza arrived and outlined the plan. Besides 6 core Blood Oath teams, there would be 5 temporary members. And despite the mockery, he bluntly said their role was to lower casualties for the main force. Ignoring the laughter, he explained that Scarlet Moon was a labyrinth-type abyss full of traps and mechanisms, and their job was to scout, locate the boss room, and relay all information back. He had zero expectations for their combat power. If they saw monsters, just run. But before entering, he warned them that to get paid at least one person had to return alive, and if only one survived, that person would take all the reward. Hearing that, Lao Zhu suddenly coughed hard. When asked, he looked at the gate and said he had no choice. 4 daughters were waiting at home for him to bring money back. Lao Zhang sighed as well, saying his wife was seriously ill and needed expensive treatment. After a few short exchanges, Seza ordered the team to move out. On the way, Lao Ju noticed Ye Jing and asked if he was completely new, and Lao Zhang replied that cannon fodder were mostly rookies anyway. But Lao Ju shook his head, saying it was rare for a newcomer to stay as calm as Ye Jing. After walking deep inside, the group realized the surroundings were strangely silent. Zhu Tong, leading the way, felt uneasy about not seeing a single monster. Lao Chen told him not to jinx it, while Lao Ju sensed the temperature dropping fast and Lao Zhang confirmed it. Zhu Tong started shivering and complained he should have worn more clothes. Then he took another step forward. Instantly, Ye Jing noticed something wrong, and his expression changed. Without explaining, he threw a stone to knock Zhu Tong off position, and a giant blade slammed down exactly where he had stood. Zhu Tong held his head in confusion. Lao Chen cursed that he had triggered a trap, and Ye Jing was speechless at how this guy survived this long. Zhu Tong only sighed in relief after realizing he had almost died. But not long after, he triggered another trap the moment he finished speaking. From above, countless large cocoons dropped like rain. Lao Zhu stared at them and wondered if they were alive. The moment he said it, the cocoons began to mutate. One by one, level 5 elite demonic spiders crawled out, each carrying deadly poison. The most dramatic reaction came from Zhu Tong, who screamed that he hated insects. Lao Chen immediately cast a fire spell to burn them, but it barely scratched them. Realizing they were elite monsters, Lao Zhang gripped his sword and charged forward. He unleashed several consecutive slashes, yet the damage was almost zero. One spider lunged and bit straight at Ye Jing's leg. The moment it touched him, it was crushed into minced flesh. Ye Jing muttered that it looked disgusting, and Lao Chen snapped that he was showing off his special ability. Right then, the system notified that demonic spiders were eligible for retrieval. Ye Jing confirmed instantly and gained 1 skill point. A skill card appeared, allowing weapons to inflict a poison effect, lasting 65 seconds after dealing damage. Seeing this, Ye Jing understood that retrieval could grant not only classes or skills, but also enhancement techniques. Meanwhile, Lao Zhang was struggling, shouting for Ye Jing to fall back, but Ye Jing calmly drew his dagger, activated the poison effect, and stepped forward. On the other side, Zhu Tong was being chased desperately by a spider. As he ran, he thought that although he was the highest level, he had a secret he never told anyone. Another spider suddenly pounced and forced him to dodge. In truth, his class was not combat-oriented but focused on support. Zhu Tong raised his microphone and decided he had to buff himself first. He began reciting loudly like on stage, declaring himself an elegant poet and commanding all demons in his domain to kneel. Ye Jing nearby was stunned, having no idea what he was doing, but the system suddenly displayed buff success. To everyone's shock, the monsters became even more ferocious. Zhu Tong's face went pale, realizing he had buffed the spiders instead, and he ran while crying. Just as the spider's fangs were about to pierce him, it lunged in for the kill. Ye Jing suddenly appeared like a savior and drove a blade straight through the monster. The remaining spiders instantly went berserk and charged together. Lao Zhou's eyes widened, while Lao Zhang shouted for a full retreat. Lao Chen, the weakest right now, could barely hold on and kept cursing. When a spider prepared a fatal strike on him, Ye Jing showed up again at the perfect moment. The monster dropped on the spot, and one after another fell under his blade. In the chaotic battlefield, only Ye Jing stayed completely calm. Lao Zhou and Lao Zhang glanced at Zhu Tong and exchanged looks, thinking their captain was the one secretly saving everyone. Ye Jing had no idea he was misunderstood, as he analyzed that the demonized spiders had natural poison resistance, weakening his toxin skill, but his physical damage was still overwhelming, while praise for Zhu Tong echoed behind him. Zhu Tong forced a smile, knowing he did nothing since he was just about to buff himself to run. In truth, the monsters in the abyss were not mindless, and could assess the battle. After observing carefully, Ye Jing realized they had switched to survival mode. The spiders began emitting strange vibrating sounds. Then they slowly retreated step by step. Lao Chen finally sighed in relief, confirming the monsters had withdrawn, yet the thought that this was only the first room still sent chills down his spine. Seeing the card marked with number 27, Ye Jing muttered that he had gathered enough poison secret manuals, so he would keep one for safety and exchange the rest for points. He stored one card and converted the remaining 27 into BP, and the system notified him of a total of 54 BP gained. Zhu Tong relit the torch and said since the monsters had retreated, the team should move forward. Walking at the front, he reminded everyone to check carefully and never trigger another trap. Ye Jing was speechless, since that warning clearly applied to Zhu Tong himself. At that moment, something unusual appeared ahead. The system displayed that a secret area named Madness had been discovered. Yi Jing observed closely and guessed the blood manner influence had created this hidden branch, and he wondered if he should explore it. After thinking it through, he raised his hand and summoned Meng Mo. From the blood aura, a blood demon emerged with the exact same appearance as Ye Jing. With no emotion, he ordered it to walk with the group while he followed, in secret. Zhu Tong turned around and only saw a fake Yi Jing standing there, looking slightly dull, and wondered where the real one had gone. He continued reminding everyone to maintain formation, since splitting up could mean sudden death. A response echoed back from another direction. Meanwhile, Ye Jing stepped into the mirror-like light. On the other side was a massive empty cavern. Before he could observe further, a suspicious creature appeared behind him. Sensing danger, Ye Jing instantly turned on guard. The sneak attack barely missed him by an inch. He immediately leapt into the air. The two faced each other, neither making the first move. After a brief pause, the spider suddenly lunged with its massive foreleg. Yi Jing drew his weapon and unleashed a series of counter-slashes. But the impact felt like hitting soft cotton. He was shocked, as its physical defense was nearly immune. The spider kept closing in with relentless attacks. After several exchanges, Ye Jing finally cut off one of its legs. In return, a counterattack sent him flying over 10 meters and pinned him to the rock wall. Taking the chance, he opened the target interface. The information showed a level 20 queen spider, a rare elite. Instead of fear, Ye Jing felt excited because defeating a rare elite would bring valuable recycling rewards. The queen spider immediately spat out silk to strike back, but most of the web only swept across the ground below. Yi Jing quickly dashed upward to avoid it. Without hesitation, he unleashed great explosive flame. A violent blast echoed through the cavern. Unfortunately, the spider took almost no damage and charged again. Every strike came with thick webs spreading everywhere. Yi Jing realized it had extreme fire resistance, completely nullifying his elemental advantage. If that was the case, then close combat was the only option. He accelerated and shot straight toward the target. His attack landed perfectly on a vital weak point. The spider shrieked and was blasted backward in pain. During the fight, Ye Jing noticed something interesting. The low-level demonized spiders had deadly poison, but the level 20 queen spider had lost poison resistance and venom abilities, exposing a poison weakness. Its evolution focused entirely on defense, while the offspring handled hunting, so the very toxin from its brood became the most effective weapon against it. Suddenly, the spider changed its attack pattern. Countless threads shot out, and one long strand wrapped around Yi Jing before he could react. His limbs were instantly restrained. His body hung suspended in midair. With no choice left, he activated Berserk State. A surge of power exploded from him and tore the webs apart. He then rushed forward at extreme speed. One punch slammed straight into the queen spider's face. The destructive force crushed it beyond recognition. The system announced that the Berserk card could evolve into two paths: Flesh Sovereign Form that boosts all stats and lets physical attacks pierce immunity at the cost of constant HP drain, or Endless Fury that doubles rage effect and halves cooldown. Leaning against the wall, Ye Jing carefully weighed his options. For most players, the second choice was clearly safer and more stable. But against monsters that nullify physical damage like the Queen Spider, that path solved nothing. After comparing the pros and cons, Yi Jing chose Flesh Sovereign Form, since he still had a super regeneration card to offset the HP drain, and immunity piercing would be crucial against special monsters later. Among the Queen Spider's remains, several new cards appeared. He collected every single drop without hesitation. Holding one equipment card, Ye Jing calculated whether to distribute it to guild members or sell it in the abyss, estimating it was worth at least over 10,000 yuan. He then summoned the scavenger machine and activated its recycling ability. The system reported 20 attribute points gained, making Ye Jing eager to see what skill would unlock. But what appeared was a strange-looking card, confirmed as the Mother of Brood card. Yi Jing widened his eyes, wondering if this summon could choose its own evolution path. Meanwhile, Zhu Tong's group reached an area covered in mineral crystals. Staring at the scene, Zhu Tong was shocked to discover an S-rank magic crystal mine formed under the red moon, each crystal incredibly valuable. Overwhelmed with excitement, he immediately took out his treasure. It was the RGOSI, an item that could mark terrain within 60 meters for other explorers to see on the map. But just as he placed it down, Lao Chen grabbed his collar and cursed, saying, if they could carry these crystals out, they would never worry about money again, and exposing the location would cost them not just fortune, but possibly their lives. Seeing the tension rise, Lao Zhang stepped in to mediate, saying they were only pathfinders, and if they died in the abyss, no one would care. Hearing that, Lao Chen's face grew darker. The word sacrifice reminded him of the past. when he once pushed a teammate into demon trees with the same excuse, and now he growled that even if he died, he would not accept being bait again. At that moment, only one extreme thought filled his mind, and then, the image of being swallowed by Yi Jing's corpse collector flashed in his memory. He gritted his teeth and glared at the blood demon, shaped like Ye Jing, standing blankly in the distance, hatred boiling inside. His greed never changed, and staring at the valuable crystals around him, he felt that with enough money, level and strength no longer mattered. With that thought, he began breaking off crystal chunks, planning to enhance his gear and later join a stronger team. Holding the crystals, he smirked, convinced no one would notice if he hit a few. Suddenly, a bright red warning popped up, trap activated. A laser beam from above swept across where two of them stood. The final ray locked onto Zhu Tong and pierced straight through his head, killing him instantly. The group fell into chaos, screams echoing as no one understood what just happened. Meanwhile, beyond the spatial mirror, Ye Jing had not returned. In front of him stood a level 1 demonized spiderling. Seeing the tiny creature, Ye Jing laughed. It was so weak it barely had any combat ability. He picked it up as it rubbed against him with a silly smile, and the system offered to upgrade it to level 5 for 5 BB points. Thinking it needed at least level 5 to protect itself, he agreed. Energy surged into it. Evolution completed, and it gained a new skill called Web Nest. Outside, Lao Chen turned pale and claimed it was just an accident. But Lao Jiang exploded in anger, grabbing his collar and demanding why greed had cost Zhu Tong his life. He shouted that Zhu Tong supported his entire family, risking his life daily in the abyss just to earn money, only to die because of a teammate. Under the accusations, Lao Chen argued back, saying there was nothing wrong with trying to earn more, and if Zhu Tong's strength had not declined, he would not still be risking himself here. The tension peaked as they nearly fought, and Lao Chen yelled that in this world, only money and power mattered, just as things spiraled out of control. From deep in the cave, Seza appeared, clapping and enjoying the drama, openly agreeing with Lao Chen. Smiling, he asked if Lao Chen wanted to join the Blood Alliance, since there was one open spot. Lao Jiang and Lao Chen both turned toward the newcomer. A subordinate beside Seza reminded him that someone had just died, and the corpse was still fresh. Seza calmly replied that death in the abyss was normal, and the weak only traded their lives for money. Whether they earned it or died made little difference. As he spoke, he dragged Lao Chen forward and explained that magic crystals only formed under the red moon, each worth as much as a city, enough for half a lifetime of luxury. But he had not mentioned one thing. To take these crystals out, a matching price must be paid. After a pause, he smiled wickedly and corrected himself. The price was not items, but lives. At that moment, a level 17 warrior from Caesar's side stepped forward. Everyone tensed, not daring to move. The red-haired man beside Caesar ordered them to mine the magic crystals and fill the basket ahead. Anyone who tried to run would die. Lao Jiang could not hold back, pointing out that every crystal risked triggering a deadly trap, which was no different from suicide. Caesar sneered and brought up his situation, asking if his wife did not urgently need money for treatment. He reminded Lao Jiang of his past vow to earn enough even at the cost of his life, and asked if those words were empty. Then he mocked them, saying trading life for money was what they always did anyway. Cornered with no escape, Lao Jiang had no choice left. He silently walked toward the crystal field. His trembling hand slowly reached for a magic crystal. Even though he had prepared himself, when he finally touched it, he broke down in tears, admitting he came here because of gambling debts, and that he had always been afraid of death. Seiza watched with pure contempt, seeing Lao Jiang as nothing but trash. Meanwhile, Lao Chen observed quietly, realizing Seiza was far stronger than anyone here, even stronger than his own peak, so he quickly switched sides and asked again about joining the Blood Alliance, introducing himself as a fire mage. Seiza looked surprised and asked his subordinate if he had really said that. After getting confirmation, he gestured for Lao Chen to come closer. Thinking his chance had come, Lao Chen immediately showed loyalty. Before he could finish, Seiza kicked him away, blood bursting from his mouth, mocking that a traitor who sold out teammates dared dream of joining them. Someone like him was only valuable as a corpse. Lao Chen lay on the ground, in too much pain to stand. Seiza declared that no one here would leave alive. He would kill them all, and hand their bodies to a necromancer to keep mining magic crystals. In his eyes, they were already dead, and just as Zhu Tong silently cursed them, Ye Jing finally returned, dismissing the blood demon and stepping forward. When Zhu Tong tried to yell, Ye Jing signaled him to calm down. He walked ahead and told Zhu Tong to leave it to him, and just watch. Then Ye Jing looked at Seiza and said casually, "It is just picking up a few stones. What is there to fear?" The man in the hat on the enemy side immediately got angry, shocked that a scavenger dared interfere. But Ye Jing was not bluffing. He bent down and picked up a magic crystal. Everyone nearby rushed to hide, thinking he would trigger the deadly trap and drag them all down. Yet nothing happened. The trap did not react, or maybe it only worked once. Ye Jing quickly analyzed that the trap was meant for instant death, but with high enough luck, the effect could drop to severe injury, light injury, or even nullified, and his luck had likely reached that final threshold. Thinking that, he casually picked up more crystals. The system kept showing trap not activated, and even Seza was stunned, saying if the trap was still active, then Ye Jing's luck had to be above 60. For a level 1 scavenger, having over 60 luck was almost impossible, since most classes could not naturally boost that stat. The red-haired man tried picking one up himself and reported back, and after 2 safe attempts, he declared the trap was completely gone. He even shouted for everyone to see that nothing was wrong. But the moment he finished speaking, a laser shot from behind and pierced his head instantly. The death was so sudden he could not even react. Seza flinched but stayed calm, ruling out other possibilities and concluding that Ye Jing had extraordinarily high luck, likely a rare trait of his class, since most people in the Abyss focused on combat power. Hearing them assume he built everything into luck, Ye Jing almost laughed, since his stats were actually balanced. Seza regained interest and changed plans. Instead of killing everyone, he decided keeping one high-luck corpse like Ye Jing was enough. The others were worthless. As soon as he spoke, all his subordinates drew their weapons, ready to wipe out the rest. Lao Zhang trembled, face pale, knowing official Blood Oath members were far beyond what they could handle, and Zhu Tong urged everyone to run. Lao Zhang grimaced in panic. He grabbed a crystal and bolted at full speed. Watching this, Ye Jing cursed under his breath, since they clearly had the advantage, yet they were still running, leaving Lao Zhang even more confused, because they only had a few people left. The advantage did not have to mean numbers. At that moment, a mage on the opposite side suddenly changed expression and asked if anyone heard something strange. They looked up. A tidal wave of demonized spiders was rushing in from all directions, a chilling sight. Seza's group immediately sounded the alarm as the beasts closed in. Zhu Tong looked at the spiders, then at Ye Jing, and while things were already bad, Ye Jing casually said they were just small spiders he picked up along the way, leaving Zhu Tong stunned that he could control them. Ye Jing gave no further explanation and kept observing the battlefield. In his sight was a level 20 necromancer. Beside him stood a level 17 berserker. There was also a level 18 hunter and a level 19 paladin. Ye Jing quickly calculated both sides, unsure how humans compared to monsters, but his instinct told him they still had a chance, except the system could not fully evaluate players with complete classes. And just then Seza spoke with interest, impressed by Ye Jing's control over abyss creatures. Ignoring him, Ye Jing continued thinking, and in raw stats alone, Seza was likely equal or even stronger than him. Meanwhile, Seza remained confident, saying level 10 spiders were nothing, ordering his men to clear the beasts first, then eliminate all witnesses, and not damage the magic crystals. Ye Jing knew he could still handle this, but the plan had changed, so he told everyone if they wanted to live, run toward the Chenjing Hall for shelter. Lao Zhang cursed Ye Jing countless times in his heart, thinking if he wanted to fight alone, then do it himself, since he did not want to die here. Terrified, he obeyed and ran toward Lao Chen. Zhu Tong stayed still, and Ye Jing reminded him that if he had his own goal in entering the abyss, then dying here made no sense. For once, Zhu Tong looked serious, gratitude and complex emotions in his eyes, promising he would not forget this. Then he turned and ran. But he had not gone far before another accident struck. Large rocks suddenly collapsed from above, sealing the escape route. Lao Zhang exploded in anger, while Zhu Tong awkwardly apologized, admitting he was always unlucky in the abyss and did not know why. On the other side, Seza's team had begun fighting the spiders. Caught off guard, the beasts fell into brief chaos. The enemy paladin charged to the front line. He loudly declared such weak monsters were nothing. But a web-spitting spider instantly shot Silk and blasted him backward. As he struggled to remove the sticky web, his pupils suddenly shrank. Ye Jing had appeared before him at ghost-like speed. The paladin raised his shield and mocked the gap between a level 1 and a level 19 like him. His eyes were full of confidence. He activated his strongest defensive skill. Ye Jing knew the level 10 spiders could only distract, and facing a professional team like Blood Oath required much more. A radiant aura spun around the paladin's body at blinding speed. Then a scream rang out as the paladin clutched his leg and collapsed. Ye Jing instantly closed in to press the attack. Just as he prepared the finishing blow, 2 arrows tore through the air from afar. Fortunately, he had sensed them and swiftly tilted aside. The 2 archers were stunned, one even questioning if Ye Jing truly dodged, or if he had misfired and ordered another shot. They drew their bows again. Another volley flew out. Yi Jing calmly swung his weapon and shattered both arrows mid-air. This shocked them even more, since they were sure the shots were accurate. But Yi Jing gave them no time to think and activated Fire Burst. A violent explosion streaked toward the two archers. Both barely leapt aside in time to avoid it. They all had the same thought. This guy was way stronger than they imagined. In another area, an enemy berserker swung his great blade straight into the demon spiders, roaring with killing intent. With one slash, the spider in front of Chu Tong and Lao Zhang was split in half. Then his icy gaze shifted to the two of them. Chu Tong panicked and quickly explained he hadn't joined the fight, begging the man not to attack. But Lao Zhang charged forward instead. Ignoring the danger, he raised his sword to block for Chu Tong and shouted for him to get back. Even so, he still turned around and cursed Chu Tong, saying this mess was all his fault. He roared that if they wanted to live, they had to stand up and fight. Even exhausted, Lao Zhang forced himself to lift his shield and block the next strike. But the enemy's power was beyond anything he expected, and he was sent flying instantly. Blood sprayed the moment he hit the ground. His sword stabbed into the dirt right in front of Chu Tong. The berserker slowly walked closer, face filled with killing intent. Lao Zhang struggled to his feet and suddenly burst out laughing. He felt he never should have stepped into the abyss in the first place. He shouted that trading one life for another was fine. Death would clear all debts, so if they wanted to kill him, just do it. But the enemy didn't hesitate at all. The great blade was raised high. Just as it was about to fall, he suddenly froze. With difficulty, he turned to look at Chu Tong behind him, his body completely unable to move. Chu Tong was holding a microphone, activating a skill, secretly relieved that he finally hit the right target. He urged Lao Zhang to counterattack, since his immobilization spell had worked. But the joy didn't last long. Lao Zhang nearly exploded in anger, because he was frozen by the same skill. Even Yi Jing, who was fighting multiple enemies alone, couldn't help glancing over. Meanwhile, the necromancer finally made his move. He rose into the air, dark energy swirling around him, saying that no matter how special Yi Jing's power was, his mana had limits. Hearing that, Yi Jing quickly checked himself. Maintaining the summons and controlling the spider swarm was constantly draining his mana, so he took out an item he had prepared in advance. Seeing Yi Jing casually pull out a cup of water and drink in the middle of battle, the mage was stunned. He sneered, thinking no recovery item could restore that much mana in time. Then he continued casting, proudly declaring that, as Enshrank Necromancer, the corpses he controlled would fight until they completely crumbled. The moment he mentioned corpse control, Yi Jing's eyes lit up. At the same time, his mana was fully restored. He directly summoned the garbage collector machine and said the dead deserved rest, not exploitation. The machine activated instantly and began collecting every corpse on the battlefield. The necromancer turned pale as all the bodies under his control vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yi Jing appeared right in front of him. He threw a punch. The necromancer was smashed to the ground, completely unable to stand again. Only then did Seiza finally speak. He admitted Yi Jing's tricks were interesting and recalled noticing him at the drink shop. Yi Jing looked straight at him and said if everyone had just taken their own gains and left, it wouldn't have come to this. What he couldn't accept was Seiza treating human lives as tools for resources, especially the fact that Seiza once used him as a scapegoat. But Seiza still had no idea who he was facing. He mocked that having some strength didn't change the fate of being cannon fodder. In his eyes, even his weakest subordinates ranked above someone like Yi Jing. In this world, only the ruthless stood at the top. Right then, a subordinate's desperate plea for mercy rang in Seiza's ear. He turned and saw the man being restrained by Chu Tong. Seiza simply sneered and said only one side would leave the abyss alive. Chu Tong nodded in agreement. Even while still affected by the immobilization spell, Lao Zhang shouted for everyone not to believe him. Once they resisted, there was no turning back. The only way was to fight to the end. Chu Tong's hands trembled. He admitted he was just a normal support, not even used to killing monsters, let alone killing people. Seiza looked at Yi Jing and coldly declared this clash would end only when one side was completely wiped out. Yi Jing smiled faintly. He didn't care about those arguments. What he believed was simple. Everyone had the right to choose their own path, whether that meant stepping into the abyss or walking out alive. Seiza finally made his move. He spat out a line of contempt and attacked. A devastating punch shot toward Yi Jing, and he barely managed to block it. But blocking didn't mean enduring. He was blasted away and slammed into the rock wall. Pain surged through his body. From that single clash, Yi Jing knew this was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. His pupils shrank sharply. Seiza pressed in like a raging torrent, clearly aiming to kill on the spot. Luckily, Ye Jing stayed calm enough to dodge the fatal blow. In front of absolute power, tricks meant nothing. In the distance, Chu Tong froze as he watched. Right then, the warrior he restrained spoke up. The man coldly reminded him that he was too weak. His magic had already been broken. The next second, Chu Tong was sent flying. Blood streamed nonstop from his eyes. He thought his life was about to end. But Lao Zheng, the hot-tempered old man who always complained, rushed out again and rammed the enemy away. He roared at Chu Tong to act now. Before he could finish, he was countered and smashed down even harder than before. Even on the verge of collapse, he still shouted for Chu Tong to move. Both hands injured, Lao Zheng's eyes were still full of trust. His hoarse voice asked if Chu Tong wasn't supposed to be strong, wasn't he the captain? Only then did Chu Tong realize he had been wrong from the start. He was just a naive burden. He became captain of the cannon fodder squad only to avoid direct combat. He muttered in self-mockery. Facing danger and still not daring to fight made him utterly useless. He was never as strong as people thought. When the enemy approached, he once cowardly knelt and begged for mercy. Memories of being looked down on flooded back. Back then, he was the only one who could barely deal any damage. They mocked him for relying on a tiny bit of talent while still wanting to fight. In the end, they kicked him out of the team. Rejected everywhere, he had nowhere left to go. Until the day he met Seiza, who asked what class he had. Chu Tong stuttered that he was just a level 3 bard, yet Seiza still told him to follow. Meanwhile, Ye Jing was beaten until his vision blurred, but Seiza still didn't stop. If anything, he seemed more excited the longer he fought. This was the Dragon Surge martial art of a fighter, a skill that dealt continuous true damage to internal organs. The more mana you used, the worse the injuries became, even leading to sudden death. In other words, it was a technique designed to cripple mana-based powerhouses. Enduring the pain, Ye Jing forced himself up and realized Seiza's speed was terrifying. Even if he ran, Seiza would chase him down. As he calculated every option, he thought about the bleeding effect from that skill, something he actually needed right now. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He immediately called out to Chu Tong. Dodging Seiza, Ye Jing rushed toward Chu Tong and collapsed in front of him, as if completely drained. After a brief silence, he said, "If you only wait for others' mercy, you will never escape weakness." Absolute power was what he desired more than anyone. His face showed almost no emotion, but every word was firm. He too once hated his own helplessness. Painful memories resurfaced, reminding him how weak he used to be. But he never thought of running. Being weak wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was letting your heart surrender. Hearing that, something clicked inside Chu Tong. Notifications flooded in. 0 damage. Unwilling. Still 0. Yet among countless failures, one critical hit finally dealt a single point of damage. And in that very instant, everything seemed to freeze. Ye Jing knew he had succeeded. All it took was the courage to take the first step. He pushed himself up, wiped the blood from his lips, and continued. He believed his entire life had been preparing him to become a king one day, even if he started as trash in others' eyes. Chu Tong was completely drawn in. The word king echoed nonstop in his mind. Chu Tong tightened his grip on his weapon. He knew if he didn't change, death was the only ending. Living in ridicule and running from every fight was no longer an option. The fear in his eyes faded. His inferiority vanished, replaced by pure determination. He told himself he had to grow stronger, had to reach the level of a king. The nearby enemy burst out laughing. A level 3 support like Chu Tong breaking a level 17 main fighter's armor. Impossible. He even stood still and dared him to attack. But Chu Tong suddenly threw his sword away. The enemy froze, completely confused. The familiar microphone appeared in Chu Tong's hand. He instantly activated Grand Poetry Dispersion. The enemy's face changed the moment he saw it. Even Seiza couldn't hide his shock. Ye Jing smiled with confidence. His plan had worked. He had found the strongest support possible. The system notification appeared. A buff was activated. Damage, defense, speed, and resistance, all increased by 15%. At the same time, Ye Jing summoned his final trump card, Blood Dream Demon. The Blood Demon appeared with a bored expression. It clearly didn't expect to be summoned again. In an instant, it transformed into a copy of Ye Jing and appeared behind the enemy. Then it lunged forward, restraining him like it wanted to devour him whole. The warrior screamed in pain and panic. Chu Tong only glanced at him briefly. Then he focused back on the main battle. Seiza sneered, saying they were courting death, and threw out a heavy punch. The strike was fast and brutal, but with his enhanced body, Ye Jing dodged far more easily. He could feel his abundant mana accelerating his recovery. Seizing the chance, Ye Jing countered with his sharp dagger. Even so, Seiza barely avoided the fatal hit. The fight grew balanced. Each clash sent dust exploding across the battlefield. Seiza started noticing something wrong. His armor no longer worked like before. Even Ye Jing's old dagger could pierce it. Yi Jing understood at once. The defense-signaling effect from flesh explosion was still active, but the bleeding status on him hadn't disappeared either. He knew time was limited, so he accelerated and closed in directly. Seeing that determined gaze, Seiza became even more excited. He twisted his body and narrowly dodged the fierce attack. Seiza proudly declared that 20 years of combat training would never lose to a brat like Yi Jing, and blocked the next strike with his hand. Laughing loudly, he slammed a heavy punch straight into Yi Jing's face and asked if he finally felt the gap between them. According to him, fighters could develop in many ways, and he chose pure destructive power. Hit head-on, Yi Jing was sent sliding across the ground, blood spilling from his lips. But he immediately stood up, preparing for the next decisive clash. Even mid-fight, Seiza kept boasting that he despised weak techniques and converted all his potential into raw power. He roared and unleashed his ultimate move, Heaven-Shattering Fist. The terrifying force completely overwhelmed Yi Jing and blasted him off the battlefield. His body smashed into massive rocks, shattering them into countless fragments. Seiza laughed arrogantly, saying Yi Jing was a fool to face his ultimate head-on. In his eyes, the kid had no chance of winning. Even with his body in extreme pain, Yi Jing spoke. He decided to pour all his remaining stat points into strength. The system confirmed the use of all 176 free points. Tearing off his ruined shirt, Yi Jing stepped forward with an aura never seen before. Seiza had no idea what was happening. He could only stare in confusion. In an instant, Yi Jing's strength stat skyrocketed. His muscles visibly transformed, and a new surge of power flooded his body. Even so, Seiza remained confident. He laughed and prepared to throw his strongest punch again. Yi Jing calculated silently. He didn't know how much a fighter's combat skill could amplify strength, but he chose to face it head-on. With every point invested into strength, he believed this punch would be enough to counter Seiza. The two of them charged at each other at the same time. It was another fist clash, just like before, but this time, the outcome was different. One figure was blasted into the air, and this time, it was Seiza. His hand was nearly shattered. Blood poured from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Only now did he feel the true pain. One question echoed in his mind. How could that punch be so powerful? His body slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Watching everything unfold, Chu Tong stood there in total shock at Yi Jing's strength. Seiza was still dazed on the ground, but Yi Jing had already closed the distance. He gave no chance to recover. This fight had to end now. One hand grabbed Seiza's head. The other prepared the final blow. Under Seiza's horrified gaze, Yi Jing coldly declared that from today on, he was nothing but cannon fodder. Those words dragged Seiza back to his past 8 years ago. Back then, he was just a strong young man with tied-back hair, ordered every day to clean equipment for stronger members preparing for deep dungeon runs. The leader always said the weak only existed to serve the strong. If he wanted to become an official member, he had to prove his value. He endured every insult in silence. Some even said he was destined to be a sacrifice his whole life. Still, Seiza believed that if he proved himself, he would rise step by step, so he dared to face a monster far beyond his level. He kept telling himself this was his chance. Looking at his empty hands, he once thought the fight wouldn't be that hard. For a rookie, that was pure naivety. The monster rushed in, with just one arm. It crushed him without hesitation. His jaw shattered, 8 ribs broke, his heart was pierced, his liver, spleen, and kidneys were heavily damaged. A doctor's calm voice listed the results, saying saving him had cost a huge amount of crystal stones. Seiza lay inside a special treatment device. The doctor explained that Abyss research could now extract special cells from Abyss creatures and implant them into humans. Luckily, Seiza had high compatibility. The good news was he would live, but, with a twisted smile, the doctor said he was now a hybrid creature. After waking up, Seiza was finally acknowledged as an official member. Sitting high above, the leader tossed down the guild badge and told him to wear it, to become his useful right hand and loyal dog. Seiza excitedly picked it up, but still asked about the teammates who fought beside him. The leader calmly said, they were all dead. That sentence made Seiza understand the true face of this world. Without value, you were nothing but trash. Back in reality, Seiza roared and grabbed the arm restraining him. A new surge of power exploded. His defense increased. His speed rose. He sprang up and seized control of the fight. It all happened too suddenly. Even Yi Jing was stunned. Did he just recover? Seiza's eyes turned crimson, his face twisted with madness. Without giving Yi Jing time to react, he launched a brutal strike. Though forced back, Yi Jing managed to stay on his feet. Seiza slowly explained that crystal stones were condensed energy in solid form. His body began to transform. Nails sharpened. Pupils turned red. Horns grew from his forehead. His shoulders and body showed signs of mutation. Thanks to the implanted monster organs, he could directly absorb magic crystal energy. In a short time, that power pushed him beyond abyss boss level. Seiza's arrogant confidence returned. At that moment, the system issued a warning. Seiza was now identified as Boss Rodrigo. Meanwhile, Yi Jing's berserk state had ended, and 30 seconds of weakness began. Wiping blood from his lips, he was shocked the system truly ranked him as a boss. From afar, Chu Tong called out in worry, while Yi Jing cursed the terrible timing. Seiza laughed loudly and said the price of power was simply abandoning human dignity. The moment he finished speaking, Seiza rushed forward, cracking the ground beneath his feet. He claimed that once you abandoned being human and became a monster, no moral limits could bind you. Yi Jing instantly dodged the incoming strike. Seiza had completely lost his calm. He attacked like a crazed beast, tireless, screaming that any price was worth this power. Yi Jing glanced up calmly. Seiza was diving from the air with terrifying momentum. Watching that scene, Chu Tong couldn't hide his shock at such overwhelming strength. A wave of helplessness rose in his heart. Compared to true powerhouses, they were nobodies. Yi Jing had been hiding his real strength all along, and the gap was far beyond imagination. Meanwhile, Seiza's body mutated further. Even full-force attacks barely affected him. The pressure from his explosive aura made the air tremble. Seiza threw his head back and laughed, saying the strong were born to rule, and the weak could only kneel. To him, this monstrous appearance was a small price for supreme power. His claws grew longer. His red eyes gleamed like a predator. Suddenly, Seiza remembered there was still one person left. His cold gaze shifted to Chu Tong. Yi Jing calmly remarked that however ugly Seiza became, had nothing to do with him. Seiza stepped forward and declared the mission to collect magic crystals was ruined, and Chu Tong would be the final witness to this tragic ending. He even mocked that he would grant Chu Tong a special death. Chu Tong stumbled back in panic. By instinct, he raised his hand to keep distance and begged for a little more time, saying he still had something to say. Seiza sneered that a useless bard sure talked a lot. Without listening further, he grabbed Chu Tong by the throat and lifted him up. Even so, he asked if there were any last words. Chu Tong rasped that the only thing he wanted was to leave the abyss alive. Seiza tightened his grip, nearly cutting off his breath. Still, Chu Tong forced out that Seiza wouldn't be the only one witnessing this tragedy. Hearing that, Seiza turned toward the pile of blood demon, remains he had destroyed, and sensed something wrong. From within the regenerating mass of flesh, Yi Jing stepped out unharmed. He casually tossed aside the empty cup and said, "Thanks to Chu Tong buying time, his weakened state had ended." Raising the blood dream demon in his hand, Yi Jing calmly explained that observing from outside wasn't enough to understand Seiza's body. He had used the demon's special ability to make direct contact and gather all hidden information. Seiza narrowed his eyes. Though he admired his opponent slightly, he couldn't hide his confusion. Was the one he killed just a disguise? When had it started? Yi Jing patiently answered as if giving final words. Power beyond limits always came with a price. A fighter's berserk skill boosted strength briefly, but the cost was 30 seconds of exhaustion. Yi Jing's gaze turned icy. Seiza's body had crossed the line between human and monster. When he reached into the abyss for power, the abyss would demand payment in return. Seiza laughed mockingly. In his mind, all this power belonged to him alone. His savage expression shifted back to Chu Tong. Seiza roared and charged, determined to kill him immediately. Chu Tong froze in fear. Looking at Yi Jing now, he felt the man had completely changed and instinctively shouted a warning. But in that instant, Yi Jing moved first. A sudden blow slammed into Seiza, catching him off guard and forcing a cry of pain. The ambush made him retreat and readjust his stance. During the clash, Yi Jing quickly realized that the extreme mutation had greatly reduced Seiza's speed. The battle raged on. Both fought with everything. Neither planned to step back. Blocking and striking barehanded, Yi Jing felt how inconvenient it was. With a weapon, this would be much easier. Seeing the stalemate and Yi Jing starting to lose ground, Chu Tong shouted his name. Then he threw the dagger toward Yi Jing and yelled for him to catch it. Yi Jing is slightly surprised, but still catches his familiar dagger in one smooth move. Seiza, fully mutated with dark red spikes all over his body, charges like a wild predator straight at Yi Jing. Yi Jing leaps up and throws a counterpunch, but Seiza blocks it instantly. Right after the clash, Yi Jing shifts direction mid-air, appears behind Seiza, and leaves a deep slash across his back. After landing the hit, he pulls back at once. Seiza grits his teeth, furious as he realizes every strike targets a vital spot. Yi Jing smirks and reminds him that speed and agility have always been his strongest weapons. Seiza's eyes glow red, blood dripping from his mouth. He roars that this insult will only make Yi Jing's death more painful, because he has reached a higher level of existence. His sharp claws tear through the air, but Yi Jing simply tilts his body and dodges with ease. While evading, Yi Jing coldly asks what this so-called higher existence even means. His fist slams straight into Seiza's face. Ye Jing says to him, he is no different from the demonic creatures crawling in the abyss. Caesar clutches his head and screams. His red pupils suddenly widen as if something inside him is violently changing. His clothes rip apart, muscles swelling unnaturally. The look in his eyes is now that of a true monster. Seeing this, Ye Jing understands Caesar has fallen too deep, and there is no turning back. His gaze turns icy. Staring at the creature before him, he asks if Caesar has heard the call of the abyss. Those words make Caesar's eyes snap wide open. Terror floods his face as if he is seeing something horrifying. He screams for it to disappear and stop dragging him down. Caesar completely loses his mind, punching wildly while shouting that he has proven his worth. He refuses to be cannon fodder and refuses to die. Zhu Tong watches in shock. He realizes Caesar's mind has collapsed, and this is the perfect opening. Ye Jing also shifts his gaze to the out-of-control monster, his expression deadly serious. Caesar spreads his arms and throws his head back, laughing like a madman. At that moment, Ye Jing calls Zhu Tong captain and says his main body is switching positions with the Blood Dream Demon. As Ye Jing's body slowly fades, Zhu Tong panics. Zhu Tong is almost in tears, thinking Ye Jing is about to die, but Ye Jing calmly checks a new system mission. The condition is to defeat Caesar without killing him for a rare reward, and even Ye Jing finds it absurdly difficult. He quickly calculates. Someone like Caesar can never be taken as a prisoner. Even his own team would not accept his current form. Still, the rare reward is tempting enough to try. Before fully disappearing, Ye Jing tells Zhu Tong to keep Caesar distracted for 5 seconds. He also states that killing Caesar is no longer necessary. Ye Jing recalls the demonic creatures of the abyss, and one unchanging rule. Anyone completely demonized no longer belongs to the outside world. As Caesar turns and walks deeper into the darkness of the abyss, Ye Jing understands the abyss has officially accepted him. Caesar's figure fades into the night. Ye Jing remembers the rumor that when the blood moon rises, beasts go mad. This time, the one who lost his mind is human. Somewhere else, a giant spiked monster hides on the cave ceiling. Below, Lao Chen happily collects loot after the battle. Opening a chest he just found, he sees countless skill cards inside and cannot hide his greed. He laughs in excitement, believing this is finally his chance to change his fate. Hugging the stack of cards, Lao Chen imagines new gear and a glorious future. Sadly, he does not notice Caesar standing behind him, eyes crazed and drool dripping. Sometime later, inside a luxurious tavern, Zhu Tong suddenly slams his head onto the table and loudly begs to call Ye Jing big brother, declaring he wants to follow him from now on. Ye Jing freezes with a cup in hand. Embarrassed, he says he is not used to such grand gestures. But Zhu Tong is dead serious, saying those words inspired him to live on and become a king, and he swears loyalty for life. Ye Jing can only sigh. He admits he just said those lines to boost morale, and now he is so embarrassed he wants to hide. But Zhu Tong does not believe that at all. In his eyes, Ye Jing's words helped him find his worth and a goal to chase. Hearing this, Ye Jing starts sweating. He asks about Zhu Tong's future plans, and Zhu Tong confidently brings up being called the #1 support. Ye Jing goes blank, not remembering ever saying that. Full of passion, Zhu Tong declares his goal is to become the strongest support of them all. That only makes Ye Jing more worried. With Zhu Tong's current luck and strength, surviving this long is already a miracle, and more encouragement might just push him toward death. Meanwhile, Zhu Tong keeps dreaming about the future. He imagines Ye Jing charging ahead while he supports from behind, forming the perfect team. But Ye Jing cuts him off and tells him not to return to the abyss. Those words hit like cold water. Zhu Tong freezes and asks if he heard that right. Ye Jing bluntly says, a support who can only buff others but is too weak to protect himself is not qualified. Even feeling guilty, he says it because he does not want Zhu Tong gambling his life again. After a heavy silence, Ye Jing takes out 1,000 demon crystals and places them on the table. He says it is enough for a long time, as long as Zhu Tong promises never to enter the abyss again. Zhu Tong stares at the crystals, deep in thought. He clenches his fists and admits he knows those harsh words come from Ye Jing's concern. But Zhu Tong firmly says he cannot accept living as someone useless. He would rather risk his life than live under contempt. Ye Jing is somewhat satisfied with that resolve, but he keeps persuading him. His eyes are firm as he says someone who cannot protect himself cannot protect anyone else. Then he takes out a broken sword and reminds Zhu Tong that his staff only uses one hand. Seeing it, Zhu Tong instantly recognizes it as Old List's sword. Right in front of him, Ye Jing restores the sword to its complete form and slams it onto the table, leaving Zhu Tong stunned. Ye Jing begins explaining the profession called Corpse Bard. It combines magic and close combat, boosts support power, weakens enemy spells, and even controls magical attacks. Under Zhu Tong's shocked gaze, Ye Jing says he could not wield this sword before because of Old Li. From now on, he should use it to carry on Old Li's will. That is the true way to repay the dead. Zutong takes the sword, bows deeply, and firmly says he does not need the demon crystals. Yi Jing immediately tells him to give them to the families of Lao Ju and Old Li instead. There will be plenty of chances to earn more in the future. Zutong rests the sword on his shoulder, spirit reignited, and loudly agrees. In a pitch-black space, a bright pink energy core glows, filled with moving white streaks of light. 3 people stand within it. A striking young woman holds a file and begins her report. After the Blood Red Moon incident, an Shrank team was sent to clear the Abyss Zone. 8 bodies from the Blood Oath team were found. As for Captain Seza, he was heavily corrupted by the Abyss, fully turned into a monster, and is now on the elimination list. The man sitting in the chair listens closely. When he hears that other unrelated bodies were found, including a familiar face, he immediately asks for the name. The woman hands over the file and says, "It is Chen Xingdian, previously accused of killing his teammate during an Abyss expedition." Holding the files of Chen Xingdian and Seza, the woman explains that Chen Xingdian's body still had full high-grade gear. Most likely, after Seza mutated, a fierce battle broke out between them. In the end, Seza was killed, possibly due to an unexpected variable. After reviewing the file, the man asks if there was only one variable. The woman confirms. He calmly says he understands. The man beside him asks if their plan has failed. The one in the chair tightens his grip on the file and coldly says Chiza was just a useless pawn, unable to prove his value and only capable of dragging others down. The story now shifts to Shenfeng City People's Hospital. Inside, the hospital is as crowded as ever. At that moment, a man in a white lab coat quietly enters through the emergency stairwell. In a sealed room, a haggard man sits on the floor, trembling and muttering for forgiveness, saying he has no other choice this time. He slowly raises his hand, revealing a strange purple-black lock, choking that he is only acting under pressure. The object suddenly emits a bizarre purple glow. The light rapidly spreads throughout the area. Countless purple-black streaks shoot out like venomous snakes, sweeping toward nearby civilians. Panic screams erupt everywhere. The man stares ahead in horror, as if realizing something terrifying. In mid-air, the purple light tears open space and forms a massive gate. The crowd descends into chaos, recognizing it as an abyss gate and sounding the alarm. At the same time, in a familiar memory, flames blaze again. A vicious demonic beast chases 2 siblings. The older brother runs while telling his sister never to let go and never look back. But the distance closes fast. Seeing the beast leap forward, the brother can only scream for Xiaozhu to run. The monster's sharp claws sweep across, knocking the brother to the ground. The impact makes the boy cry out in pain. His little sister is bitten by the beast, crying in despair as she calls for her brother. Yi Jing jolts awake in bed, gasping for air. The familiar nightmare has returned again. His body is soaked in sweat, his breathing still unstable. Lying back down, he rubs his forehead in frustration. The same dream keeps repeating. Just then, he suddenly remembers something as he looks at his phone. Not long after, Ye Jing arrives at a flower shop in the city. As soon as he enters, he greets the owner and asks for a bouquet. Sister Zheng smiles and asks if he is visiting his sister again. Yi Jing nods and says work delayed him. Sister Zheng warmly encourages him, saying his sister is lucky to have such a caring brother. She even compliments his new haircut. The earlier image flashes in Yi Jing's mind. A burly uncle once dragged him to try a new hairstyle, a memory that still gives him chills. To change the topic, he helps Sister Zheng carry 2 flower pots outside, and she thanks him happily. As they step out front, 2 military vehicles speed past. Sister Zheng looks confused, saying many vehicles have rushed toward the hospital, including several from Awakeners. She suspects something big happened. At the word hospital, Ye Jing sharpens his focus. As if recalling something crucial, he instantly bursts forward and shoots into the sky, leaving the flower shop owner frozen in shock. His figure slices through the air, racing past high-rise buildings at extreme speed. In a short time, he appears at the hospital entrance, where an abyss gate stands open. Orders to seal the area echo non-stop. Seeing the scene, Ye Jing is stunned. He cannot understand why an abyss gate would appear here. The moment he lands, nearby guards notice him. A security officer signals him to step back, stating the area is sealed and civilians are not allowed near. But seconds later, the officer's face changes as if recognizing someone terrifying. He nervously watches Yi Jing walk calmly toward the abyss entrance. A middle-aged man approaches and knocks the guard on the head, scolding him for letting outsiders enter a dangerous zone. The guard hurriedly explains that the young man is the same kind of figure as those who went in earlier, people they cannot afford to offend. Hearing that, the middle-aged man simply tells him to leave it. As Yi Jing moves deeper inside, his eyes are filled with determination. In his heart, only one thought remains. This time, he must save his sister. Stepping through the abyss gate, a massive multi-level castle appears before him. He quickly realizes the abyss transformation has created an entirely new space inside the hospital, far larger than the building outside. After scanning the area, Ye Jing notices most of it has already been cleared. It seems a professional awakener team entered before him. He bends down and picks up a bottle left on the ground. A bit of blue liquid remains inside. One glance is enough for him to know this is an expensive item used by wealthy hunting teams. A similar blue potion appears in his hand. After checking, he confirms it is a large mana recovery potion, restoring 85 mana instantly, reducing fatigue, and cutting mana consumption in half for the next 30 seconds. Holding the potion, Ye Jing calculates silently. This time he plans to enter the abyss alone to find Xiaoju, so his mana usage will far exceed normal. Every preparation must be precise. After walking further, he stops as two separate paths appear ahead, leading in different directions. A faint purple glow flashes in his pupils as he activates his observation ability. A system panel appears, stating that once a path is chosen, the other cannot be returned to. Ye Jing crouches to examine the marks on the ground and deduces they were left not long ago, likely by the earlier hunter team. If their goal was rescue, then he should choose the opposite path to increase his chance of finding Xiao Zhu. Picking up one of the markers, he turns and heads the other way. He cannot help but think this abyss is unimaginably vast, possibly requiring every branch to be cleared before reaching the deepest zone. He quickly pushes aside the thought. For ordinary people trapped here, every second is deadly. He must race against time. As he runs, he notices a long red carpet stretching ahead. This suggests no one has stepped into this area yet. Looking back, Ye Jing sees the previous path completely sealed by a purple light barrier. The retreat is gone. He takes out a staff with a strange eye embedded at the top, recalling its function. If he gets lost in a maze, it can at least record part of the terrain. Gripping the staff, he activates it. The system announces that the Eye of Argos has been used. He immediately requests to open the map. The reply states the map cannot display the current area. Observing his surroundings, Ye Jing understands why others left manual marks. Here, almost all navigation methods are useless. This must be one of the abyss's special rules. Just then, from a door swallowed in darkness, a twisted mass of flesh with countless tentacles crawls in. He instantly turns around, tightening his grip on his weapon, wondering if this is a trap mechanism. But he quickly dismisses the idea since he heard no activation sound. Ye Jing focuses on sensing every movement. The space is eerily silent. In that very moment, danger erupts from behind him. A shadowy figure holding a massive axe suddenly slams down from the rear. Acting on instinct, he narrowly dodges the fatal strike. After flipping, he plants one hand on the ground and stabilizes himself. Without hesitation, he dashes forward and unleashes a powerful horizontal slash. The blade splits the enemy in half, but a system notification shocks him. The attack is completely ineffective. Seeing this, Ye Jing immediately considers that the monster may be immune to physical damage. In an instant, the severed body fuses back together as if nothing happened. It then roars and releases a terrifying sonic wave. He tries to cover his ears, but it is useless. Blood spills from his senses, and the system warns that he has entered a deafened state. His environmental awareness is severely reduced. Only now does he realize he made a massive mistake by underestimating the abyss. Enduring the pain, he searches his memory about this creature. After a few seconds, he recalls it is a monster that operates under special rules. A memory surfaces. 3 years ago, he once sat among scattered demon crystals, with massive strange-shaped stones before him. Back then, he was panting while cautiously observing the bizarre statues, feeling uneasy. The stone statues all resembled humans, with wings on their backs, like angels. He even felt relieved, thinking it could have been something worse. After confirming they were just statues, he calmly collected every demon crystal on the ground, reminding himself not to waste a single piece. But outside his sight, the statues had already begun to move, silently watching his every action. At that moment, he senses something wrong and instantly turns around. In front of him are countless re-dyed creatures reaching toward him at the same time. Ye Jing jumps up in shock. Just seconds ago, they were nothing but motionless stones. A man nearby shouts a warning. Never turn your back on them. Always keep them in sight. They are crying stone demons. The name alone sends chills down Ye Jing's spine. Hearing the voice, Ye Jing almost turns his head again. The man yells for him to stare at the statues, not at him. Ye Jing quickly obeys. The man explains that monsters in the demon abyss act by strict rules. The higher the rank, the more terrifying the rule. These rank-crying stone demons do not hunt actively, but once someone sees them, they turn to stone and lock onto that target. He continues that the moment the target looks away, they move at horrifying speed and can kill most awakeners instantly. Ye Jing asks what to do next. The man tells him to follow orders exactly. Keep staring at them and slowly back toward the door. Do not blink. Yi Jing wipes his sweat and nods. They begin stepping back. Step by step, they leave the dangerous room. But suddenly, Ye Jing kicks a loose stone on the ground. He loses balance and falls, demon crystals scattering everywhere. The man beside him turns pale. The statues open their eyes at once, letting out eerie screams as they come to life. They slowly approach. In desperation, the man grabs a lever fixed to the wall. He pulls it down with all his strength. A massive stone wall crashes down, sealing the entrance. Yi Jing lies on the floor, still shaken. He sighs in relief and thanks the man. The man laughs and says he is lucky. If he had charged them head-on like others, he would be dead without hurting them at all. The man proudly adds that while he lacks combat power, his survival experience is second to none. The memory ends. Back in reality, a flame appears in Yi Jing's hand. His past experience still holds value. A faint golden light spreads from his body. If the enemy is immune to physical damage, then magic must be the key. Without hesitation, he raises his hand to cast Great Explosion Flame. But the moment he activates it, his expression changes. The fire feels wrong. The familiar red flame turns green, and the energy surges far beyond before. Feeling the terrifying heat, Yi Jing curses inwardly. The control over fire here is clearly distorted. With no choice, he extinguishes the flame. Most of his combat style relies on fire. Meanwhile, the monster swings its scythe again. As the attack closes in, an image of a hunting wolf flashes in his mind. With boosted speed, he narrowly avoids the strike. Wiping blood from his mouth, he frowns. Xiao Zhu is still missing, yet he is already stalled in the first room. Unacceptable. The enemy is immune to physical damage, but fights in close combat. Something does not add up. The monster gives him no time to think, and charges again with its scythe. A red arc slices through the air. Yi Jing leaps high and dodges. But the creature keeps chasing, without pause. He draws his blade and blocks the descending scythe directly. At the moment of impact, his purple eyes flash. A sudden thought hits him. This attack can be blocked. While evading the next strike, he pieces everything together. He finally understands the ability. This evil spirit only materializes when it attacks. Dodging again, he notices the scythe has not yet been withdrawn. That means during that window, it loses physical immunity. Seizing the rare chance, he bursts forward. The blade in his hand tore through the air like lightning and sliced across the enemy. Ye Jing calmly realized that once it started attacking, pure physical damage became its fatal weakness. The moment it was hit, the monster's body erupted in a blinding red glow. Yi Jing looked up at the floating energy sphere above with a dark expression. The red sphere shook violently, like something inside was about to break out. Just seconds later, the monster's figure appeared once again. This time it was twice as large, wrapped in heavy evil aura. Yi Jing smirked. So this was its second evolution. The monster roared and pulled all nearby energy into its body. Feeling the rising pressure, Ye Jing started thinking about survival. His hearing was wrecked by the earlier scream, and his awareness was crippled. Maybe it was time to activate Immortal Blood Cloud Body. But he shut that idea down instantly. The skill was still on cooldown for at least 30 more seconds, and his mana couldn't handle that insane drain back to back. The monster suddenly accelerated and swung its scythe straight at Yi Jing. Blood burst from both his shoulders. He gritted his teeth, knowing he barely survived by luck. This thing's ability was a nightmare to deal with. Right then, the system notified him that his wounds were healed and all debuffs were removed. Green light covered his body. Yi Jing understood. Keeping his HP stable was the top priority. But instead of pressing forward, the monster suddenly showed fear. It quickly retreated. Yi Jing noticed that in its second evolution, the evil spirit was extremely afraid of light. Even the faint glow from his healing skill kept it at bay. Realizing the key point, he smiled. A red flame ignited in his palm. The monster seemed to recall the strange blue fire before and showed a smug expression. Yi Jing clenched his burning hand. Then he slammed the flame straight into his own chest. The monster froze as his entire body was engulfed in fire. With a dangerous smile, Ye Jing said everything was clear now. Facing the massive flames, the monster turned and ran like it had seen its natural enemy. Enduring the searing pain, he figured it out. The evil spirit feared fire because it was its core weakness. Burned souls haunted its instincts, but its scream curse destabilized fire skills, making them almost impossible to use normally. The phantom of a werewolf appeared around his body again. Yi Jing charged forward and grabbed the struggling monster. He roared that if he couldn't cast fire normally, then he would become the fire. The evil spirit screamed in agony. Holding it tight, he unleashed all his power and activated Great Explosion Flame. A blinding light detonated and lit up the entire area. After the violent blast, both of them crashed heavily onto the ground. Looking at the fading flames, Ye Jing saw the system confirm the evil spirit was eliminated. Another alert popped up. His HP had dropped below 10%. The system warned that his arm was severely burned and temporarily unusable for weapons or spells. Still, Ye Jing was satisfied. The price was high, but acceptable. Once his strongest healing skill cooled down, he would recover. But when he looked at the burning remains, his face changed. If the loot turned to ash, that would be a disaster. He immediately pointed at the corpse. Two giant hands appeared from thin air and dragged it over. Ye Jing quickly activated the retrieval ability. A card appeared, showing the Grim Reaper holding a scythe. It was the divine artifact Sony Aper. It could summon an evil spirit to sweep across a wide area with a death scythe, dealing massive true damage. If the skill killed a target, Despair Harvest would trigger, restoring HP and mana. If multiple targets were harvested at once, the user entered short-term invisibility, immune to physical attacks and able to pass through obstacles. But if the strike failed to kill, all damage would reflect back to the user. This soulbound divine artifact could not be traded or equipped by anyone else. Holding the card, Ye Jing let out a tired sigh. The price he paid was huge, and this was his first time seeing a soulbound divine artifact. After reading the effects, he judged it terrifying. As long as it secured a kill, it converted the result into massive HP and mana. In large-scale battles, one perfect activation could flip everything, but if it failed to kill, the backlash could instantly end him. When he looked back, the purple barrier was completely gone. The door to the next area had opened. Right then, the system notified that super regeneration was off cooldown. Green light covered his body. He activated it without hesitation. After recovering, Ye Jing stared forward with firm resolve. His only goal now was to find Xiao Zhu. Elsewhere in the abyss, inside a room filled with hanging corpses, a man stood by a stone table dismembering a body. Not far away, a teddy bear lay quietly on the floor. A severed arm was tossed into a wooden barrel with a loud thud, making the person hiding nearby flinch. That person was Xiao Zhu. She clutched a jar tightly, her face tense with fear. Gathering her courage, she threw the jar far away to create a distraction. The noise immediately drew the monster's attention. Hiding behind cover, Xiao Zhu shut her eyes and forced herself to stay calm, even as panic filled her heart. But at that moment, the object she leaned on suddenly slipped, and she lost balance and fell out into the open. She held her head and sat up, her face twisted in pain. Seeing the teddy bear ahead, Xiao Zhu trembled as she crawled toward it. She swore she would not let her brother suffer anymore. But before she could reach it, a foot crushed down and smashed the teddy bear right in front of her. When she looked up, she met the burning red eyes of a terrifying creature locking onto her. The monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and let out a piercing roar. In the blood-soaked room, a massive creature several times taller than her slowly closed in. Terrified beyond control, Yoon burst into tears and screamed for someone to save her. Just as the monster's weapon was about to fall, a figure suddenly rushed in from behind and struck its back. The creature's eyes widened in shock. In a single instant, its body was split cleanly in two by a sharp blade. Ye Xiaozhu stood frozen, unable to believe what she had just seen. In front of her stood a man holding a great sword, steady like a true warrior. It was Wu Ming. She let out a breath of relief and immediately guessed his identity. He was a hunter. The man coldly turned and walked away without even glancing at her, forcing her to call out to him. In fear, she grabbed his leg and begged him to take her out of this nightmare. He calmly replied that this area was already cleared, and she could survive if she stayed. But if she insisted on following him, her chances of dying would be extremely high. Even as she called after him, she made up her mind to live on and reunite with her brother one day. It was their promise. The story shifts back 7 years. Ye Jing stood in silence as the doctor told him his sister's spine was severely damaged. Keeping upper body movement was already a miracle. In a low voice, he asked in despair if that meant she would never stand on her own again. The doctor confirmed that modern medicine could barely treat this kind of injury, but the word barely sparked hope in Ye Jing's eyes. He immediately asked if there was any chance at all and what he needed to do to save his sister. The doctor explained that science had no answer, but in the abyss, miracles had happened before. Recently, items and healing methods beyond scientific understanding had appeared there. If her injury was linked to abyss monsters, the solution might also lie there. Hearing that, Ye Jing looked at his own hand and swore that if a cure existed in the abyss, then as long as he could enter it, his sister still had hope. The doctor warned that only those with a profession were qualified to enter the abyss. Ordinary people stepping inside were walking to their deaths, and the daily treatment alone cost nearly 8,000 yuan. Ye Jing immediately stood up, bowed in thanks, and promised to find the money. He only asked the doctor to keep treating his sister. Before leaving, the doctor said he would try his best, but the medical bills had to be paid on time. Ye Jing swore he would do whatever it took. In the hallway, he heard people whispering about his situation. Their words made his expression heavier. His parents died on the same day, and his sister was crippled. Everything rested on him. The pitying whispers continued, but he only gave a faint smile. The moment he entered the hospital room, he greeted his sister with a bright smile. She immediately asked where he had been. Sitting beside her bed, he said he had spoken with the doctor. Then he mentioned he was about to go to a place called the Abyss. Hearing that name, the girl grew uneasy and asked if it was really safe. He kept smiling and reassured her. There was nothing to fear, just follow the rules. Then he suddenly remembered something. He took out a teddy bear and said he could not stay by her side often, so this bear would protect her in his place. Sensing something wrong, she burst into tears. He was her only family left. She begged him not to risk his life. Yi Jing forced a smile and said he found a high-paying job, enough to cure her legs. She just needed to wait a little longer, and she would stand again. The girl firmly said that if the money meant he had to fight monsters, she would rather stay in a wheelchair forever. Yi Jing reached out his hand and made a pinky promise. He swore he would never gamble his life. He told her to hook fingers as proof. Thinking about her brother entering the abyss for her sake, Ye Xiaozhu felt even more anxious. She did not want him risking everything. She clung to him and begged him never to do anything dangerous. Hearing that, Wu Ming glanced over in surprise and commented that this girl truly valued her life. He casually grabbed her collar and lifted her up, warning that if monsters targeted her, he would not protect her. Back in her wheelchair, Ye Xiaozhu sighed in relief. At least it was not damaged. Wu Ming coldly stated that she was not his employer, so her life or death meant nothing to him. She replied that following from a distance was enough. Then he introduced himself as Wu Ming, a dual divine swordsman. Elsewhere, Ye Jing moved forward while recalling his time as a corpse collector. He had seen many medicines that healed injuries, but all had limits. The Abyss had a strange rule. Any injury that existed before entering could not be healed beyond its original state. A pre-existing burn, for example, could never fully recover inside the Abyss. That rule frustrated him. If it did not exist, he might have cured Xiao Zu's legs long ago. Just then, something ahead made him stop. Corpses were scattered everywhere. From the scene, he judged a massacre had just happened. Considering the monsters in this zone, a group of awakened likely walked into a trap and got wiped out. After scanning the area and finding no monsters nearby, he guessed some survivors might have escaped earlier. Then another sight caught his attention. A gigantic beast lay split cleanly in half. What shocked Yi Jing was that the cut carried no trace of magic. Even his eye of slaughter could not analyze it. Observing the bodies, he noticed most victims were speed or intelligence types. It suggested the killer relied purely on overwhelming strength. His fighting spirit surged. In Yi Jing's judgment, whoever did this was far beyond the dead awakened, on a completely different level. In the dark and silent corridor, the sound of wheels and footsteps echoed clearly. Suddenly, Wu Ming stopped walking, startling Ye Xiaozhu. Ahead of them, 4 golden lights suddenly appeared in midair. They shot forward at extreme speed, aiming straight at Wu Ming. The sight made Xiaozhu scream in fear. After the ambush, Wu Ming's body was riddled with holes, yet he remained standing without moving. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Small cracks appeared on his forehead, making Ye Xiaozhu nervously ask if he was badly hurt. Wu Ming looked confused and repeated one word, as if he did not understand. Hurt? The memory shifts back 4 years. Inside an Arank secret realm called Tongbian Ancient Pool, a Corpse King boss was crushing a man's head with its bandaged hand. With just a slight squeeze, the victim screamed in agony. Then the Corpse King raised its arm. Blood splattered everywhere as the others watched in horror. A well-dressed old man angrily cursed the mercenaries, saying he paid a fortune, and yet they still hesitated. Pointing at Wu Ming, he reminded them he had paid double to buy the lives of everyone standing here. Wu Ming thought to himself that as a criminal without legal status, private hunting teams were his only way to survive. Missions like this were near suicide, so the pay was always absurdly high. The old man shouted again, offering 100,000 credit points to whoever killed the Corpse King. Then he raised it to 200,000. Wu Ming felt like this was a bet that kept doubling. A teammate greedily shouted 25,000 in cash, but Wu Ming knew what was truly on the table was their lives. When the employer confirmed 25,000, the mercenaries went mad. They rushed forward, blinded by greed. The Corpse King's pupils suddenly turned golden. It roared and ordered the 2 mummies behind it to attack. The strongest man in the group laughed greedily, eyes filled with the reward ahead. 2 of them charged straight at the Corpse King. The boss let out a deafening roar as golden light burst from its body. With a single claw sweep, it tore both men apart midair. Then the Corpse King locked its gaze onto Wu Ming. A golden fist slammed into his face and sent him flying dozens of meters away. The Corpse King immediately turned toward the employer. Pale with fear, the old man stumbled back, shouting that as long as he lived, the reward would be paid. Wu Ming wiped the blood from his mouth, recalling the employer's words that their lives had been bought. Seeing the Corpse King rush toward another target, he forced himself up and chased after it. Blood still dripped from his lips, but his eyes were now completely reckless. Seizing the chance, Wu Ming swung his sword and slashed across the Corpse King's waist. Gasping for breath, he stared at the boss corpse and muttered that it was finally over. After the Corpse King died, a chest and a jade bead appeared. The employer rushed forward and shoved Wu Ming aside to open the reward himself. Coughing blood, Wu Ming reminded him of the promised double payment. The old man sneered and said what use was money to someone about to die. Greed filled his face as he bragged that buying information about this secret realm was worth every penny. The chest opened and golden light burst out, stunning him. But when he reached inside, his expression twisted in fury. The chest was completely empty, all that effort for nothing. Suddenly he clutched his head and screamed. Tears and saliva poured out as pain consumed him. In the next second, his body exploded and vanished. Wu Ming instantly realized it was a death curse. He was horrified that the reward itself hid such danger. Just then, he felt something flowing from the corner of his eye, and suspected he had been cursed too. Holding his face, he looked at the remaining jade bead, and wondered if it was the Corpse King's treasure pearl that could break the curse. When he picked it up, information appeared. Divine artifact, holy relic of immortality. It soulbound the owner and turned them into an immortal being. In exchange, holy and healing magic became fatal attacks, while normal damage could no longer kill them. His armor fell to the ground as his body began to change, escaping the laws of the living. The price was that pain and many emotions slowly faded away. In silence, Wu Ming realized that from this moment on, he had become someone who could no longer die. Back to the present, Ye Xiaozhu noticed Wu Ming's blood had a strange color and suspected he was under some kind of curse. Wu Ming only glanced at her and said nothing. Then he turned and walked away, making Ye Xiaozhu angrily call out after being completely ignored. The ground was soaked in fresh blood, and weapons were scattered everywhere like after a brutal war. From every direction, waves of monsters kept rushing in without end. In the middle of the chaos, he continued walking forward calmly. Every swing of his blade split a monster in two. While fighting, he calculated that without time to optimize stats, he had evenly distributed all free points. His total had now exceeded 200. After a brief thought, he made a quick decision. A sudden attack brushed past his head. He threw a counterpunch and reassessed the situation, knowing no one could predict what waited in the next room. Watching endless waves of monsters appear, he knew one wrong judgment about his condition could cost him his life. He leaped high, passed over his enemy's head, and cut it down mid-air. But the moment one fell, another instantly filled the gap, giving him no time to rest. Surrounded, he spun his blade and activated Dagger Frenzy. Just then, the system warned his mana had dropped below 5. Cold sweat ran down his back as he realized his magic was almost gone. A monster lunged at him. Even so, he stayed calm. Purple energy began gathering densely around his fist. He threw a straight punch, choosing pure attribute power over mana-consuming skills. Seeing more monsters flooding in from afar, he felt irritated. This fight had no end. After clearing 4 rooms in a row, exhaustion piled up. His max mana was now only half of what it was. All mana potions were gone, except for the special one he got upon entering the abyss. Charging into the horde, he reminded himself that item was too precious to waste unless absolutely necessary. One monster was blasted away, its teeth scattering across the floor. A heavy punch nearly popped its eyes out, black foul blood splashing everywhere. Another monster was crushed the same way by his knee. Using the momentum, he leaped up and locked one monster's neck from behind, making it howl wildly. With a sharp twist, the head tore off instantly, black blood spreading across the ground. The moment he landed, he looked up and saw the next wave already charging in. In his hand, the Death Soul card glowed blood red, activating the divine artifact Soul Reaper. The phantom of the Grim Reaper condensed and rushed into the horde. He knew the side effects well and rarely used it, but against dying targets, Despair Harvest gave insane recovery. Before the monsters could react, a red streak pierced through their formation at unbelievable speed. The system announced the special effect of Soul Reaper had triggered. HP and mana began restoring as green light wrapped around him. In an instant, both HP and mana returned to full. He exhaled in relief, saving a mana potion and avoiding super regeneration. Even though the system warned that overusing card skills would increase cooldown time, he did not care. Something on the ground had caught his attention. After stepping on it, he looked down and saw a pair of glasses. At that moment, a nearby barrel made a noise, and he immediately asked who was hiding inside. The barrel tipped over, and a trembling arm reached out, begging not to be killed. and claiming to be just an ordinary person. Yi Jing silently observed. The man tried to stay calm and pointed at the glasses in Yi Jing's hand, saying they belonged to him. After getting them back, the man looked relieved and introduced himself as Song Qingshan, a doctor and researcher here. He explained that earlier, for unknown reasons, a massive number of monsters suddenly appeared in his work area, just like the ones Yi Jing had killed. Terrified, he rushed into a random room and hid inside a storage box. With a blank face, Yi Jing asked if anyone else was still alive. Song Qingshan scoffed at the question. This was a hospital inside the abyss. Even healthy people could barely survive, let alone disabled patients. Yi Jing grabbed his collar and demanded an answer. As a doctor, those words were heartless, but Song Qingshan felt no guilt. He said he was a doctor, not an awakened, so saving himself came first. Forcing a stiff smile, he carefully asked if Yi Jing was sent here to rescue him. With clear contempt in his eyes, he urged Yi Jing not to waste time. Just get him out, and the Lionheart beast would pay generously. Hearing that name, Yi Jing frowned. You mean Seza? The golden lion badge flashed in his mind, along with the notice of gaining 150 free attribute points after killing Seza. He remembered Zhu Tong picking up that badge and saying it belonged to an organization called Lionheart Beast. From what he knew, it was a famous hunting group that only accepted top-tier elites. Even Ye Jing had to admit their entry standards were insanely high. Back to the present, he walked right past Song Qingshan. The man panicked and shouted that he was heading away from the exit. Yi Jing tilted his head and asked if he ran here from the treatment ward. Song Qingshan confirmed and even advised him not to bother saving the disabled since they couldn't pay. Yi Jing replied coldly that he wasn't looking for an exit. His goal was ahead, where his sister was trapped. Song Qingshan finally sensed something was wrong. He nervously asked if Yi Jing wasn't sent by Lionheart Beast after all. Yi Jing calmly confirmed he was just a corpse collector in the abyss. His pupils slowly turned purple as he said in an icy tone that he wasn't some world-saving hero. Then he turned and headed toward the purple light gate. Song Qingshan hurried after him. Still unwilling to give up, he explained that the area had turned into a giant maze. Keep going, and they'd get lost in endless paths. Realizing he still had value, he offered to guide the way. They could find Yi Jing's sister and escape safely together. Even without a reply, Song Qingshan assumed approval and stepped through the teleport gate, non-stop talking about directions. Yi Jing followed right behind him. On the way, Song Qingshan cautiously asked which hunter team he belonged to. Yi Jing answered shortly. He wasn't part of any organization. That shocked him. In this era, lone hunters were extremely rare. Song Qingshan kept rambling. Strong fighters were recruited by top guilds like Tatus, Investment Tower, Leo 1, Lionheart Beast, and Cloud Peak. They paid well and had resources to dive into the deepest abyss layers. He even offered to recommend Yi Jing after they got out. Annoyed, Ye Jing finally cut him off. If he wanted to guide, then stay quiet and focus on finding Ye Xiaoju. The moment he heard that name, Song Qingshan's face changed. Cold sweat ran down his back. He recalled the files of 2 girls who joined the experiment and the conversations from before. Back then, a man across from him had smirked and said there was no need to care about the girls' backgrounds. One of them was Ye Xiaoju, living only with her older brother. The man mocked that her brother was just a corpse collector in the abyss. If he died someday, no one would even notice. The other girl was Lin Shuyan, whose life collapsed after her father left prison. At the time, Song Qingshan wondered how to persuade them to join the trial. The man calmly said people like them required almost no effort. He explained how he manipulated Lin Shuyan. He told her that staying alive only increased her family's burden and medical costs on her unemployed father. He even planted the idea that her father visited less because he saw her as a burden. Then he shifted his focus to Yi Xiaozu's file. In front of the girl, he kept saying her brother risked his life every day to pay for her treatment. He asked if she wanted him to live safely. Hugging her teddy bear tight, the little girl nodded nervously. Seeing her waver, he offered something sweeter, a chance to change fate, stop being a burden, and maybe even awaken as an awakened. Both girls agreed quickly. Lin Shuyan volunteered to go first, and Ye Xiaoju wished to stand on her own so her brother would not suffer for her. Watching them sign the papers, the man smiled slyly and pushed the agreement forward. After it was done, he bragged that manipulating desperate kids was easy. Song Qingshan chimed in, saying even society's rejects could become useful tools. He kept flattering the director, denying his own credit and praising the man as the true genius. He claimed this research would break power limits and benefit society. The director, clearly pleased, boasted that each abyss cell was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It could open a fast track to greater power. When a researcher asked if they could begin, he immediately gave the order. The needle pierced the IV system. Experiment number 1 officially began. The purple solution slowly seeped into the girl's body. Agonizing pain made her scream, shaking everyone outside. Watching this, the director clenched his teeth, wondering what went wrong. He asked the woman monitoring the data. She reported the abyss cells were rejecting the host, and no energy fluctuations were detected. In moments, the girl mutated into a monster covered in spikes. He confirmed the transplant had failed, but quickly calmed himself. It was only a sample. There were other options. Suddenly, the woman at the security feed reported chaos outside. He frowned and asked who it was. From the speakers came an angry roar, asking where his daughter was. The woman pointed at the screen. It was the girl's father. Meanwhile, the girl's body melted into a strange puddle. Annoyed by the trouble, he ordered the father brought in. Someone moved to handle it. As guards pinned the father down, the man pretended to be polite. He scolded the guards and said the director invited him inside. Smiling warmly, he led the way and said his daughter was waiting inside. Acting refined, he introduced himself as the hospital director and assured the father his daughter was here. The father looked around desperately and asked where Yan Yan was. The man pointed to the chamber and said she had just been moved there. Seeing the container, the father froze in disbelief. The director kept smiling and said everything followed the agreement. There was just an accident, and compensation would be paid. Tears streamed down the father's face. Song Qingshan adjusted his glasses and calmly said they still needed to retrieve the body for research. The father finally snapped and punched him in the face. He screamed that they were scum and demanded his daughter back. Guards asked for orders to restrain him. Furious, the director shouted that useless people should offer their bodies to society. The death compensation was enough. The father should thank his daughter's sacrifice and take the money. The father cried that his daughter was still a minor. Forcing her to sign and taking her life was murder. He did not want money. He only wanted her alive. The director coldly called it an insult to doctors and ordered him thrown out. As guards dragged him away, the father swore they would all pay. He cursed them to fall into the abyss and never return. After he was gone, the director asked about Ye Xiao's condition. The observer checked the chamber and said there were no violent energy signs yet. Monitoring would continue. Someone worried her brother might cause trouble too. The director scoffed. A low-level corpse collector could do nothing. Back to the present, Yi Jing froze. You know my sister too? Song Qingshan hurriedly denied it. He said he might have just seen her in the next ward. But Yi Jing's suspicious gaze did not fade. Cold sweat ran down his face. The intel said her brother was useless. Yet Yi Jing had wiped out the monsters in that room. None of it made sense. Fear grew inside him. If Yi Jing was truly that strong, he might not survive. After all, he had abandoned Yi Xiaoju and ran. He forced himself to stay calm and kept leading. Yi Jing followed silently, his face heavy. Suddenly, Song Qingshan stopped. Yi Jing tilted his head. Don't tell me you're lost. Startled, he quickly explained he was just worried about the girl. When monsters flooded the ward, he had to run to survive. Deep down, he almost wished Ye Xiaoju was dead. Then he could blame it all on the abyss monsters. Yi Jing stared ahead, his eyes sharpening as if he sensed something. Without hesitation, he grabbed Song Qingshan and yanked him aside. A great sword sliced through the air where they stood. Yi Jing frowned. The attack carried no monster aura. Song Qingshan turned pale and stammered, asking who it was. A man stepped out calmly and apologized, saying he mistook them for monsters. Wu Ming looked them over and recognized Director Song. He said he was sent by the Hunter Association for a rescue mission. Yi Jing looked surprised. Song Qingshan angrily shouted that he had almost been split in half. Yi Jing studied the man quietly. He recalled the sword marks at the maze entrance. Only this person could have made them. Even after losing his team, he had reached the deepest zone alone. Wu Ming introduced himself as a Shuangxin mercenary. He asked them to step aside and said the reward was so high that losing a few teammates did not matter. Yi Jing remembered the rumors about double bounty mercenaries. They risked their lives in the abyss, and if all teammates died, the survivor took the full reward. Meanwhile, Song Qingshan quickly claimed he was the rescue target. Yi Jing pulled him back and warned him. The man in front did not feel like a rescuer. That sword carried killing intent. Song Qingshan asked what killing intent he was talking about. He felt nothing. Yi Jing looked at Wu Ming and said he had no intention of stopping his mission, but he stated firmly that Song Qingshan had to stay and guide him. His sister was somewhere behind Wu Ming. Hearing the word sister, Song Qingshan's face went pale, while Wu Ming softly repeated it. He did run into a little girl on the way. Yi Jing instantly demanded her location. Meanwhile, Song Qingshan turned pale. If Yi Xiaoju was alive, he was finished. Wu Ming did not answer. He tossed a teddy bear to Ye Jing. Seeing the familiar toy, Ye Jing felt a chill and asked where it came from. Wu Ming closed his eyes and sighed. The girl was adorable, but sadly, she did not survive. Yi Jing froze. He could not believe what he just heard. In contrast, Song Qingshan was secretly overjoyed. If the girl was dead, he had escaped disaster. Noticing Yi Jing's trembling hand, Wu Ming calmly explained that he had warned the girl. If monsters attacked, he would not protect her. That was not his mission. But he promised to pass on her final words if he met her brother. He then repeated Yi Xiaozu's wish. She hoped to wait at the hospital gate so her brother would see she was safe and not risk entering the abyss. Yi Jing's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Overcome with anger, he rushed forward and demanded answers. He could not accept that Wu Ming just stood by. Wu Ming remained indifferent. A mercenary only completed the mission and took the pay. Nothing else mattered. Raising his sword, Wu Ming said coldly that anyone who traveled with him would likely die. In the end, he was always the sole survivor. The clash sent Yi Jing flying back. Wu Ming's voice stayed calm. Even after the warning, the girl chose to follow him. That outcome was partly her choice. Hearing this, Yi Jing exploded with fury. He gripped his weapon and charged again, demanding his sister's location. Wu Ming blocked easily and made an offer. Hand over Song Qingshan and he would reveal where Ye Xiaoju was. Ye Jing refused without hesitation. As they faced off, Song Qingshan suddenly trembled and shouted that he agreed. Wu Ming's patience thinned. He said he hated obstacles. Even former comrades would be buried if they stood in his way. Ye Jing unleashed a heavy strike that knocked the greatsword from Wu Ming's hand. Seizing the moment, he threw a punch, thinking Wu Ming was harmless without his blade. Wu Ming caught the punch with one hand. Yi Jing's expression darkened. His other hand drew a dagger and stabbed forward. That attack was also stopped in Wu Ming's palm. With a squeeze, the dagger flew away. A skill effect triggered. All of Yi Jing's weapons were disabled for 8 seconds. Without pause, Wu Ming slammed his head into Ye Jing and sent him crashing back. Pulling away, Yi Jing admitted. He thought the greatsword was Wu Ming's main strength. He did not expect such terrifying close combat. Wu Ming explained that double bounty mercenaries were sent to the deadliest zones. If they lost their weapons, they fought with their bodies. Those skills were forged near death, and he had not even used full power. He declared confidently that once the great sword returned to his hand, Ye Jing would stand no chance. Golden light gathered around the blade. Wu Ming muttered the skill name, Rockbreaker /. Yi Jing analyzed quickly. The greatsword was powerful but heavy and not the fastest. Strike before it finished, and the rhythm could be broken. But in the next second, Wu Ming dashed forward like a storm. Even Yi Jing had to admit the speed was terrifying. Without hesitation, he threw out a summon card marked with a spider. 2 level 5 demonized spiders appeared instantly. Wu Ming showed a hint of surprise at Yi Jing's summoning ability. The 2 monsters spat thick webs straight at him. In a blink, Wu Ming was wrapped in layers of silk. One sword sweep cut them all apart. He leaped up to avoid the strands at his feet and scoffed. If Yi Jing thought a few monsters could stop him, that was naive. Red light erupted from the blade. The energy shook the air as Wu Ming unleashed Rockbreaker / again. Seeing Yi Jing charge like a burning arrow, Wu Ming still looked down on him. Summons alone could not threaten him. Then his eyes suddenly shifted behind Yi Jing. A dark purple beam shot forward from Yi Jing's position. Wu Ming raised his sword to block. Even so, he was pushed back several meters. If not for the thick blade absorbing most of the force, that strength would have pierced him. Dark purple aura surged around Yi Jing like a descending demon god. Wu Ming realized this was no ordinary corpse collector. Planting his sword into the ground, Wu Ming admitted Yi Jing was far stronger than expected. Yi Jing stared back and said no matter the experience gap, he would never retreat. Gritting his teeth, Ye Jing asked one last time, "Where is my sister?" The scene flashed back. Sitting in her wheelchair, Ye Xiaoju asked Wu Ming who was stronger, him or her brother. After cutting down a monster, Wu Ming answered without hesitation, her brother. Ye Xiaoju beamed with pride. In her eyes, Ye Jing was the best in the world. Even as a corpse collector, he fought every day to change fate. She admired him deeply. Wu Ming said corpse collecting was usually the lowest class job, barely related to strength. Ye Xiaoju blushed and argued that her brother was still stronger than him. Smiling brightly, she said one look into her brother's determined eyes, or the warmth of his hand on her forehead, proved how strong he was. Wu Ming grew curious and said he would like to meet him someday. She happily promised to introduce them. Back to the present, Wu Ming studied Yi Jing's gaze. It was the look of someone who had crossed life and death many times. He felt rare respect. An empty mana bottle rolled to Yi Jing's feet. He licked his lips. This was his last potion. Checking Wu Ming's stats, he saw a normal health bar, a 2-handed swordsman class, and reasonable vitality. After quick calculations, Ye Jing believed that with berserk enhancement, critical hits, stacked effects, and a weak point strike, a few moves might be enough. But something felt strange. Other class users wore full armor. Wu Ming carried almost no protection besides his greatsword. As Wu Ming rushed in with full force, Ye Jing realized this style abandoned defense entirely. It was a fight trading life for life. The great sword swept across with violent force. Yi Jing reacted fast and leaped high. Appearing behind Wu Ming, his blade glowed purple and slashed down. Wu Ming's eyes burned with excitement, as if enjoying the battle. He did not retreat. He spun and thrust his sword straight back. Yi Jing's pupils turned purple. He was shocked by that speed. An undead card activated. The system displayed soul impact. Yi Jing's speed surged. A storm of strikes rained down, triggering critical, lucky critical, and enhanced damage alerts. Yet when the combo ended, Yi Jing froze. Wu Ming was still standing unharmed. He was stunned. From start to finish, Wu Ming never dodged, just let every hit land like it meant nothing. Wu Ming slowly turned his head and looked at him. What shocked Yi Jing even more was this. There was no blood at all. Golden light particles floated out from every wound. The scene made no sense. Wu Ming raised his head to the sky and let out a savage roar. A storm-like sword slash shot forward, forcing Yi Jing to jump back fast. A dark purple energy sphere quickly formed in Yi Jing's palm. From the ground, countless arms covered in ancient runes burst out and grabbed Wu Ming at once. Even restrained, Wu Ming laughed wildly. The fight was only getting more fun. Yi Jing breathed heavily and stared at him. In the tense silence, Wu Ming calmly revealed the truth. He could not be killed by normal attacks. Yi Jing was shaken to the core. Wu Ming looked at his fist and spoke slowly. In the abyss, there are things far beyond modern science. Classes, skills, attributes, even equipment. His body looked like a cracked statue. Then he mentioned something even greater. It was called the Origin Curse, the price gods demand for power beyond limits. He recalled facing a Bastier Corpse King, the despair back then carved into his soul. Even terrified of death, he kept stepping toward it to steal power. Gods never follow logic. Sometimes they grant strength just for amusement. Wu Ming burst into mad laughter. More cracks spread across his body. He concluded that Yi Jing's power belonged to the same kind of existence. His roar grew louder as the cracks widened, but he kept talking. Every gift from the gods comes with a price. One day, the most precious thing will be taken away. Watching the golden particles fall from Wu Ming, Yi Jing's face changed. He recognized the trait, immortal being. It was one of the strongest traits ever recorded. As long as the power source remained, the user could revive almost endlessly. Yi Jing's expression turned heavy. At the same time, Wu Ming raised his hand and slowly stood up from the rubble. He calmly said that at the moment he almost died. Back then his hand had touched eternity. In his memories, every time Wu Ming walked out of an abyss gate, rumors followed. He was always the only survivor. Some said he had twisted luck. Others claimed he killed teammates for the reward. No proof existed, but his name spread through the mercenary world. Many refused missions if Wu Ming joined. They did not want to be sacrifices. Standing firm again, Wu Ming said in a low voice that he had accepted the full price of eternity. Holding a half-broken greatsword, he still looked confident. Even if he had died long ago, this existence could last forever. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes, fully on guard. Golden energy quickly restored the broken blade. Wu Ming shot into the air and activated Death Wish. When his HP dropped below 33%, all damage taken increased by 100%, and his own damage doubled. Seeing that effect, Yi Jing understood. Combined with the Origin Curse, this build was nearly game-breaking. At that moment, the Bloody Nightmare card was summoned. Wu Ming's greatsword came down with terrifying force, aiming straight at Yi Jing. His body was instantly sliced in half. But thanks to the card's effect, the two halves fused back together. Yi Jing used the chance to escape the attack range. The dark purple energy around his hand exploded like never before. Meanwhile, Wu Ming kept charging power for the next strike. A shield suddenly appeared and blocked the sword path. Yi Jing felt a sharp headache. Breaking Wu Ming's immortality would not be easy. Wu Ming still looked certain of victory. In a direct clash of power, he believed he would win. The pressure forced Yi Jing to retreat again and again. At that moment, the Death God Soul card activated. A grim Reaper-shaped divine weapon appeared on the battlefield. The Death God Soul rushed forward and slashed down. Wu Ming was briefly surprised. He recognized it as divine weapon control. By instinct, he swung his greatsword, but the blade passed through like it hit empty air. The Death God Soul spun and countered, leaving a cut on his shoulder. Wu Ming quickly understood. This was not a real entity, just a special skill effect. Yi Jing took the chance to explain. Any target killed by this skill triggers Despair Harvest. It restores his HP and mana. In Wu Ming's current state, the effect almost triggered with every strike. He added that immortals survive because of massive mana reserves. The HP bar is just a disguise. The real key to Wu Ming's survival is that near-limitless mana pool. Hearing that, Wu Ming could not hide his surprise. He admitted Yi Jing's analysis and intel gathering were far beyond normal. Yi Jing smiled faintly. In the abyss, all power follows rules. No matter how hard the puzzle, there is always an answer. Overpowered fighters are often glass cannons. Huge damage, fatal weakness. He pointed out that Wu Ming fought recklessly on purpose. No armor, always charging head-on. It made enemies believe he had no weakness and forced them into maximum tension. Wu Ming nodded calmly. Surviving the abyss means exploiting rules. But that also means everyone has weaknesses, even Yi Jing. Then he mentioned another aspect beyond strength, speed, stamina, willpower, or luck. Yi Jing replied with confidence. Unlike most class holders, he distributed all his stat points evenly. He called himself a true hexagon warrior. The moment he finished speaking, he charged. The goal was clear. End it before Wu Ming fully recovered. Wu Ming quickly raised his sword to block. Deep down, he admired Yi Jing. His speed, strength, and reflexes far surpassed others his age. A sudden thrust came, but Yi Jing dodged lightly. He even bragged that from combat skills to raw power to overlooked talents, he had studied them all. As he spoke, his blade swept sideways at shocking speed, cutting across Wu Ming's back. Yi Jing already had a plan. If physical attacks could not kill him, then he would drag the fight out and drain his mana. Once the energy ran dry, regeneration would stop. Without giving him time to think, Wu Ming dashed in with a lightning-fast strike. The Death God Soul card activated once again. The Grim Reaper swung its scythe and severed Wu Ming's sword arm. Watching golden sand flow from his shoulder, Wu Ming realized his mana loss was slowing his regeneration. Yi Jing seized the advantage. In a battle of attrition, he would be the final winner. Yet Wu Ming did not waver. Every puzzle has a solution. If combat was not Yi Jing's weakness, then another flaw must exist outside that field. As his arm slowly regenerated, Yi Jing's eyes suddenly fell on a teddy bear on the ground. He wondered when it had dropped. The moment Yi Jing was distracted, Wu Ming closed the distance at extreme speed. With no fancy moves, he grabbed Yi Jing's head and slammed it hard into the ground. Killing intent filled his eyes. Anyone who stood in his way deserved no mercy, even former comrades. But Yi Jing was different. Yi Jing was shocked to realize Wu Ming still retained some humanity. Wu Ming said even knowing the one Yi Jing protected was no saint, he still chose to block him. His tone turned serious. If you had to choose between your little sister and Song Qingshan, who would you save? Hearing that, Yi Jing's face changed instantly. He cut him off, insisting Yi Xiaoju was still alive. Wu Ming denied that assumption. He never said she was dead. The teddy bear was proof he knew where she was. With a faint smile, he explained the bear was only for trust. The girl was not as fragile as people thought. Yi Jing's mind was in chaos. He demanded answers. The story shifted back a few hours earlier, deep inside a dark tunnel. At that time, Wu Ming was swinging his great sword against a massive monster. Meanwhile, another creature had already captured Ye Xiaoju. She cried in fear, remembering Wu Ming once said he would not protect her. She was not his client. Her brother's face appeared in her mind, his promise to earn enough money to heal her legs so she could stand again. Desperate but unwilling to give up, she closed her eyes and prayed. She did not want to be a burden. She begged for power, even just for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with a strange purple glow. The monster in front of her froze in confusion. In its vision, a terrifying shadow seemed to appear. A notification popped up. The class evolution inheritor had awakened. A giant brown bear appeared, far larger than the monster. With a single swipe of its claw, the monster was torn into pieces. At the same time, Wu Ming cut off the other creature's head, ending the battle completely. After finishing everything, he walked toward the door ahead. But then he stopped and looked back at the girl. Seeing the giant bear, he guessed that ordinary people who successfully fused with abyss cells often awakened classes. Maybe she was the same, just like that father once said. Despite its massive body, the bear was crying with tears streaming down. The girl raised her paw toward him. He simply watched in silence. He felt uneasy. Rumors said abyss cell mutations often erased sanity and turned people into monsters. But she only trembled and burst into tears, shocked and overjoyed that she could finally move on her own legs. Wu Ming was stunned. Cold sweat ran down his back. She had kept her human consciousness. He asked her to say her name. Sitting on the ground, she sobbed and said she was Ye Xiaoju. Wu Ming set his sword aside, confirming his guess. When she saw her reflection, she panicked. She had become a giant teddy bear. Wu Ming could only sigh. Holding her cheeks, she cried miserably. She did not look human anymore. How could she face her brother? Even Wu Ming did not know how to explain it. After thinking for a while, he said if she did not want to travel with him, that was fine. He still had his own mission. Using her giant claws, she picked up a small teddy bear and handed it to him. She asked him to give it to her brother. She needed time to accept everything. Wu Ming took the teddy bear and simply said, if he ever met her brother, he would personally hand it over. Back to the present, Wu Ming sat calmly on the rubble. If they kept fighting, he would be the one at a disadvantage. He only wanted to witness Yi Jing's power. Now there was no reason to be enemies. Hearing Ye Xiaoju was alive, Song Qingshan's face changed drastically. His eyes widened as if a storm was coming. Wu Ming's voice stayed cold. The doctor standing behind them was the real reason Yi Jing's sister was pushed into danger. Yi Jing's eyes turned red as he stared at the doctor. But Wu Ming was not finished. He delivered another crushing blow. He claimed the appearance of the abyss was partly that man's doing. Earlier, in a cramped dark room, Lin Xuan's father admitted in despair that he had no other choice. Staring at the dark purple key in his hand, he knew that opening any door with it would flood the lab with abyss energy and turn it into a true abyss. His heart was filled with hatred. He believed that with Song Qingshan's status, someone would come to save him sooner or later, so he wanted to bury both his body and soul here and drag all his research into the abyss to repay the pain his daughter suffered. Wu Ming asked in a low voice if he understood the price. The man calmly said the cost did not matter. Song Qingshan began to panic but still tried to justify himself. He mentioned Lin Xuyan. He had paid compensation and fired her father. To him, someone with no value was not worth wasting resources on. Hearing that, the killing intent in Yi Jing's eyes grew thicker. Song Qingshan hurried to explain that Yi Xiaozu's case was an accident. He could not pull her out of the abyss in time. Even if she was once a test subject, it was her choice. If Yi Jing was unhappy, he could compensate him. In fear, he even said whether alive or dead, everything could be settled with money. The word compensation made Yi Jing's teeth grind. Yi Jing could not hold back. He threw a full force punch. Song Qingshan spat blood and was sent flying. Yi Jing's body trembled with rage. Song Qingshan lay on the ground shaking. Even with a swollen face, he still argued. He could not understand why a cripple mattered so much to Yi Jing. His cold words continued. In his eyes, using Yi Xiaoju was just maximizing human value. Dying for research was an honor. Every word stabbed into Yi Jing's heart. She was his last family. At that moment, an arm covered in ancient runes suddenly tightened around him. Suppressing his fury, Yi Jing growled that Yi Xiaoju was the only one who survived that tragedy with him. Someone like Song Qingshan would never understand. Under the crushing pressure, he could only mumble denials. The rune-covered hand slammed him hard into the ground. Yi Jing looked at him like he was worthless trash. Grabbing his collar, he said coldly that even trash can be recycled. But someone like him was not wanted even in hell. Yi Jing glanced at Wu Ming and casually threw Song Qingshan toward him, declaring he was now Wu Ming's to deal with. Wu Ming's mechanical arm shot out and grabbed Song Qingshan by the face. Watching Yi Jing walk toward the teleport gate, Wu Ming said this counted as a deal. Yi Jing replied that all he cared about was confirming his sister was safe. Wu Ming smiled cruelly. A mercenary's job is to complete the commission. Song Qingshan had to die here. Hearing that, Song Qingshan offered double the payment and asked how much the old man had paid. Wu Ming asked back in confusion, "A life is only one. How do you plan to pay double?" The question left Song Qingshan stunned. Looking at the teleport gate, Wu Ming felt a hint of anticipation. He hoped one day to fight Yi Jing seriously with no restraints. As Yi Jing stepped through the portal, a painful scream echoed behind him. On the other side, the giant bear tilted its head. The moment Yi Jing appeared, Ye Xiaoju froze. Seeing him, Ye Xiaoju burst into tears and called out loudly. Looking up at the massive bear, Ye Jing softly said he was here, just a little late. She choked and said she was the one who should apologize. She always dragged him down. Even though she never wanted him to risk his life, deep down she still hoped he would come. Seeing how much bigger she was now, he gently reassured her. It was over. No monster would threaten her again. But Xiaoju sadly shook her head. Sitting on the ground, she cried and pointed at herself. The monster was her. Tears kept falling. She blamed herself for always relying on him. She wanted his protection, but did not want to be a burden. She only wished to stand up from her wheelchair and share his burden. Instead, she became this strange creature. Hearing that, Yi Jing let out a soft sigh. Then he smiled and said some people look human, but are worse than monsters. No matter how her appearance changed, in his eyes she was still his cutest little sister. Xiaoju lowered her head and looked at her body, sadly repeating that this was what she looked like now. Yi Jing laughed and said he dealt with monsters every day. He could tell what a real monster was. After that, he glanced around the room. Seeing monster corpses everywhere, he was stunned by the results. A bit hesitant, he asked if she did all of that. Xiaoju scratched her head shyly and denied it. She pointed at a nearby corpse and proudly said that one was hers. She smashed it right after transforming. Yi Jing was surprised. Her strength was not low at all. Just then, she noticed her giant claws were slowly fading. A soft pink light flashed, and her body gradually returned to human form. Xiaoju stared at herself in confusion and asked what just happened. Yi Jing explained that the mana maintaining her transformation had run out, so her body reverted. That proved she was not a monster, just someone with a special transformer class ability. As he carried her, he congratulated her on becoming a class holder who could protect herself. She happily asked if she could become like him. placing her back in the wheelchair. He turned serious. That was not allowed. He would never let her step into danger. Suddenly, Xiaoju asked if he met someone special. Yi Jing asked who. She playfully pulled at the corner of her eye to describe him. Laughing in her wheelchair, she said that man wanted to meet Yi Jing. He believed they would get along. He even said Yi Jing looked like someone hard to kill, just like him. Yi Jing recalled their fierce battle and gave an uncertain reply. As he pushed her toward the teleport gate, he calmly said someone like that did not sound easy to sit down and chat with. Time passed. The scene shifted to an old alley. Yi Jing was sleeping deeply when the phone on the table kept ringing. He answered half asleep and was jolted awake by shouting on the other end. The man complained that since work at the mall started, he had not seen Yi Jing at all. Then he heard Yi Jing took private jobs with the Blood Oath Alliance. Yi Jing sat up helplessly and explained he needed money, so he had to find extra work. The man's tone softened and asked if he still collected scrap. Yi Jing confirmed he did. The volume instantly rose again. The man scolded and worried at the same time. Yi Jing was young and needed to be careful. Having new work was good, but safety came first. He still had a sister to care for. Yi Jing smiled bitterly and thanked him. Just as the call ended, another notification popped up. Yi Jing looked at the screen and froze. A transfer notice appeared. Lu Xingran had sent him 2.4 million yuan. Yi Jing was thrilled. A rich young lady really worked fast. Opening the attached message, he saw Lu Xingran's smug face. She said the item was sold and reminded him to thank her. Staring at the number on the screen, Yi Jing felt dizzy. The amount was huge. He recalled that all the gear from his recent Abyss runs was sold under Lu Xingran's name. With her reputation, no one dared question the source. His memory went back to last night on the rooftop of a luxury building. Weapons and equipment were laid out everywhere. Lu Xingran stared at the pile in shock and asked what he did overnight to get so many spoils. Yi Jing smiled and said he just went into the abyss to collect trash and brought back a few items. She did not believe him and demanded the truth. He calmly explained that he did not need these high-level items yet, so he wanted her to handle them. In a way, he really did pick them up. Lu Xingran lightly patted his chest and asked if he was still just a level 1 scrap collector. Then she noticed his body was much more solid than before. Seeing his meaningful smile, she began to suspect that scrap collecting might have a completely different growth path from normal classes. Facing that guess, Ye Jing calmly says he is still just a scavenger, and if a scavenger gets stronger, that is totally normal. Suddenly remembering something, Liu Xingran suggests he take the World Guild Hunter exam, because treasures from the Abyss need a legal identity to use. Yi Jing asks if getting certified means he can enter the Abyss as an official hunter. She confirms, reminding him he has been operating as an unlicensed hunter and could get into serious trouble if exposed. She looks at him confidently and says this test is his chance to prove that even a rank 1 can qualify as an official hunter. Lu Xingran encourages him, saying she fully believes in his strength. The exam requires a guarantor every year, and this time she will personally sponsor him. When Yi Jing hesitates, she tells her subordinates to report that all his gear was legally purchased by her. She calls it a return for everything he has done for her. Hearing that, Ye Jing rubs his hair awkwardly, feeling like he owes her yet another favor. Back to the present, he stares at the bowl of noodles in front of him in confusion. Right then, Ye Xiaoju shows up and gently explains that the rented room has no kitchen, so she ordered his favorite dish. Yi Jing smiles and asks why she woke up so early. Blushing slightly, she says today is her discharge day, so she did not want to lie in bed all morning. While eating, he asks about her legs. Xiaoju says ever since her body changed, her mobility has improved a lot. After saying that, she pushes herself up from the wheelchair and tries to stand. Seeing his sister trembling slightly but standing on her own feet, Ye Jing almost chokes in shock. Xiaoju explains she carefully controls her mana to avoid turning into a bear and wrecking the room, focusing the power on her knees. He gently tells her not to push herself too hard because he is always there for her. She smiles and says she understands. She will train step by step, aiming to stand on her own, not blindly overexert herself. Taking a bite of bread, Ye Jing reminds her that everything takes time and cannot be rushed. As he gets ready to leave, Xiaoju asks in surprise if he has to work even on the weekend. He nods and says he has something important to handle today. He gives a mysterious smile and says even big brothers have private matters that cannot wait, weekend or not. After the door closes, Xiaoju watches him suspiciously. His vague tone makes her wonder if he is secretly going to meet a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Ye Jing stands on the railing of a construction site, facing a towering skyscraper. In front of him is a group of sharp-eyed people, constantly observing their surroundings. The scene makes him break into a cold sweat, thinking this hunter exam is way more grand than expected. Just then, a voice behind him asks if he is here for the hunter exam and which hunting team he plans to join. The speaker is Zhu Tong. The moment they see each other, both look equally surprised. Zhu Tong cannot understand why someone as strong as Ye Jing is here for certification. Has he really never had official hunter status? Yi Jing casually makes up an excuse, saying his finances have improved lately, so he decided to get certified. Then he asks why Zhu Tong still has not become a true hunter. Zhu Tong happily explains that he followed Yi Jing's advice and trained in close combat for a long time, but most people still see him as backline support and think he is not qualified to join a hunting team, so he wants to prove he can fight head-on. Zhu Tong laughs and guesses that if Yi Jing is registering, he must be aiming for the highest level. Yi Jing nods without hesitation. At that moment, two burly men aggressively shove their way forward, shouting for everyone to move aside. Behind them, Wu Sanzuo stands, with a cigarette in his mouth, looking annoyed that he even has to line up for paperwork. His two lackeys immediately boast about his status, loudly declaring that he is a God-chosen ranger, and anyone who blocks their boss' path should be ready for a beating. Hearing the title God-chosen, Yi Jing recalls the people he has met before, while Zhu Tong looks completely confused. In Yi Jing's mind appears Liu Xingran, the God-chosen knight, with overwhelming combat power, ice magic, and incredible healing ability, which places her firmly at rank. Yi Jing analyzes that a God-chosen class is basically a base profession fused with external power, either covering weaknesses or amplifying strengths like a blessing from the gods. Then he tells Zhu Tong to wait until Wu Sanzuo finishes before registering. Zhu Tong scoffs, saying that guy is just lucky. When his turn comes, Wu Sanzuo struts up to the registration counter. The staff calmly asks what type of license he wants to apply for. He points at himself arrogantly and asks what other license a God-chosen like him could possibly need. The answer is an all-round license. The crowd instantly buzzes, since this certification is extremely difficult, though many believe a God-chosen might actually pass. His two lackeys keep hyping him up, calling their boss a top-tier genius, and saying no one else even compares. Not far away, a girl lets out a cold, mocking snort. Hearing it, Wu Sanzuo turns around. The moment he sees the beautiful girl, his attitude flips, and he invites her to team up with him. Yi Lang looks at him with pure disdain and bluntly says he is not qualified. Instead of backing off, Wu Sanzuo starts spewing vulgar boasts about his strength and other crude matters. Yi Lang's face turns icy. A flash of purple light sparks as she snaps her fingers. An explosion erupts instantly, blasting Wu Sanzuo away as his lackeys watch in horror. His miserable scream echoes across the area. Flames engulf his body, turning him into a human torch. His men rage, claiming everyone here is new and she is too vicious, clearly clueless about how powerful their boss really is. Zhu Tong stares wide-eyed. Yi Jing recognizes it immediately as Blaze Explosion and realizes this girl is far from simple. When the flames die down, Wu Sanzuo stands there charred black, clothes nearly burned off. The crowd bursts into laughter, mocking his God-chosen title. Humiliated in public, Wu Sanzuo grits his teeth in fury. He pulls out two daggers, declaring he will teach her a lesson and reclaim his pride. Just as he is about to move, a hand suddenly lands on his shoulder. Wu Sanzuo turns to curse the person blocking him, and Yi Long also looks over in surprise. The instant he sees who it is, his face turns pale like he has seen a ghost. Yi Jing calmly reminds him this place is under supervision and causing trouble will bring serious consequences. Wu Sanzuo freezes, then quickly nods. For some reason, Yi Jing's presence alone feels suffocating. At that moment, two heavily armored warriors step out from behind the counter. One coldly announces that using professional abilities in public areas is strictly forbidden. Seeing the spear in the warrior's hand, Wu Sanzuo immediately changes his tone, blaming the hot weather for everyone losing their temper. But Yi Long insists he started it. The supervisor warns that if she keeps violating the rules, she will be punished as well. The staff asks for her profession and desired license. Annoyed, she says she is a fire elementalist applying for a magic transport license. A blue crystal is brought out, and she is told to place her hand on it for inspection due to suspicious activity. With clear displeasure, she grabs the crystal at once. The moment she touches it, electric-like rays burst out, and the staff immediately conclude her power index far exceeds normal standards. He turns to the crowd and explains that many unregistered powerhouses have recently left massive destruction inside the abyss, so inspections are now stricter. Then he asks her to come along for further investigation, making her break into a cold sweat. Her expression darkens instantly. In the next second, she switches to a friendly smile, sweetly asking for a retest, claiming the device might have malfunctioned. This time, when she holds the crystal, the blue light glows steadily. The staff looks confused since the device is highly accurate, yet her stats now appear completely normal. Realizing she passed the inspection, she blushes with relief and even jumps in excitement. Watching from the side, Ye Jing is stunned, feeling like she just turned into a completely different person. Zhu Tong seems to realize something, and is about to say the person they are searching for might be her, but Yi Jing quickly raises a finger to his lips, signaling him to stay quiet. The staff impatiently cuts the noise and calls the next person. Yi Jing steps up for inspection. Zhu Tong thinks the crystal will never measure his strength. When asked which license he wants, Yi Jing calmly drops a bombshell, the all-round license. The staff looks confused and explains that the all-round license is usually reserved for the God-chosen, so they first need to know his profession. Yi Jing replies casually that he is an awakener, currently rank 1. A burly man nearby is shocked that he is just a newbie. Others mock the strange-sounding class. Zhu Tong snaps back, saying his boss can crush them all with one hand. Sensing tension rising, Yi Jing explains he only wants a flexible identity that can adapt to any team and handle all situations. The staff says choosing that path is not wrong, but asks if he even knows the exam for the all-round license. Yi Jing is stunned, unaware there is a separate test. The staff can only stare at this rookie in disbelief, while Yi Lang grows curious about his odd profession. Smiling, the staff announces that others will form teams to clear an abyss scouting mission, but Ye Jing must complete the entire challenge alone. Hearing this rule, many think it sounds suicidal, since even the easiest abyss is deadly for a solo newcomer. Looking at the keys representing different difficulty levels, Yi Jing asks if clearing the abyss guarantees a hunter card. The staff warns that the key he is eyeing belongs to a veteran tier difficulty, and rookies who enter are basically choosing death. Even so, the crystal is handed to him. The staff jokes that unless this kid is a hidden master, he is probably just a fool. When Yi Jing places his hand on it, the crystal shows no reaction at all, reinforcing the second guess. The crowd bursts into laughter, saying Zhu Tong's boss is here for entertainment and suicide. Zhu Tong grits his teeth but forces himself to stay calm. Ignoring the noise, Yi Jing asks if there is anything else to note, then takes the key. Seeing he truly plans to enter alone, everyone is stunned. The staff can only warn that they take no responsibility if he insists, adding that there are portal-sealing items inside, and the key can be used if necessary. Yi Jing confidently says nothing will happen, but before he finishes, Zhu Tong shouts from behind, telling him to wait. Standing before the pitch-black abyss gate, Ye Jing leaves one sentence behind: he will return safely. At that moment, Wu Sanzuo sneers, unable to understand how someone weak dares challenge a high-difficulty abyss. He is also holding a key. Unwilling to accept it, he demands a high-difficulty key so he can enter the same abyss as Yi Jing. The staff calmly refuses, explaining there is only one high-difficulty key, and the abyss gate can only be reinforced once. If he wants in, he must wait for the next round. Wu Sanzuo refuses to give up and asks to enter the same location as Yi Jing without forming a team. Yi Jing looks at him in confusion. The staff considers it and asks if he intends to participate as a competitor. A guard adds that the rules only forbid teaming up, not competitors appearing in the same zone. After hearing the exchange, the staff clears his throat and continues. He calmly explains that as competitors, only one person can claim the boss token after the kill, and only one can complete the exam. He seriously warns them not to think more people makes it easier. The moment a second person enters this high-difficulty abyss, it jumps to hell level. The more participants, the more the challenge scales exponentially. That is why only one person is usually allowed. He adds that the abyss is extremely dangerous, and even under World Guild control, abnormal rule resets can create countless unpredictable variables. For example, the internal structure may suddenly change, or monsters may gain unexpected enhancement effects. After finishing, he pauses and asks them one last time if they still want to proceed after hearing all of this. Yi Jing thinks to himself, these special enhancement rules are basically elite monster traits. Some boost health and damage, while others grant immunity to certain attacks, forcing players to rely on specific mechanics. He has dealt with those before. Wu Sanzuo stays extremely confident. He claims his top-tier gear makes these rules meaningless. His lackeys immediately echo him, praising their boss non-stop. Yi Jing glances over and evaluates. Only high-end gear can grant such insane stats. Combined with enhancement rules, the power becomes even more terrifying. Even a rookie can push their limits with gaudier equipment. He can almost see the numbers. Plus 100 strength, plus 200 agility. Seeing him hesitate, the staff grows impatient. Yi Jing calmly says he does not mind. One more participant changes nothing for him. In truth, he is more interested in hell difficulty spawning rare creatures, which means better monster corpses to collect. Zhu Tong quickly warns him that lethal rules like sudden boss spawns or total mana lock would be deadly, and even his dispel magic might fail. Yi Jing reassures him, saying Wu Sanzuo still has some practical value if needed. Hearing that, Wu Sanzuo reminds him they are competitors. If Yi Jing is in danger, he will not help, since only one can pass. Yi Jing simply smiles and tells him to open the gate first. Maybe the luck of a god chosen will draw favorable rules. Holding the key, Wu Sanzuo sneers, clearly pleased with himself. He rushes toward the gate, boasting that people call him the Western God. The moment the gate activates, notifications flood in. The abyss is reinforced to high difficulty. Monster count plus 300, health plus 150, damage plus 70. The entrance turns an oppressive purple. But that is only the start. More rules appear. Mana sealed zone. Special spawn rate plus 3%. Decay spread effect reducing all healing by 75%. Wu Sanzuo instantly curses his terrible luck. He checks his gear and complains that he stocked a huge bag of recovery potions to clear the dungeon. With healing cut this hard, his entire plan collapses. Yi Jing also realizes his own healing skills, like man-eating flower and death drain, will be heavily weakened. Thinking further, he notes that the self-damage from Berserk will become far more dangerous. If used carelessly, the skill might hurt him more than help. Wu Sanzuo sighs that he even bought the largest backpack to carry extra potions. Now most of it is useless. He has no choice but to lighten his load and rely on combat. After reorganizing, he switches to a simpler armor set and confidently claims his indestructible diamond gear is enough to crush normal mobs. Without hesitation, Wu Sanzuo steps through the abyss gate, loudly declaring he will go first. As soon as he enters, the notice board updates again. With a second participant confirmed, the difficulty officially jumps from high to hell. Another announcement follows. A legendary challenge has been activated. A legendary tier monster will spawn, not confined to the boss zone. Whoever kills it will receive a matching legendary reward. Seeing this, the staff member is stunned. The legendary clause has an absurdly low trigger rate. Even someone with 300 luck points would almost never see it. He immediately reports the appearance of a legendary rule in the hunter exam. Meanwhile, inside the area filled with spatial gates, the atmosphere turns strange. In front of a simple difficulty abyss gate, Zhu Tong looks at his three teammates and excitedly encourages them to clear the challenge together. But when his eyes shift to the high difficulty abyss gate beside it, he cannot hide his worry, silently hoping Yi Jing returns safely. The moment he steps inside, Wu Sanzuo starts bragging. Looking at the vast space, he says it is no different from his 1,000-square-meter villa. Then he complains the hall is too plain, with no decorations at all, not even comparable to his garden. Right then, Ye Jing calmly drops a bombshell. The place they are standing in is the boss room. Wu Sanzuo spins around in disbelief, shocked they entered the boss zone immediately. Both of them quickly notice two massive stone statues standing ahead. Target information appears. One possesses extreme speed and a terrifying bleed effect. Yi Jing pulls out a detection crystal and turns serious. The enemy has 4 powerful sub-attributes, truly hell-tier monsters. He plans to summon spiders first to draw aggro, then use his speed to strike from behind. The target's armor is focused on the front, and with his Blood Rage armor-breaking style unusable right now, the only option is to aim for weak points. With that thought, he activates his spider summon. But Wu Sanzuo charges ahead first. With dual blades in hand, he roars and rushes the boss, declaring the token will be his. Yi Jing can only watch. As he closes in, Wu Sanzuo keeps shouting that he will show his true strength. His roar echoes through the hall as he unleashes his strongest skill. Seeing this reckless charge, Yi Jing's expression changes. In his eyes, this guy has gone insane. Wu Sanzuo leaps high into the air and launches his attack. The sword-wielding statue slowly raises its weapon and enters combat stance. A massive blade crashes down. Wu Sanzuo cannot change direction and slams straight into it. The impact twists his face in pain, and he curses on the spot. The statue casually swings its sword, sending him crashing into the ground and forming a huge crater. Yet he still stands up, complaining the boss hit too hard right away. Yi Jing observes that his gear is heavily defense-oriented. Even a full-force boss strike failed to break his defense. Suddenly, Ye Jing senses danger and turns his head. The other statue, the one wielding a battle axe, is already charging at him. Yi Jing instantly realizes all aggro has shifted to him, completely ruining his original plan. He leaps upward to dodge while the statue tracks his every move. A sharp blade sweeps toward him, forcing him to twist aside. Without pause, the statue continues unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. While dodging, Yi Jing analyzes that this noble knight's bleed effect is deadly. Even a scratch will cause non-stop bleeding. With healing restricted, that is practically fatal. Debris from the attack scatters everywhere, even hitting Wu Sanzuo. He angrily shouts that Yi Jing is the target, yet he is the one getting dragged into it. Yi Jing replies that boss attacks do not distinguish targets. If he does not want collateral damage, he should stay away from the battlefield. At that moment, the axe-wielding statue suddenly leaps high. Wu Sanzuo stubbornly claims he was just careless and not interfering. A panel appears describing the brave warrior's skills, featuring powerful armor break and target lock. The giant twin axes slam down toward Yi Jing. He immediately understands this skill is designed to counter defense-based or summoner classes. Tilting to dodge a horizontal slash, he summons a wraith and fires back with soul impact. Unexpectedly, Wu Sanzuo suddenly accelerates, rushing past Yi Jing and shouting for him to step aside so he can handle it. Watching this, Yi Jing evaluates silently. Annoying personality aside, at least this guy is sharing the pressure. Facing two bosses at once, having someone tanking up front is not a bad thing. However, the moment Wu Sanzuo closes in, the axe statue smashes him with a brutal strike. Blood instantly sprays from his mouth. While dodging the flying body of Wu Santuo, Ye Jing keeps thinking about what a real tanker should be. High defense, able to take hits, and able to hold aggro. Looking at him, Ye Jing realizes Wu Santuo actually fits the role of a meat shield pretty well, while the guy himself just clutches his chest and keeps whining in pain. Right then, the axe-wielding statue opens its mouth and unleashes a terrifying sound wave straight at them. A system notice explains the taunt mechanic. Anyone affected can only deal damage to the caster, and even lock-on skills are forced to switch targets. In the moment he sees the green glow, Ye Jing understands everything. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he quickly judges that bursting them down one by one is impossible. So, the only option is to focus the tankiest and most annoying one first. The axe statue charges forward, each heavy step shaking the ground. Yi Jing rushes in and keeps slashing at its arm, but every hit deals almost no damage, and the system soon reveals the target reduces 95 points of slash damage. Seeing that, he immediately realizes cutting attacks are basically useless against this monster. This is completely different from the previous Abyss runs, where normal mobs dropped after just a few hits. At that moment, the sword-wielding statue also joins the fight. Yi Jing frowns as he now has to face both at once, starts suspecting they all dumped their stats into defense, then looks at Wu Santuo and questions how he even leveled up with such weak combat skills. Wu Santuo instantly fires back, loudly claiming he climbed up through real strength, not luck. Yi Jing snaps at him to focus on the fight, instead of talking nonsense in the middle of danger. Startled by the shout, Wu Santuo immediately turns and runs, but he barely makes it a few steps before tripping over a rock and falling flat on his face. Watching this, Ye Jing calmly points out that a mobility-based fighter wearing heavy armor only makes movement harder, and Wu Santuo complains that no one told him the Abyss would be this hard, since before this he just lay back while others carried him, as a rich young master used to paying people to power level him. While they are talking, a giant sword slams down from above, forcing both of them to dodge in a hurry. Yi Jing coldly reminds him that the Abyss is not an amusement park, but a place where people trade blood and sweat for a chance to survive. As he moves, he quickly changes tactics, and if slashes do not work, then he will use something simpler and more direct. He immediately dashes straight at the enemy. His fist tightens and explodes forward, and the raw strength from his stats alone deals serious damage. The punch is so powerful it knocks the enemy's sword offline, and he even jokes that this is the classic poor man's style, fighting with bare hands because you cannot afford good gear. Wu Santuo stares in shock, unable to believe such a heavily defensive monster is pushed back by a bare fist. After the counterattack, Yi Jing quickly slides past the target's side. The other statue seizes the chance to charge in, but he lowers his center of gravity and leaps away to dodge. A system notice pops up saying the attack triggered a critical hit on a weak point and inflicted stun, as his precise punch struck a vital spot. Looking at his fist, Yi Jing is slightly surprised that a simple punch caused a special effect, and the system explains that critical hits on weak points have a chance to trigger abnormal states influenced directly by the luck stat. But before he can think further, the other statue is already charging again. A sword slash sweeps across his body and cuts him clean in half. Seeing that, Wu Santuo screams in horror, thinking Ye Jing has been split apart. But then he notices a strange red light appearing in midair. Yi Jing instantly reappears at another spot as if nothing happened. Calm like this is just another normal day. As the fight continues, he quietly judges that Wu Santuo's damage is too low to hold aggro, because a tanker with only defense and no pressure is incomplete. So in the end, he has to take full control of this battle himself. Seeing both statues charge at once, Ye Jing immediately tells Wu Santuo to get away, and he obediently backs off. The sword and axe slam down together, but Ye Jing flips midair and barely dodges both strikes. A blue light suddenly gathers in his palm. The beam shoots out at insane speed and hits the statue's neck, and the system announces a weak point critical with triple damage. The sword-wielding statue shatters into pieces, and the remaining one turns toward Yi Jing, with killing intent rising. It swings the axe in a wide arc, but he tucks his legs and jumps, dodging by a hair. The statue follows up with a cross slash, releasing a violent wave of energy. Yi Jing dives from above and targets its right leg, stone fragments cracking apart under each hit. Watching everything, Wu Santuo is stunned, realizing Yi Jing avoided every armored area and struck only weak points, a technique scarier than any expert he ever hired. Unable to hold back, Wu Santuo asks how Yi Jing can fight like this when he just changed class. Yi Jing calmly explains that as a class changer he is new, but his past life in the gathering team was filled with life and death battles, and now his new body amplifies that experience 100-fold. Wu Santuo is not convinced, believing that as long as you wear good gear, power will naturally follow. While Yi Jing is still talking, two stone statues quietly move in from behind, and he stays calm, saying equipment is just a tool that will be replaced as levels rise. New effects activate, the monsters gain increasing attack speed with each hit, and a thorn attribute appears, reflecting all melee damage back to the attacker. Yi Jing confidently says the most reliable thing is one's own growing strength, then realizes this is a mechanic-based boss, where melee is heavily punished and ranged attacks are the obvious counter. Seeing a chance to shine, Wu Santuo bursts out laughing and declares he is not just a dual sword user, but also a mage. He raises both hands as lightning gathers into a sphere, proudly introducing his signature thunder arrow and telling Yi Jing to watch closely. Just as Wu Santuo shouts to cast, Yi Jing moves first. A fire spell crashes straight down onto the statue's head. Wu Santuo freezes on the spot. White smoke rises from the statue, and Yi Jing quickly deduces that when Thorn is active, its elemental resistance drops sharply, creating the perfect chance for elemental critical hits. He does not waste a second, and chains another fire spell, a violent explosion erupting, followed immediately by a second blast. The stone head is blown off and lands near Wu Santuo, making him jump in fright. He looks at Yi Jing like he is a monster, convinced that was at least a heightier, great flame burst, cast instantly without chanting. Wu Santuo cannot understand it, since physical class changers should not be able to use elemental magic, yet Yi Jing does it effortlessly. Ignoring his reaction, Yi Jing immediately switches to the axe-wielding statue. The giant axe keeps crashing down, and he dodges non-stop while the boss even uses its ally's corpse as a shield thanks to Thorn, making direct attacks difficult. The damaged neck of the shattered statue begins to crack further into small stone pieces. Wu Santuo suddenly realizes Yi Jing used the reflection mechanic to destroy its own teammate. But the best window has already passed, forcing Yi Jing to widen the distance to avoid a counterattack. He curses under his breath as Soul Impact is still on cooldown, and at that moment, a shield appears in his hand. Gripping the shield tightly, he decides to take the next hit head-on. The axe slams down with terrifying force and strikes the shield directly. The shield shatters instantly, and Yi Jing is sent flying far away. Even so, he feels lucky, because this boss fights unpredictably and even targets weak points, far stronger than previous elites, and without his current stats, that last blow would have killed him. The statue keeps chasing relentlessly, and Yi Jing realizes its power keeps rising after every successful move, only refreshing when it lands a hit. After observing for a while, he figures out the hidden mechanic. The longer he drags and dodges, the scarier the boss becomes. So to survive, he might need to take a hit at the right moment, truly a hell-level design. With that thought, he draws his blade and charges and head-on. From afar, Wu Santuo panics and shouts, thinking facing this monster directly is pure suicide. But at that instant, a red-orange light gathers in Yi Jing's palm. A fire spell blasts straight into the statue's face. Caught off guard, it lets out a furious roar. The axe slams down again, but Yi Jing flips away just in time. Watching the ground explode into fragments, he knows one single mistake means instant death. Purple light flashes in his eyes, and only one thought remains. He must surpass its speed. Countless arms, marked with mysterious runes, emerge from the void, and in his mind there is only one goal: become stronger than this boss. Wu Santuo screams again in shock as Yi Jing uses yet another brand new skill. The strange arms grab the statue tightly, but the system warns that living beings cannot be fully reclaimed, and bright lightning sparks in the boss' eyes. It roars wildly, struggling to break free. In its sight, Yi Jing charges straight in, gripping his weapon and pouring all his strength into a single strike. As he rushes forward, he shouts, betting everything on this one blow. The blade pierces through one of the statue's eyes, forcing the other eye wide open in pain. The system confirms armor break and a weak point critical at the same time. Blood starts flowing from Yi Jing's 7 orifices due to the heavy price, but he grits his teeth, knowing the remaining time is enough to decide victory. The statue goes mad, flings him away, and howls in agony. Green light spreads across its body as a powerful regeneration effect activates. Seeing the boss HP recover, Ye Jing frowns, realizing after all this time, it only lost about 70%, and worse, its stats keep increasing over time, meaning the longer the fight drags on, the harder it becomes. His expression turns ice cold, with only one thought left: retreat is death, accepting fate is death, and hesitation is death. He roars with determination, burning the last of his HP for one final gamble. He just needs to hold on for 7 more seconds. The moment he finishes speaking, he bursts forward like a raging storm, pouring everything into this final strike to decide it all. The monster spreads its arms wide, trying to catch him mid-air. But those massive arms explode instantly, and he looks like a demon god charging in with his blade. In a blink, the distance drops to 0, and their 4 eyes lock. The blade drives straight into its face, sending the massive body crashing backward. Wu Santuo stands frozen, mouth wide open, feeling that Ye Jing's aura just now even surpassed the boss itself. Seeing him walk out of the battlefield covered in blood, bleeding from every orifice, Wu Santuo can only stand there stunned, realizing how ridiculous it was to ever think about challenging him. While Wu Santuo is still in shock, Ye Jing grabs a mana potion and drinks repeatedly, and the system announces the defeat of the Twin Gatekeeper Knights and completion of the Dark Mystic Gate Challenge. Restrictions lifted, HP at 10, and healing potions now usable. Right after that, 3 item bottles drop onto the ground. He braces his hands on his knees, gasping for air, admitting he was truly one step away from death this time. After a brief pause, he mutters as if speaking to something behind him, saying, "It has been a long time since you had a full meal, hasn't it?" Countless rune-covered arms appear behind his back, and he smiles, declaring that the long-awaited harvesting phase finally begins, as the stone corpse starts dissolving. Witnessing this scene, Wu Santuo's face changes drastically, as monster parts and even the knight's remains are directly swallowed by the void. Looking at Ye Jing from afar, Wu Santuo shivers as he realizes this guy is even absorbing the boss corpse, and those retracting tentacles are the clearest proof, a profession skill so bizarre he has never heard of it. While Ye Jing calmly drinks mana and even raises a hand in encouragement, Wu Santuo grows even more terrified, because in his eyes, this man is far scarier than any monster. The system announces successful collection and grants the skill Multi-Layered Sword, a sword and skill that unleashes a chain of ultra-fast slashes, with higher mastery increasing hit count, and continuous hits boosting speed and critical rate. Ye Jing judges it as classic knight swordsmanship and a valuable gain, then receives another skill, Courage Roar, which taunts targets to focus on him, and can transfer 1 negative status to the taunted monster if he is afflicted, requiring a shield to use. After reading the description, he notes it is shield-oriented and defensive, and although he rarely uses shields, the debuff transfer effect is too useful to ignore, so he keeps it. Wu Santuo is still in shock, as the 2 massive monsters that stood there moments ago are now completely gone, leaving only scattered pools of blood. Then he slowly turns his head elsewhere. A dark purple vortex suddenly appears in the sky, and something drops out of it, making him stumble back in fright. The system explains that inserting equipment and a night essence will fuse them into a brand new item, and before Ye Jing stands a pitch-black cauldron, burning with crimson flames, which he instantly recognizes as a legendary level reward with extremely low appearance rate. He recalls a senior from Rijuo once saying that after clearing an abyss zone, rare bonus events might trigger, and the alchemy altar before him is likely that kind of opportunity, which Wu Santuo stammers is indeed one of the rarest events in the abyss. Swallowing hard, Wu Santuo cannot help asking why Ye Jing is lucky enough to encounter this. Ye Jing strokes his chin and guesses that constantly increasing the difficulty boosted the event rate, and with his unusually high luck stat, even rare miracles become more likely. He laughs and says that as long as you keep getting stronger, unexpected surprises will follow, then decides to test it with his basic dagger. Wu Santuo immediately objects, insisting the strongest gear should be used, but Ye Jing calmly explains the only weapon he qualifies for right now is this level 1 beginner dagger, since he already sold higher level gear. Wu Santuo's eyes widen as he suddenly remembers Ye Jing is still level 1, meaning he fought all this time without high-end equipment. Ye Jing simply replies he had no other choice and tells the system to begin enhancement. The system warns that enchantment can fail, and success depends on luck and material grade, then confirms the base weapon is a level 1 dagger and shocks them both with a 200% success rate. Staring at the dagger inside the cauldron, they are stunned to see success exceed 100%, and when the system asks to proceed and notes that fusing night blood will convert it into a longsword, Ye Jing does not hesitate and confirms. a notification appears announcing a legendary tier item has been created, and 2 brand new swords materialize before him. He examines them and smiles in satisfaction, because at least in appearance and quality tag, they truly look legendary. Checking the stats, the system shows Horn Sword with 50-50 durability and only 30 attack, which would disappoint anyone at first glance. Yet it is a unique legendary item requiring only level 1. The second sword is almost identical, except it is marked as a replica. Yi Jing seems extremely amused by the result, while Wu Santuo stands frozen, stunned by the weapon's bizarre name. Wu Santuo mocks him immediately, saying no matter how you look at it, these swords are trash tier, and it seems his luck has finally backfired. Yi Jing casually rests the sword on his shoulder, and says others may see trash, but to him it fits perfectly. Wu Santuo freezes and asks if he has never seen a real divinetier weapon before. Instead of answering, Yi Jing suddenly throws the sword far away at high speed, then raises his hand and commands it to return. The flying sword instantly turns into a purple glow and disappears. In the next blink, that purple light reappears in his hand, and he says this unlimited recall alone makes it his exclusive weapon. Wu Santuo wipes his sweat, unable to understand how a weapon that looks like junk becomes terrifying in Yi Jing's hands, while true divine gear means nothing to him. Yi Jing then looks at the cauldron and asks if it counts as loot he can take with him. The moment he finishes speaking, rune-covered arms appear and reclaim everything. The cauldron vanishes from its spot. The system announces successful retrieval of the forging altar, now summonable anytime, and a card representing it appears in his hand. Yi Jing is extremely satisfied because a rare abyss reward is now his personal tool, and as long as he has materials, he can keep upgrading Horn Sword, even recreating it if it breaks. After thinking for a moment, he decides to abandon the dagger style and try his new weapon, and Wu Santuo immediately guesses he plans to dual wield. Wu Santuo warns that without mastery, dual wielding halves attack speed, accuracies, and damage, which is why most class changers specialize early, and he secretly believes his crank dual sword mastery can give him the edge. Yi Jing opens the weapon interface and receives a warning that he lacks dual wield proficiency, and continuing will reduce attack speed and accuracy by half. He asks if BP points can accelerate skill learning, and the system offers to upgrade dual wielding to rank D for 10 BP. Yi Jing quickly realizes BP can raise skill mastery too, then spends points without hesitation, pushing from D to C to B and straight up to A. Still unsatisfied, he says he might as well max it out, leaving Wu Santuo speechless. Wu Santuo stands there, like he just witnessed something completely absurd. Unable to hold back, he asks what Yi Jing just did. Yi Jing smiles and says his dual sword journey starts at S rank. After that brief exchange, the two move forward again. Yi Jing believes the trial in this room is complete, so a new path should appear soon. Suddenly, Wu Santuo says seriously that he wants to quit, catching Yi Jing off guard. He turns around and admits, if he had known it was this dangerous, he would never have entered this brutal abyss layer. As he walks, he complains there is still plenty of money and pleasure waiting outside, so risking his life here makes no sense. And at that moment, Yi Jing notices a blood-red skeleton ahead. A red warning panel pops up, stating an extremely dangerous threat has appeared, and combat mode is activated. Seeing the strange red mist ahead, Yi Jing tenses up, instinct telling him it is far from ordinary. Realizing the danger, he shouts for Wu Santuo to move, but when Wu Santuo turns around, it is already too late. A red beam shoots across the air, and Yi Jing immediately reaches out to pull Wu Santuo. Even with quick reaction, Wu Santuo screams in pain as his arm is badly injured, and Yi Jing grits his teeth, knowing he was still a split second too slow. Staring at the red mist, Yi Jing quickly deduces that attack was far beyond the 2 gate knights. Even their tough defense would be torn apart, meaning they were only outer guards. And as the mist fades, a circular hole appears in the wall. He instantly raises both swords into stance, and just then a blazing red orb flies toward him, which he slashes apart mid-air. His eyes lock onto the newly formed cavity, sensing something inside about to step out. Moments later, a single leg appears in his sight. A creature carrying a massive blade on its shoulder slowly walks out of the mist. The system identifies it as Dark Elf Damasti, with deadly traits like gravity control, pain immunity, death manipulation, magic break, and target hunting. It ignores him completely, and heads straight for Wu Sanshi, who is fleeing. The giant blade rises, clearly aiming at Wu Sanshi. The distance is too far for Yi Jing to reach in time. He instantly activates Ghost Erosion Body to boost his speed. With Strength Dual Sword Mastery, his strike speed even surpasses daggers. If he deals enough damage, he might pull the aggro. He arrives just in time and blocks the terrifying slash with both swords. While holding the line, he unleashes Multi-Layered Sword, trying to force a target switch. but the system alerts that the attack is ineffective. In pursuit lock state, Damaste only takes damage from its current aggro target. Calmly, it rests the blade back on its shoulder and continues forward. Watching all his attacks fail, he freezes in shock. A sense of helplessness rises inside him. There seems to be no solution. Damaste lifts the blade high, eyes locked on Wu Sangxi. One slash falls and Wu Sangxi's body is split in two. Outside the Heidier Abyss Gate, two men continue observing. The man with black glasses frowns, saying one person has likely died since only one life signal remains. The other scoffs, saying a level 1 rushing into a legendary difficulty zone, meant for level 30 and above, was bound to die. He adds that at least the fool exposed an abyss, hiding a legendary creature. Once headquarters sends the hunting squad, they will clear it. If the chosen one survives, they will also collect a rescue fee. In their eyes, the real prize is the legendary rune the creature might drop, and no one wants to miss that. The system announces Damaste has completed an execution. Its power surges, and a crimson aura ignites around its body. After the enhancement, it slowly turns around. Damaste's gaze lands on him. Instantly, the red aura wraps around him as aggro transfers. His pupils turn purple. He has pulled the target, but Damaste is now far stronger than before. He reaches toward Wu Sangxi's corpse and softly apologizes, saying he needs to borrow his body for a moment. Damaste immediately notices the human corpse it killed slowly disappearing. The system floods with notifications of newly learned skills, like dual sword parry, corpse wind slash, front barrier, and meteor dash. With his collection ability and Shrank dual sword mastery, he grasps them almost instantly. After finishing preparations, he points his twin swords at Damaste and taunts it forward. Damaste stares at him with killing intent. In a blink, it appears before him and strikes. Shocked by the insane speed, he hurriedly raises his swords to defend. But his body is still cut in half and fades like an illusion. Right behind Damaste, a red light suddenly appears. He steps out from it and instantly fires 4 sword flashes with meteor dash. Yet the system reports that Damaste is immune to all surprise attacks from its aggro target. It dodges everything with ease. Refusing to give up, he unleashes corpse wind slash. The sword energy only grazes Damaste's face without dealing real damage. Damaste counters immediately. A heavy slash sends him flying far away. He realizes even clones cannot fool this monster. The crimson aura around Damaste grows even brighter as it prepares the next move. He tightens his grip on both swords, forcing himself to hold the defensive stance. Blood spills from the corner of his mouth. Still unrecovered, his body is weakening fast. If this continues, death is the only outcome. A dark red vortex suddenly forms in Damaste's palm, releasing a terrifying suction force. Seeing this, his expression changes. He never expected it to have such an ability. Damaste clenches its fist and the vortex accelerates violently. Red light wraps around his body as he is forcibly dragged forward. A devastating punch crashes down. His entire body is blasted away like a bullet. Blood gushes from his mouth. Using his sword to stand, he feels the pressure growing heavier. Without recovered HP, his condition keeps dropping. At this rate, defeat is only a matter of time. His eyes fall on the man-eating flower card. Even with weakened healing, he has to buy time to recover. Suddenly, Damaste vanishes from its spot. Its speed is almost impossible to track. He scans around instantly. The moment he looks up, Damaste is already above him, blade crashing down. He dodges on pure instinct. But the attacks chain non-stop. He barely leans back in time to avoid the slash. The second strike follows immediately. He is forced to leap backward. Damaste activates the gravity vortex again, trying to drag him in for the kill. Under the terrifying pull, he completely loses control of his body. The distance shrinks rapidly. Staring at the waiting blade, he knows there is almost no escape. Damaste unleashes Magic Break Strike. He is smashed from midair into the ground, forming a massive crater. The system warns that hyper-regeneration has been disabled. His life-saving skill is cut off. The entire chamber is now filled with deep craters from the battle. He struggles out of the rubble, coughing violently. Blood stains his lips. Calmly, he accepts that he can no longer heal. One more lost HP, even the weakest hit will kill him. In a deathmatch, every plan can turn meaningless in a second. Looking at Damaste, he sighs. This unpredictability is the true face of the abyss. Even so, he admits the enemy has taught him a harsh lesson. Purple light gathers in his palm. The retrieval ability activates. Damaste tilts its head as the fallen sword suddenly flies back into the air. In the next blink, both swords return to his hands. A fierce light flashes in his eyes. He charges like a storm and openly challenges it. Damaste leaps upward, dodging his horizontal slash. The system announces Meteor Dash proficiency has increased. Mid-air, Damaste raises its blade to counter. A full-force strike crashes down. He spins aside to evade. The system reports emergency dodge has leveled up. He refuses to retreat. One thought drives him forward: evolve in this battle. Damaste blocks his thunderous assault with its blade. He trusts his combat instincts completely. Meanwhile, Whirlwind sword proficiency rises again. The next exchange begins. He realizes his eyes can finally keep up with Damaste's movements. A precise slash snaps off one of Damaste's horns. Multi-layered sword proficiency increases again. But it is still not enough. He needs to be faster. Damaste stares at the fallen horn, shock appearing for the first time. It counters with a sweeping slash, but he jumps high to avoid it. As he descends, he realizes the enemy's body is tougher than expected. Dual sword technique levels up again. Two sword energies shoot straight toward Damaste's temples. It looks up at him from below. Their gazes collide. Red and purple energies clash violently in midair. In the end, Damaste unleashes a devastating blow, sending him flying. Both swords shatter under the pressure. He twists midair, lands, and quickly widens the distance. Seeing the broken blades, he understands their durability cannot handle this level of combat. But he does not care. As long as he can reconstruct them, broken weapons mean nothing. Purple light envelops him. In a low voice, he commands reconstruction. Two brand new swords instantly form in his hands as he walks toward Damaste. His presence turns icy, like a demon god descending. Purple energy radiates from his blades. His pupils flash. Eye of observation activates. He points forward. A purple sword beam tears through the air and strikes Damaste's eye. Two cross-shaped sword flashes follow, slicing across its body. Damaste braces on its blade and drops to one knee. For the first time, its HP bar finally appears. He rests his sword on his shoulder and exhales. At last, he sees the enemy's weakness. A smile appears. In his eyes, Damaste is no longer invincible. The system announces Damaste's rage state has leveled up. Blood keeps pouring from its eye. It slams the blade into the ground. The impact alone forms a massive crater. Outside the Heidier Abyss Gate, a team finishes their run and steps out. One man laughs, saying without the support spells at the right time, they would not have won so easily. Another points at Yiling, claiming most of the credit belongs to her since she dealt nearly all the damage. Yiling crosses her arms, expression cold. To her, that opponent was never worth taking seriously. Seeing the crowd gathered outside the Abyss Gate, he frowns. This is where Ye Jing is taking the assessment. Why is the atmosphere so tense? A staff member steps forward and asks about the situation inside. The man with black glasses shakes his head. The last life signal has disappeared. That means no one survived inside the abyss. The staff member remains indifferent, treating it as a routine accident. He orders everyone to clear the abyss before nightfall and retrieve the legendary monster's item. A hunting squad captain accepts the task confidently. Zhu Tong panics and blurts out that it cannot be true. A team member immediately tells him to step back. He refuses and demands to know why they will not organize a rescue. The staff member looks at Zhu Tong with disdain and laughs. There is no reason to risk resources for nobodies. He explains that only a chosen one's distress signal would be worth considering because their gear has value. Others are not worth the cost. Zhu Tong fires back, insisting Ye Jing is not ordinary. If he said he would survive, then he will. The staff member grows impatient and tells them to ignore the noisy kid. In his view, the two who entered died long ago. He orders everyone to prepare carefully. The hunting captain responds and gets ready to move. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoes from inside the abyss gate. A figure slowly walks out, one hand in his pocket, the other holding an item. His face is calm as if he never faced death. He asks if bringing out the required item means he has passed the assessment. Zhu Tong almost bursts into tears seeing him unharmed. He knew Ye Jing would make it. The entire area falls into a chilling silence. He calmly raises the token again. The mission is complete, so the result should be obvious. The staff member stares in shock, unable to understand how a level 1 walked out alive. Then something seems to click in his mind. His eyes lock onto the item in Ye Jing's hand. After a few seconds, he realizes it is a golden runestone. Ye Jing casually hands over the token, saying he only followed the mission requirements. The staff member takes it with trembling tension. He mutters that this token only appears after defeating a legendary monster. Looking at Ye Jing, he feels like he is staring at a real monster. Could this man have killed it himself? Ye Jing answers firmly. Not only did he kill it, he cleared the entire abyss. There are no monsters left inside. Meanwhile, Zhu Tong is still struggling to break free from those holding him. The staff member keeps shaking his head, refusing to believe it. Even the weakest legendary creature should make this impossible. Nada beside him frowns. In her mind, a newly awakened fighter could never achieve this. The staff member quickly builds a new theory. Ye Jing must have stolen the achievement from other chosen ones and claimed the credit. That is the only explanation. Ye Jing simply stands there, watching him spin his own story. The more he thinks, the more convinced he becomes. He loudly accuses Ye Jing of possibly killing Wu Sanxi inside the abyss, even calling him a team killer who murders allies for loot. Zhu Tong explodes in anger, shouting back. He refuses to let anyone smear his big brother. In his eyes, Ye Jing survived through pure strength. But the man will not back down. He points at Yi Jing and claims a rookie corpse collector cannot be that strong. Maybe Wu Sanxi helped him survive, only to be betrayed in the end. Suddenly remembering something, Zhu Tong demands they investigate the scene. If the corpse shows no sign of human interference, the slander will collapse. Yi Jing calmly replies that they will not find any corpse. Right then, the bald man who went inside to check runs back out in panic. He confirms Yi Jing was right. The abyss is unbelievably empty. Not a single monster body remains. Hearing this, the staff member breaks into cold sweat. An abyss cleared so clean nothing is left. What kind of monster did this? Yi Jing answers calmly. Without evidence, they can say whatever they want. Whether the opponent lived or died has nothing to do with him. Those are the rules set by the supervisors. So where does this team killer label come from? The question leaves them speechless. The man trembles in rage, finally cursing under his breath. Yi Jing stays relaxed and asks again, "So what is the final result? Did he pass the assessment or not?" The man grits his teeth, clearly unwilling but forced to face reality. With reluctance and contempt, he announces that like it or not, congratulations. Yi Jing, Level 1 Corpse Collector, officially receives the World Guild Hunter certification. His profession rating is all-rounder. Just then, Lu Xingyan arrives and hears the announcement. The staff adds that from now on, any official hunting squad can accept Yi Jing's application. He must be satisfied. Lu Xingyan immediately speaks up, her expression firm. This matter is not that simple. Her two subordinates react instantly. One recognizes the Lu family heiress. The other stares in shock like meeting an idol. The staff member hurries over and bows respectfully, asking why Miss Lu is here. This place should not concern her. Lu Xingyan points at him and questions directly. A holder of a golden runestone has the right to register an independent hunting team, correct? That means Yi Jing does not need to join anyone. He can form his own squad. Under her pressure, he can only nod. She smiles and points at herself, asking if he even remembered her name before coming here. He shakes his head. His face turns pale as he realizes his mistake. Lu Xingyan coldly asks if something is wrong with his brain. She then stares at him like a blade. The World Guild Job Registration Day is near. Anyone with a golden token can establish their own guild. Unless he is stupid, he is clearly bending the rules. The staff member panics under her interrogation. Even Yi Jing feels the pressure and stays silent. Though afraid of Lu Xingyan, he still speaks with sarcasm. Golden tokens are meant for people of status. Letting a corpse collector like Yi Jing keep it would be a waste. Zhu Tong grabs a microphone and fires back, pushing the issue further. Why is it wasteful for Yi Jing to own it, yet normal if someone else takes it? Others join in. From the start, the assessment favored the supervisors. If not for all the restrictions, the outcome would differ. Some even complain that good gear cannot be kept, like working for free. Facing the backlash, the staff member points at Yi Jing and shouts for silence. Even if Yi Jing holds the golden token, it is practically theft. And to form a hunting team, the leader must at least be Brank. He sneers at Yi Jing. Before entering the abyss, your strength was only Brank. Energy stones never lie. Bring this to the World Guild elders, and you will be a joke. Suddenly, the subordinate with black glasses shouts. The scanner just detected a violent surge of energy from a rank and climbing far beyond standard limits. Before the staff can react, the device in his hand explodes into pieces. The two subordinates scream in shock. He quickly turns around. Yi Jing stands before him with cold killing intent. The man stumbles back and trembles. What are you trying to do? Do not come any closer. His whole body shakes. The subordinate beside him is confused. No one touched the device, yet the readings kept rising. It must be a malfunction. Yi Jing's voice is icy, like from the abyss. People calling him useless must have their reasons. He has heard it too many times to bother arguing. Today he only came for the certificate. He does not want trouble. The staff member turns pale. Even far from the abyss, the pressure feels like facing its deepest horror. Seeing purple light gather in Yi Jing's hand, he panics and asks if Yi Jing plans to attack a supervisor. Yi Jing calmly replies. He only wants to take back what belongs to him. The purple energy sphere in his hand releases a powerful suction force. The token is instantly dragged back to Yi Jing. He grabs it with an annoyed look. One subordinate still feels uneasy. He suspects the machine glitched and decides to test again with an energy crystal. The moment he looks at the glowing blue crystal, his face changes. The stone becomes unstable, like it cannot endure the power. Purple flashes in Yi Jing's eyes as he coldly repeats the earlier question about whether he is satisfied. The crystal explodes into fragments, blasting the three men backward. In the chaos, they glimpse the final rank displayed, S. Yi Jing frowns and suggests they use a more reliable device before judging others. The staff member cannot believe it. He mutters that Yi Jing must have hidden his strength, then immediately doubts his own claim. Lu Xingyan walks over happily and pats Yi Jing's shoulder. She knew he would pass. If he had mentioned her name earlier, they would not dare cause trouble. The staff grows even more confused. How can someone close to the Lu heiress be called a mere corpse collector? Lu Xingyan bluntly says that if Yi Jing wore better gear, the supervisors would have treated him fairly. Yi Jing disagrees. He cannot rely on her name. Proving himself with strength is simpler than expecting others to believe their connection. She nods in approval. Zhu Teng excitedly steps forward to greet her. Meeting Liu Xingyan makes him thrilled. Yi Jing introduces him as a friend here for certification too. She looks at Zhu Teng and finds him familiar. He quickly reminds her he once performed at her birthday party. Lu Xingyan thinks for a moment and says she only remembers that party being ruined by a terrible rap performance. She then asks which artist he was. His smile freezes instantly. Changing the topic, Liu Xingyan suddenly suggests celebrating Yi Jing's success with a party. She even proposes holding it at his house. Yi Jing freezes for a few seconds. He turns to confirm in disbelief. At his house? While Zhu Tong is still hurt by the rap comment, Ye Jing feels a headache thinking about his tiny rented room in the death floor. If Lu Xingyan sees it, she might faint on the spot. Noticing their strange reactions, she asks what is wrong. She is about to say never mind if it is inconvenient, but Yi Jing quickly interrupts and insists it is completely fine. In his mind, one thought echoes. No matter what, she must not find out the truth. He was so nervous he started rambling, promising a perfect venue and an amazing setup to welcome her. Then halfway through, he remembered Zhu Tong was still standing right there. Seeing both guys frozen like statues, Liu Xingyan felt confused but still locked in tomorrow night, and Ye Jing forced himself to stay calm as she smiled, and said his exam result made her relieved, adding that she would bring him a gift. She waved goodbye with a bright smile, and promised to see him tomorrow night, and Yi Jing answered back. Then Lu Xingyan stepped into a luxury car and left, while the three of them stood there waving her off. The smile on Yi Jing's face stretched so long his cheeks almost went stiff. But right after that, panic hit him, and all he could think about was fixing his image as soon as possible. Not long later, he returned to his tiny rented room. The moment Yi Jing walked in, Yi Xiaoju looked shocked and asked if he had just been on a date. He tried to act calm and said you could call it that, but seeing his torn clothes, she narrowed her eyes and asked if he met a girl or fought monsters in the abyss. Hearing that, she instantly got mad and scolded him for sneaking into the dangerous abyss again, while Yi Jing wiped his sweat and explained he needed the money since they were almost broke. Ye Xiaoju looked at the wounds on his body and said this was not fine at all and he should go to the hospital, but Ye Jing quickly rushed into the bathroom saying they were just surface injuries. She blushed in anger and let out a cold snort. The sound of the shower kept running non-stop. Water flooded the bathroom floor, washing away streaks of blood. Yi Jing stood silently under the water, letting the cold stream slide across his scarred back. He sighed in relief that Ye Xiaoju did not see how miserable he looked before, as the wounds from countless battles in the abyss had already fused into his body as permanent scars. After thinking about his condition, he figured full recovery would take months of rest. Then he opened the system interface. He suddenly recalled the battle with the Dark Elf King Damask and remembered he had received a special reward after killing him. In his memory, Damask fell, and 3 different skill books appeared around the corpse. Back then, as Ye Jing was catching his breath, the notification of slaying the Dark Elf King Damask flashed before his eyes. He could not help but laugh, since an impossible mission was finally complete, and he had beaten Damask without suffering fatal injuries. The system then announced he had obtained the skill Gravity Vortex. Seeing the reward, Ye Jing was extremely satisfied, since this was Damask's signature ability, and the system even added 100 attribute points, bringing his total to 140. Without hesitation, he distributed all the new points the same way he always did. Once every stat reached 512, he noticed the plus icons had turned gray. He tried tapping again, but the system said the attributes had reached the limit, and then a new notice appeared, saying the rebirth condition was met, resetting his level to 0, while unlocking the second awakening, and raising the level and stat caps. Yi Jing quickly understood that with the corpse collector job at first stage, the stat cap stopped at 512, and to grow further he had to restart through rebirth and awaken again. Before, he never considered it, because resetting his level inside the abyss was too dangerous, but now that he was back in a safe zone, this might be the right time. The insults he once heard echoed in his mind, calling him a golden relic thief, a team killer, someone who relied on others and betrayed his teammates. He told himself he risked his life to grow stronger, just to live properly and protect his family, yet he was still far from that goal. Yi Jing's eyes turned firm as he refused to stay trapped by his current limits. Without any more hesitation, he chose rebirth, knowing that to go further, he had to break this ceiling and become even stronger. At that exact moment, a strange sound came from the bathroom, making Ye Xiaoju spit out her milk in shock. The system announced rebirth was successful, his level reset, and his growth cap expanded to level 5, leaving Ye Jing stunned since the result was even better than he expected. Looking at his reflection, he saw every wound and scar had completely vanished, and right then Ye Xiaoju burst in angrily, asking him to stop hiding it. Because if he was not hurt, then where did all that blood on his clothes come from? Yi Jing turned around on instinct, and his face instantly froze. Ye Xiaozu's eyes widened at the scene in front of her. A loud explosion suddenly echoed through the building, and smoke filled the hallway. When the smoke cleared, a giant bear was standing there, and Ye Xiaoju coughed while covering her eyes, and said helplessly that her brother had transformed again, while from the bear came Ye Jing's tired voice saying they were probably about to get kicked out. Sometime later, Ye Jing arrived at a luxurious building, the famous equipment auction center of Shenfeng City. As he walked in, he checked the system info and saw that items from the abyss had to pass strict appraisal for legal trade. So aside from the black market, most deals happened at official facilities, and the rarest gear even went to auction for the rich to compete over. The moment he stepped inside, a man blocked his path and coldly asked what he was doing there, saying not everyone was allowed in. Yi Jing calmly said he was a collector and came to appraise and consign equipment for auction, and the man immediately looked down on him, clearly not believing someone like him could be a collector. The man raised his chin with a sneer and asked Yi Jing what class he thought he belonged to, daring to speak so confidently. Yi Jing felt confused, since after rebirth and reaching level 5, he still looked unimpressive to others, and he calmly replied that he was currently only level 1. Hearing that, the man tried to drive him away, pointing at the building and saying this was a place for elites where only top-tier equipment qualified, and a rookie like Yi Jing was basically here to cause trouble. Without arguing, Ye Jing raised his hand, and a short dagger appeared in his palm, and he looked at the man and simply asked if he would appraise it or not. The man laughed mockingly, thinking a rookie's item could not be worth much, but he still reluctantly agreed to check it before throwing Yi Jing out. He took out the appraisal device and scanned it with a bored expression. As soon as the result popped up, he sneered and said the thing was worthless, and Yi Jing might as well throw it away. But just as he was about to return it, he noticed something unusual on the blade, and his expression suddenly changed. He quickly put on special glasses to examine it more closely, muttering that this was impossible. Only a few seconds later, his eyes lit up in shock. The weapon was Void Rift Scar, an extremely rare unique item, with a blade dark as the abyss and shimmering like stars, once said to belong to an assassin chasing a woman with a massive treasure, and when she was cornered, she vanished without a trace, leaving only this blade behind, and it had 421 attack power, plus the ability to open a teleport gate within 30 meters, requiring level 31 to use. Staring at the data on the screen, the man could hardly believe his eyes. He had almost missed an ultimate treasure just moments ago. Seeing his reaction, Ye Jing simply smiled. About half an hour earlier, in a cramped basement, Yi Jing clapped the dust off his hands and sighed, since after the house was wrecked, he left Xiaoju at a hotel while he temporarily stayed in the landlord's basement. He sat down helplessly, and after the system calculated repair costs at 2 million, he was left with only 200 yuan. Looking at the pile of equipment in his spatial bag, he decided he had to turn them into cash fast. But after thinking it through, he realized most of the gear was only average, and the market was already flooded with items like these. For the wealthy, they were basically surplus stock, nothing outstanding and low in practical value, making them hard to sell for a high price, though if he got lucky with a few good pieces, he could still earn a decent sum. Right at that moment, he suddenly noticed something. On the system interface, an icon appeared that he had never paid attention to before. After tapping it, Ye Jing was shocked to discover that buildings from the abyss could actually be used in the outside world. He immediately looked up. A purple vortex formed above his head, forcing him to quickly step aside. The next second, a massive crafting altar crashed down from the sky, and Ye Jing almost had a heart attack, because if he had been a second slower, it would have smashed his head. After calming down, he pulled out an item card and smiled with interest. Checking the altar's function, he discovered it could upgrade equipment quality. Rare gear could rise to precious tier. Epic gear even had a chance to evolve into legendary, and just one tier jump could multiply the value tenfold. Thinking that, he tossed a sword onto the altar, since it was only worth around 100,000 on the black market, and he treated it as a test. But the results stunned him. The first enhancement failed. Unwilling to give up, he took out a pair of gloves, worth another 100,000, and prayed for success as he placed them on the altar. The result did not change, as the gloves turned into black smoke and vanished. Watching that, Ye Jing felt like crying, because another 100,000 had just evaporated. He started analyzing the situation, and if it was not the materials, then the problem had to be the altar's mechanism itself. As he studied its structure, he kept breaking down every possibility. Finally, Ye Jing activated Eye of Observation and let the system appraise the entire altar. The result appeared quickly, showing that the success rate decreased with rarity, meaning the higher the tier, the higher the failure rate, while common junk had a much better chance. After reading that, Ye Jing understood that this was basically a recycling altar built to process trash, and thinking about all the weird rewards he had received before, he even wondered if some trash god was secretly favoring him. He stared at the altar and suddenly changed his perspective, since if it fed on junk, then that trait might be the real key to using it. Ye Jing smiled as if he had cracked the code, because if worse items meant higher success, then he just had to throw in pure trash. An old longsword abandoned on a ruined battlefield, chipped and worn with almost no aura left, and only requiring level 1 to use. Without hesitation, Ye Jing tossed it onto the altar. Light burst out, and the enhancement finished instantly. Unique equipment created, Eclipse Longsword. Ye Jing froze at the result, since a global unique weapon was born from what looked like garbage, and he slowly realized this so-called recycling altar was actually a miracle machine. A new thought flashed in his mind, because if the materials were trash and he had a whole warehouse of it, then he basically owned a money printer. He laughed in excitement, feeling like he had just unlocked a new way to print cash. The system announced crafting success. Unique equipment, Night Whisper Longbow. Once again, crafting success. Unique equipment, Staff of Forgotten Words. Another confirmation rang out. Unique equipment, Thunder Slaughter One-Handed Axe. Success notifications echoed non-stop, and when it finally ended, Ye Jing leaned back against the pile of used materials and exhaled, as all the junk had been processed, and the unusable scraps converted into base points, producing a batch of unique gear like factory output. The system announced rank promotion, Scavenger Level 1, and Ye Jing paused because without killing a single monster, he had gained experience just by recycling, and even skipped the hardest advancement stage in just a few hours. He smiled in satisfaction, since the next steps were simple: turn this gear into money and unlock his new hunter identity. Ye Jing sat calmly on the sofa waiting for the buyer. The auction manager smiled and asked where all this equipment came from. Ye Jing frowned slightly and said he was a collector, and even at level 1 it was normal to own high-tier items, while thinking that saying he crafted them himself would only cause trouble. The manager immediately nodded and flattered him, saying there was no hierarchy among collectors, only vision and taste, and that bringing out such a collection proved Ye Jing's strength. A small purple vortex spun in Ye Jing's palm as he smiled, and said he still had plenty more, and if the price was right, the auction house would earn a huge commission. In an instant, countless item cards spilled out, leaving the manager so excited he almost lost control of his hands. He almost lost control, stammering non-stop from pure excitement. He quickly ordered his staff to prepare the highest-tier VIP room and upgrade Ye Jing to Platinum Guest status. Ye Jing walked alone through the wide corridor of the auction center. Looking at the VIP card in his hand, he thought to himself that reaching Platinum was easier than expected. As he walked, he accidentally bumped into a man coming from the opposite direction. The man immediately turned and cursed at him, annoyed and accusing him of not watching where he was going. Ye Jing calmly apologized, but after scanning his ordinary clothes, the man instantly looked down on him. He arrogantly asked which hunter team Ye Jing belonged to, and when Ye Jing said he was a freelance hunter, the man sneered and said no wonder he looked so mediocre. He then bragged about himself, claiming he was from the A-rank hunter team Tatus, and was Lang Xiaofeng, with quite a reputation. Ye Jing judged silently that Tatus focused on brute force and gathered hot-headed fighters with little strategy, the kind of people whose battlefields he had cleaned up many times before, so it was better to avoid trouble. He turned around, ready to leave, but Lang Xiaofeng blocked him and pressed a sword near his neck, saying coldly that a simple apology was not enough, and that someone sneaking into a high-class place like this had no right to exist here. Ye Jing gently pushed the blade aside and reminded him in a colder tone that this was World Guild territory, and starting a fight here would only bring trouble. Lang Xiaofeng spat out more insults, calling Ye Jing trash from the bottom of society who dared to walk the same path as him. He then ordered nearby guards to throw Ye Jing out immediately as a senior member of Tatus, and demanded a full background check. 2 guards stepped in to block Yi Jing's way, while the boss nearby first thought he hit the jackpot but froze in panic once he realized what was happening. He rushed over and lowered his voice, explaining that Yi Jing had taken the wrong corridor and that the correct path was the platinum section, which could not be mistaken. Hearing that, Lang Xiaofeng grew even more irritated, unable to believe Yi Jing qualified for platinum access, feeling like he was being mocked and ready to act on it. Pinned against the wall by guards, Yi Jing stayed calm while some doubted he could afford VIP. Others apologized. Security warned that causing trouble here meant losing guild privileges, and the boss kept flattering him and inviting him to the proper corridor. But Yi Jing only smiled and said that value in his eyes was different, since what others saw as trash might be rare treasure. Hearing that, the boss immediately became even more respectful and personally led him toward the indicated direction. In another luxurious hall, elegance filled the air. A group of tycoons sipped tea and discussed how the auction house had released a batch of strange new equipment that the wealthy rushed to buy out instantly, with starting prices in the millions and some items, like a pair of boots, pushed to tens of millions, leaving everyone shocked at the insane market. One of them commented that in front of true powerhouses, small players like them could only fight over leftovers, because major factions always had massive hunter teams backing them with endless resources. As hammer strikes confirmed each sale, items closed at sky-high prices, some over $1 million, some above $2 million, and Yi Jing watched with a faint smile, calculating that if he needed cash, he could just sell a few pieces to keep things flowing. The host then introduced the special rules of the blind auction, saying all items were unappraised and could be top tier or complete junk, with no returns allowed and all bids binding. With that, the host officially declared the blind auction open. A ring was brought out, described as an ornate battle ring, not yet appraised, with a starting price of 500,000. A purple glint flashed in Yi Jing's eyes as he examined the item and smiled, since the first piece was already interesting. He judged that opening items were usually for atmosphere, while the real treasures came later, and since the risk was high, few dared to raise the price, so he decided to stir the waters. Without hesitation, he directly called out 1 million. Lang Xiaofeng grew more irritated as the host confirmed the 1 million bid and asked for higher offers, convinced that Yi Jing was just showing off with a worthless item. The tycoons around began whispering, because a platinum VIP bidding 1 million meant the ring might truly hide real value. Another bidder raised his paddle and pushed it to 1.1 million, and the host immediately announced the new price. The auction heated up fast, jumping to 1.2 million, then 1.4 million, as competition clearly exploded. When it reached 2.5 million, someone calmly noted the price was already far beyond the starting point. Lang Xiaofeng grew more irritated, feeling that Yi Jing was showing off, while others grew restless, convinced the ring was definitely not simple. Another man suddenly stood and shouted 3 million, confident that would end it. Before the tension settled, a cold voice answered with 4 million. Lang Xiaofeng nearly exploded, while his subordinate warned that 4 million for an unappraised ring was pure gambling. But he changed his mind, believing that if Yi Jing wanted it, then it had to be valuable, and he refused to let it go. He immediately shouted 5 million. Some whispered that 5 million was usually for confirmed high-tier gear, and burning it on a blind item could drain an entire hunter team. But Lang Xiaofeng pointed at Yi Jing and mocked him as a freelance hunter with no backing. Yi Jing only glanced at him, expression unreadable. Then a shocking number dropped into the hall, 10 million. Lang Xiaofeng froze, unable to believe a freelance hunter could throw out a sum large enough to build a mid-sized team. He demanded an account verification, accusing Yi Jing of disrupting the auction, and the host immediately checked through the system. The verified balance appeared, showing tens of millions in assets, and the entire hall erupted while Lang Xiaofeng stood stunned, realizing he had provoked someone unpredictable. His face darkened as he refused to let Yi Jing dominate the stage. He reminded himself that he was Lang Xiaofeng, the Blade of Tatis, representing a top-tier hunter team. Seeing Yi Jing so calm only fueled his anger, as he could not accept being outshined by a freelance hunter. Gritting his teeth, he forced out another bid, raising it slightly above 10 million, while trying to keep his pride intact. Before anyone could react, Yi Jing stood up with one foot on the railing and cut through the air with a cold voice, 100 million. Lang Xiaofeng felt like he had been struck, nearly losing his balance on the spot. He still tried to act arrogant, claiming that even if he burned a fortune on one item he could recover with his team's resources, and mocked Yi Jing for thinking he could intimidate him. The host's voice trembled slightly, announcing 100 million, first call. The hall fell silent as faces turned pale, realizing Yi Jing was not joking, and the host continued, 100 million, second call. Doubt crept into Lang Xiaofeng's mind as he recalled Yi Jing's words about value being relative, yet his pride dragged him forward as the host repeated, 100 million, second call. The hammer was about to fall, 100 million, third call. In that final second, Lang Xiaofeng roared out 200 million. The entire venue exploded in shock, unable to believe someone pushed an unappraised ring to such a destructive price, and some even began questioning the true strength of Tatus. He turned to Ye Jing with open provocation, trying to force him to raise it again and prove his financial power. Yi Jing slowly exhaled, eyes calm as if he had already seen the ending, knowing the treasure was almost in his hands. Lang Xiaofeng lets out a cold laugh and mocks Ye Jing, saying he has no chance left to compete. His subordinate panics and reminds him this money was for team gear, not to throw 200 million at one ring, but Lang Xiaofeng insists it must be a rare divine item. The host announces the winner is Lang Xiaofeng from Tatus. The whole hall erupts in applause, and he almost jumps in excitement. He smiles confidently, saying unidentified items always have the chance to explode into divine gear, just like gambling at the crafting altar. Staring at the plain ring with low bonus attack, his purple eyes glow as he believes this is the hidden jackpot his ability foresaw. He raises the ring high and loudly declares he will turn it into a divine weapon and shock everyone. The appraisal process officially begins. The ring slowly reveals its true form, and it turns out to be nothing more than ordinary iron. He freezes in place, staring at the result in disbelief. After a few silent seconds, he panics and blurts out that it is just a cheap iron ring. Rage explodes as he blames Ye Jing for everything and demands an immediate refund. Sweat pours down his body as he hurriedly tells the host the 200 million was just a reckless shout and begs to cancel it. The host's face turns cold and announces that Tatus must pay within 24 hours or face severe punishment from the World Guild, even disbandment or forced labor. The host adds that, due to the huge amount, the auction house will escort him back to his guild to ensure payment, and 2 guards drag him away despite his screams. He roars in fury, endlessly cursing Ye Jing and blaming him for the disaster. The crowd buzzes as people whisper that one move from the Platinum VIP crippled an entire hunter team, and the host quickly restores order to continue. The next item is a wild transformation necklace that grants control immunity, no knockback, and self-healing while transformed. Yi Jing takes one glance and knows it suits Xiao Chua perfectly, a handy and practical item. He calmly names the starting price, 1 coin. The entire hall explodes in shock as many suspect another trap, and no one dares to bid while even the host is stunned. The host forces a smile and nervously asks if anyone wants to continue bidding, but most believe it is a trick and refuse to risk being fooled again. Yi Jing smiles softly, realizing their suspicion is helping him lower the price. The host announces the mysterious Platinum VIP wins the necklace for just 1 coin, sparking another wave of chaos. The crowd erupts again, shocked and regretful for missing such a bargain. Yi Jing ignores the noise and calmly watches everything unfold. On his display device, his total auction profit reaches 180 million, and his voice sounds quietly satisfied. He smiles, thinking the capital is secured, and now it is time to hunt for truly valuable items. The scene shifts to a luxury villa, where an agent introduces the most expensive property in Shenzhen, a 1,000 square meter penthouse with a full city view for elites only. The agent adds that it once sparked bidding wars at around 100 million, but there are cheaper 80 square meter options with 30-year loans for normal buyers. Yi Jing glances at the property and casually says there is no need to see more, he will buy it. The agent turns pale and explains that with his credit score, a 100 million loan is impossible, and this property is for the ultra-rich. But Ye Jing just smiles, leaving him stunned, and declares he will pay the full amount in cash. He then demands all procedures be completed today, and the keys handed over before afternoon so he can move in immediately. Uncle Tong is shocked, not knowing what just happened, while Ye Xiaoju widens her eyes and asks when they can live in a house this big, even wondering about the rent per night. Yi Jing calmly says the place is big enough, even if Xiaozhong transforms, and he already put the house under her name, so if it breaks he will just buy another, leaving Uncle Tong speechless in the echoing hall. Looking out at the glowing city, Ye Jing firmly says he will never let the people beside him suffer again. Uncle Tong sits frozen on the sofa, while Ye Xiaoju blurts out innocent words of amazement. In another corner, Liao Qingran stands beside Ye Jing, both gazing at the night city below. She senses something off about him and asks with concern, but Yi Jing simply says he wants some fresh air. He says even at the most expensive spot the air still feels heavy and polluted, and she gently reminds him he should be happier after changing his life. She cheerfully announces he is now officially a hunter and tells him not to look so serious on a celebration day, while Yi Jing thanks her. She then takes out a necklace, preparing to give it to him. Yi Jing looks at it and pauses slightly when he notices something special about the stone inside. She softly explains it is a gift she kept for years, a crystal that accompanied her on dangerous expeditions and reminded her to stay firm against fate. She says the stone helped her stay strong, refusing to be controlled by circumstances, no matter the cost. To her, it is a lucky charm that carried her through deadly missions, and Yi Jing replies that sometimes survival really does need luck. She smiles and says actions speak louder than words. As long as you return alive, everything else falls silent. Yi Jing agrees that strength proven in front of others is more powerful than any explanation. She shares that her family once looked down on her for being a hunter, so she wants recognition based on ability, not background. Holding the crystal, she says it is worthless in money, but to Yi Jing its value cannot be measured. She says whether in a luxury villa or simple life, what matters to her is who he is, a strong man who survived on his own. Yi Jing admits sudden wealth does not excite him. He even prefers simple days, but money is still necessary. Clenching the crystal, he asks if enough funds would allow him to build his own hunter team. She confirms that creating a real hunter team requires massive financial resources. In the dim light, Yi Jing tightens his resolve and declares he will form his own team and dive deep into the abyss. Staring at the token in his hand, he wonders what path to take if he cannot adapt to the rules of this world. After a brief silence, he smiles and says if he cannot adapt, then he will rise up and redefine the rules himself. In the high-end residential area, everything feels quiet and luxurious. Yi Jing walks with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a bag of freshly collected trash. As he heads to throw it away, he thinks even rich areas make trash disposal inconvenient and wonders if the wealthy really take out their own trash when someone suddenly appears behind him. A harsh voice mocks him, assuming he is a servant who does not know the rules. An old man chewing a banana complains that dirty trash should not be carried around, as it lowers the class of the neighborhood. Yi Jing calmly replies that he is not a servant, but the new owner here. His name is Yi Jing. The old man looks at the hand he offers, eyes filled with suspicion. Without hesitation, the old man drops the banana peel right into Yi Jing's hand. He keeps his arrogant tone, saying rich residents never take out trash themselves, then walks off and orders him to clean the area. Yi Jing sighs as a purple sphere of light energy forms in his hand. The old man is suddenly lifted into the air, panicking in confusion. Yi Jing frowns and coldly tells him to pick up what he just threw. The man struggles in anger and fear, but Yi Jing calmly repeats the command. The control suddenly releases, and the old man slams onto the ground. Furious, he curses, unable to believe someone he sees as low class dared to touch him. Yi Jing activates his skill, announcing a gravity pressure control that seals the target's combat abilities. He stares at him with icy eyes and repeats the demand. Under the purple pressure, the old man is crushed to the ground, screaming in pain as Yi Jing orders him again. In rage, he activates his Titan skill, claiming he can boost his strength and break free. But the system responds instantly. His skill cannot overcome a legendary level control, and all his power is suppressed. He is horrified, unable to believe Yi Jing holds such a high-tier ability. Yi Jing calmly explains it is a gravity vortex extracted from a legendary monster, far beyond normal skills. The man refuses to accept being suppressed by what he calls a weak support type, yet he cannot escape. The gravity intensifies, and his screams grow louder within the deepening purple energy. Panic takes over as his will to resist collapses. With a wave of his hand, Yi Jing throws him straight into the trash pile like discarded waste. He stands still, watching the man lying motionless among the garbage. Then he turns away, thinking even rich districts are full of human trash, and glances at his phone. A call comes in asking where he is since the house is too big to find him, and he replies he went to handle trash and stopped by the old place to grab something. A new day begins as he steps into his familiar old room. Yi Jing lies on the desk, feeling nostalgic, thinking no matter how expensive the new home is, this place feels most comfortable. He recalls the landlord saying he could not continue renting because someone bought the entire land for an unimaginable price, and that buyer was none other than Yi Jing himself. At the World Guild headquarters, discussions about the auction incident still continue. A long-haired man reports that Tatus suffered heavy losses from the 200 million bid, while a man in a hat says they pushed all responsibility onto Long Xiaofeng. The long-haired man looks annoyed, unwilling to let this affect the organization, while the man in the hat reveals the target just received his official hunter license. Opening a file, the man coldly states that this person was once linked to the Immortal Blood Alliance, which has now been wiped off the map. He raises a fail stone and explains that all of the target's mana fluctuations were recorded in detail during testing. When comparing the corrupted vehicle's mana trace with the lab data, the match is terrifyingly exact, making the long-haired man suspect a special class transfer. The man in the hat lowers his voice, saying this type may not exist in the normal system and could disrupt the power structure itself, becoming a threat to the rules. The long-haired man stares at the blue fail stone and calmly says there is no need to worry. This chess piece will move within the rules they set. At the top of a skyscraper, they stand proudly as if they control the era, where order is created and everyone must play their assigned role. In a grand hall, the atmosphere shifts to selection and registration. Yi Jing steps to the counter, places down his golden token, and firmly states he wants to establish a hunter team. The receptionist looks at him seriously and repeats the condition. The establishment fee is 50 million, paid in full to the World Guild. She adds that he must have proper management ability and an official hunter license, but he cuts her off, saying money is not an issue and he can transfer it now. She points to the crowded recruitment area and explains he must gather at least 4 members today to officially form the team. The system screen displays, Trash Collector's House, current members 1, rank E, status recruiting. The crowd starts whispering that forming a rank E team this late is pointless, and with only 1 member no one would join, though some begin to question his true identity. The receptionist explains that under system allocation, the team can only take E-rank missions, mostly low-level resource recovery, and cannot enter the abyss. Hearing that, Ye Jing feels annoyed, thinking after all this, he is back to collecting corpses again. The man from the trash station appears, sneering that fate brought them together again, and this time he will make Yi Jing a real corpse collector. He raises his hand with killing intent, shouting that he will humiliate him here and make him kneel and obey. People whisper that this is Fa Xiang, sons of Elder Fa Tianlin, founder of the A-rank team San Tim with direct backing to enter high-tier zones. Someone mutters that offending Fa Tianlin never ends well, from getting the worst missions to being blocked from recruitment, and this new team might be crushed from the start. Yi Jing keeps smiling calmly and says he is only here to recruit. Their personal grudge can be settled elsewhere. Fa Xiang's eyes turn red as he shouts that unless Yi Jing kneels and agrees to work as his team's trash handler, he will force this new team to disband today. Yi Jing's voice turns cold as he says even recycling trash is too honorable for someone like him, and Fa Xiang lunges forward but his subordinates stop him. His anger flares, yet his men whisper to calm down and say there is no need to dirty his hands. The E-rank team will collapse if it cannot recruit enough members. At that moment, Zhu Tong runs in breathless but determined, saying he heard about the new team and wants to join immediately. The other side mocks him as a useless former member, but Zhu Tong ignores them and insists on being the first to join Ye Jing. Yi Jing asks why someone with his ability failed the assessment, and Zhu Tong sighs that joining a poorly reputed private team ruined his chances with bigger guilds. Still, Zhu Tong smiles confidently and says if Ye Jing accepts him, he will face any danger without hesitation. Yi Jing confirms the situation, and Zhu Tong explains Fa Xiang likely manipulated the rating, dragging the team from potential B rank down to E. Yi Jing shrugs and says whether collecting or cleaning up, useful work is still useful work. He adds that main teams handle the glory and danger, while they handle the aftermath, not flashy but enough to survive, and Zhu Tong laughs, sensing he has a unique way to make money. Yi Jing looks straight ahead and says in a low voice that money means nothing, only strength decides everything. Fa Xiang stands proudly and declares his team will only recruit 10 people, and only the strong deserve a spot. The crowd instantly heats up as people shout their levels and compete to join. Zhu Tong sighs, saying most of them just want to curry favor with Fa Tianlin's power behind Fa Xiang. He adds that those near level 50 are not real rookies, just chasing fame, nothing like cleanup crews like them. In the chaos, Fa Xiang's subordinate spots a standout rookie, Yi Lang, highly sought after, but she frowns at the limited choices and scoffs at the name Trash Collector's House. Zhu Tong recognizes her as the fire mage who displayed terrifying flames during the hunter exam. He quickly thinks if they recruit her, everything changes, and volunteers to approach her. Yi Jing hesitates for a second but lets him try, and Zhu Tong confidently fixes his hair and walks over. Zhu Tong greets Yi Lang with confidence, but she just blows bubblegum and stares at him coldly. Fa Xiang steps in with fake politeness, introduces himself, invites her to join, boasts about his team, and mocks Yi Jing's team. Zhu Tong mutters nervously that they almost lost her to the other side. Yi Lang calmly replies that she already made her choice. Fa Xiang freezes and questions why she would pick a rank E team like Trash Collector's House. Yi Lang walks straight to Ye Jing, smiles slightly, and says she likes the team's name. She firmly declares she wants to join and introduces herself as Yi Lang, a fire element mage. Yi Jing shakes her hand naturally and welcomes her, while Zhu Tong excitedly introduces himself too. Suddenly, Yi Lang's stomach growls. She blushes and turns away, and Yi Jing suggests they eat while waiting. He asks the staff if food can be ordered here, and they confirm it is allowed. Seeing the menu prices, Yi Jing frowns, but Yi Lang casually orders one of everything, leaving Zhu Tong stunned. Fa Xiang fumes and demands an explanation, and his subordinate says maybe she has her reasons and they do not lack mages anyway. At that moment, a strange voice from behind asks them to move aside. Both Fa Xiang and his subordinate turn pale instantly. Zhu Tong looks back in shock as Yi Jing and Yi Lang also shift their gaze. Wu Ming steps forward, and Fa Xiang panics and calls for a priest as if facing something terrifying. Whispers spread that Wu Ming brings misfortune, that anyone near him suffers disasters, like a living curse. Yi Jing narrows his eyes, recognizing him. Wu Ming says their last encounter at the World Guild had no clear winner, so this time they can settle it. Yi Jing smirks and points at his team, asking if Wu Ming came to join. Wu Ming casually grabs a piece of Yi Lang's cake, making her shout in anger. While eating, he challenges Yi Jing, asking if he dares to accept him, as the crowd mutters about his luck-reducing aura. People whisper that reduced luck means higher failure rates, more critical hits taken, and far worse loot drops. An old man confirms Wu Ming has barely used proper gear for years because his luck is terrible, and Fa Xiang concludes no team would ever want someone like him. Yi Jing gets curious, wondering if this bad luck could drag dropped items down to the lowest quality, and Wu Ming admits that might actually be possible. He explains he lives off mission commissions, so he never cares about monster drops, and while others see trash, it means nothing to him, leaving Yi Lang furious but forced to hold back. After hearing that, Yi Jing looks satisfied, like he has already calculated something, leaving Wu Ming confused. Yi Jing then invites Wu Ming to join the team, saying they need someone with special traits, already planning to use his bad luck to better control high-value item selection. Fa Xiang laughs in disdain, calling it insane. Lao Zhang mocks them for being so desperate they pick up someone who drags luck to rock bottom, and Fa Xiang sneers that Yi Jing's team is basically a trash collection site. Wu Ming warns calmly that this team will eventually be crushed by the abyss, then adds the first person he plans to deal with is Yi Jing. He officially accepts the offer, they shake hands, and Wu Ming provocatively says the team will be disappointed because he will not let anyone be swallowed by the abyss so easily, then ends with a simple, just wait and see. Someone watching mutters that Wu Ming is not simple. Lao Zhang scoffs that every team he joins gets wiped out, almost a record of total annihilation, making Fa Xiang even more shocked Yi Jing accepted him. Fa Xiang keeps mocking Yi Jing as an idiot whose team will self-destruct. Just as Wu Ming complains he is hungry, Yi Lang explodes over the food, and Yi Jing orders more dishes, reminding everyone they are teammates now. Yi Jing lowers his gaze and sums it up. The team now has Yi Lang, Wu Ming, and Zhu Tong, and they only need one more member to meet the minimum for a hunter license. On top of a skyscraper, the air feels tense, like something is about to happen. In the lounge, the team sits around bored, and Zhu Tong complains that their popularity is way too low. Yi Lang bluntly says the reason is Zhu Tong and Wu Ming dragging down the team's reputation. Fa Xiang shows up again, mocking that registration time is almost over, and without enough members, their application will be cancelled. And he even threatens to block future submissions for personality flaws, as punishment for Yi Jing. He adds that Yi Jing will lose not only his captain rights, but even his hunter license for daring to oppose him, then asks if he regrets it. Yi Jing calmly replies that their team is already complete. Fa Xiang glances at Zhu Tong, insults him, and bursts into laughter. He turns to Yi Lang with the same look of contempt. Then he looks at Wu Ming and laughs, saying this team is full of clowns, and still cannot even count a full lineup, clearly missing a member. Yi Jing answers coldly that they have 5 members, and tells him to stop pretending to be stupid. Right then, someone rushes in, apologizing for being trapped in the abyss and barely escaping with her life. Lu Xingnian steps forward and firmly declares she wants to join the team, no explanations needed. The crowd freezes the moment they recognize who she is. Fa Xiang's subordinate panics, explaining Liu Xingnian belongs to the Liu clan, a major sponsor of the World Guild, and Fa Xiang cannot understand why someone like her would join Yi Jing's so-called trash team. The crowd whispers that even if Liu Xingnian once rejected her family's training, there is no way she would choose such a weak team, making them suspect Yi Jing is not that simple. Fa Xiang forces a smile, dismisses everything as tricks, and declares he will take on an A-rank mission himself to hunt top-tier loot without relying on low-level trash. The receptionist confirms the requirements are met and announces the official formation of the team with 5 members. Ranked E, led by Yi Jing, with Wu Ming, Zhu Tong, Yi Lang, and Liu Xingnian, now eligible to accept valid E-rank missions. Yi Jing steps up and directly applies for the A-rank Abyss mission as cleanup support. Fa Jiang laughs at an E-rank team aiming that high, but Yi Jing calmly says, E-rank only limits management scope, not mission difficulty. As long as a cleanup slot exists, they can register. The paperwork goes through, the receptionist approves their entry into the A-rank Abyss mission, and when the seal is stamped, Fa Xiang explodes, accusing Yi Jing of exploiting loopholes to sneak into his mission. Yi Jing stays calm and even suggests cooperation for mutual benefit, but Fa Xiong flat out refuses and arrogantly says he will leave the trash for their team to handle. Before leaving, he throws out a few more sharp and venomous insults. Yi Jing is not provoked at all. Instead, he gladly accepts the so-called kindness, as if everything went exactly as he planned. Zhu Tong asks bluntly if he is turning himself into Fa Xiang's lackey, and Yi Jing denies it, saying this is just a way to legitimize their cleanup roles so they can access any Abyss mission without restriction. He explains that no matter how strong you are, without the right position, you cannot enter high-level zones, and support roles are the widest path to Abyss resources, leaving Zhu Tong not fully convinced, but starting to understand. Yi Jing then brings up a key detail. San Tim's mission is connected to the Black Tower Key. The group grows serious. Guild Intel says the Black Tower Key appears only in special Abyss missions, and San Tim is clearly being favored to approach it. Wu Ming explains the Black Tower Key is the ticket to challenge the Black Tower, where each cleared floor grants rewards, including abilities like curse removal or curing impossible diseases. Yi Lang adds there are even records of reviving the dead within the Abyss, but almost no one can obtain the key since it only appears in the most dangerous zones. Liu Xingnian confirms she has heard of it too, and anyone who ever touched the Black Tower Key eventually became a top-tier hunter without exception. Zhu Tong looks lost as everyone understands except him. He asks if the key can instantly make him stronger, but the whole team shuts that down, saying everything still depends on real strength, so he sighs and resolves to grow stronger himself. Yi Jing reassures them that the Black Tower Key may be hidden in this very mission, and if they are lucky, they can reach it before other teams, especially with San Tim leading the charge and potentially uncovering a hidden zone. Liu Xingnian narrows her eyes and asks if all of this was part of his plan from the start, including her joining the team. Yi Jing denies it, saying he originally thought recruiting would be easy, but things turned out far more unexpected. The whole room falls silent, everyone stunned by how everything unfolded. The A-rank mission activates, and the team steps into the Abyss entrance together. As the gate opens, they cross the threshold one by one and enter the inner space. The moment they arrive, Zhu Tong freezes, because instead of darkness, he sees a vast sky filled with stars. He excitedly blurts out that he thought this place would be a closed prison, but Yi Jing explains some Abyss zones are open spaces with no walls or boundaries, just no direction at all, making it easy to get lost. And as Wu Ming steps in, he frowns at the endless sand, saying he hates desert terrain the most. Yi Jing asks what Yi Lang and Liu Xingnian are wearing, and Yi Lang replies it is simple sun-resistant gear for harsh conditions. The group starts moving, while Zhu Tong keeps mumbling poetic nonsense, as if drifting across an endless sea of sand. Fa Xiang sees the empty landscape and immediately frowns. This kind of battlefield is exhausting and wastes time with long marches. A scout reports that the Abyss Center is a fortress inside an oasis in the desert, making Fa Xiang pause in surprise at the existence of a real oasis. He scans the area and sees no greenery and no monsters, making him question why such a quiet place is rated a rank danger. T suddenly recalls something strange. A flock of birds has been circling above the whole time, like they would dive the moment someone slips. The person beside him blinks in confusion and repeats, "Birds?" Everyone's eyes widen at once and their alertness spikes. The sky suddenly tears open as a swarm of mutated eagle-headed harpies appears. Alarms ring out, and the tension explodes as they dive. T quickly warns that in open terrain flying enemies always have the advantage, and tells everyone to stay behind him to reduce risk. Han looks at Yi Jing's group with annoyance, and mocks them for not even finding cover, saying they might as well be asking to die. Yi Jing calmly replies that these diving types are only good at grabbing targets, not wide area damage, and Liu Xingnian adds that if someone gets caught it just means they stood in the wrong spot. T gets furious at being looked down on, saying a support team, daring to mock the main force, is crossing the line, and that letting them tag along was already generous. The Harpy leader reveals a hungry gaze, like it has not had a proper meal in a long time. Both sides clash in an instant under heavy tension. The archer fires first, but the arrow is cleanly dodged midair. One member is instantly grabbed and carried off, panic exploding across his face. The victim screams desperately for MT to save him. T immediately charges in to rescue him. He leaps up trying to grab the man back but misses by inches, cursing as the chance slips away. Yilang steps in and detonates one harpy, causing both the monster and the captured man to fall. Two bodies crash into the ground with a heavy thud. Yilang looks down coldly and mocks Team Santima, saying he expected elites but feels disappointed instead. Senja stands among a few remaining survivors, casually raising her hand with full confidence as if she does not take the enemy seriously. The rescued man, still shaking, snaps back and blames Yi Jing's group for exposing their position. Yi Jing steps forward and coldly states that being weak and refusing to learn is exactly why Team Santima runs so poorly. The harpies regroup in the air and prepare for another wave. T moves to guard the archer, but the archer stops him, saying if it was self-inflicted, then let him face it, and they will see his true strength. Yi Jing stands still, watching calmly without a flicker in his eyes. The harpy leader signals, and the entire aerial formation tightens as they prepare to dive again. Yi Jing casually draws his sword, and with a seemingly light slash wipes out every diving harpy in an instant. A body drops to the ground, leaving MT stunned at what just happened. The archer stares in disbelief and insists it was just luck. No way they were taken down with a single strike. One harpy that seemed dead suddenly struggles back up and curses violently. As it lunges again, the archer panics and screams for help. Yi Jing rushes in and crushes the monster instantly, then warns that these creatures are highly sensitive to noise. So if they keep screaming, they will attract the entire swarm, and if they do not want to die, they should shut up and move. Elsewhere, Fa Xiang is still locked in combat with a beast. The warrior beside him is fighting just as fiercely. The mage in the back keeps casting spells to hold off the pressure. After seeing many of their kind slaughtered, the harpies begin to waver. In the end, they panic and retreat, abandoning their assault. Fa Xiang turns to MT and the archer and harshly criticizes them, saying recruiting trash like that is a disaster, and they should be removed after the mission, and others quickly agree. Zhu Tong keeps trembling and asks if it is safe now, forcing Yi Jing to explain that the archer's screaming made them the priority target. Lu Xingnian adds that these monsters are not strong in attack but extremely sensitive to noisy or backline targets, like mages and archers, making Zhu Tong go pale as he realizes he fits that description. She continues that the backline is always the weakest point, so low defense classes are easy prey, and Zhu Tong immediately decides to stay completely silent and stick tightly to the formation. After clearing the first wave, the mage feels uneasy and notices small stones on the ground starting to tremble. Before anyone reacts, the team shouts an alarm, suspecting an earthquake. Liu Xingnian senses something is wrong since the harpies were not fully suppressed, and Yilang immediately drags Zhu Tong away, feeling something worse is coming. Dense movement begins to appear ahead. A massive wave of dark figures approaches from afar, and every single one of them is a monster rushing in as a swarm. Fa Xiang freezes, realizing this is a large-scale and extremely dangerous wave. He instantly shouts orders, assigning defense lines, healers, and vanguard units to prepare for full combat. At the same time, he boasts about his command skills, claiming he can control over 20 people with ease. He declares he will show everyone his team's true strength, and his subordinates respond obediently, even though the nearby team looks small and odd. Soon, the cannibal monsters begin tightening their encirclement around Fa Xiang's team. Without hesitation, he charges straight into the enemy formation. The battle explodes as Fa Xiang swings wildly, cutting down monsters in a frenzy. After killing a few, he already looks down on them, saying they are too weak. He orders a full assault, demanding his team wipe them out in one sweep. From above, Yi Jing and his group watch the entire scene like spectators. After a quick assessment, Yi Jing concludes the monsters are still within control, and that team can handle it. Yilang asks if they should join, while Zhu Tong panics and wants to run, earning a light slap and reminder to grow stronger, forcing him to stay quiet. Yi Jing calmly says, "Let Fa Xiang finish his performance. They just need to wait and collect the loot." Suddenly, a monster is blasted toward their position. It roars before Yi Jing crushes it instantly, blood splattering everywhere, and he frowns, clearly aware it was deliberately redirected at them. Fa Xiang glances over and sneers, telling them to hurry up and clean the battlefield if they are still alive. After each wave falls, items scatter across the ground, but most are low teardrops. Yi Jing's group suddenly receives a notification about Wu Ming's luck reduction effect. Zhu Tong looks at the loot and feels disappointed, since the other team only takes high-grade gear, leaving behind worthless trash. Yi Jing, however, lights up and treats the low-tier items as valuable resources, deciding to collect everything. On the front line, Fa Xiang grows irritated as no high-quality gear drops, only gray-tier junk, making him question his own luck. The mage notices something strange. Critical hits barely occur on either side, as if an invisible mechanism is suppressing them. Fa Xiang curses while swinging his blade, furious that all the money he spent on luck-boosting gear is useless here. Yi Jing observes carefully and feels the core monsters have not unleashed their full strength, like something is holding everything back. Liu Xingnian explains that monsters are usually seen as mindless creatures that invade by instinct without strategy. Ye Jing recalls from the previous hunter exam that some demon species did not seem mindless at all, even showing signs of communication. A member of Fa Xiang's team suddenly points ahead and warns of something. Through thick smoke, a vague shadow appears along with a strange, incomprehensible sound. Fa Xiang immediately orders MT to hold the front line and commands the support to boost healing, putting the entire team on maximum alert. Ta unleashes his power and braces the defensive line. The archer keeps clearing monsters ahead, quickly taking down another target. Just as things seem stable, the ground behind them cracks open and cannibal demons erupt from below, causing the archer to scream about danger in the rear. The cannibal demons enter a berserk state, completely out of control. They charge straight into Fa Xiang's backline, creating a pincer attack that throws the whole team into chaos. Seeing the situation worsen, the mage asks whether they should turn back to deal with the rear threat. Fa Xiang snaps and orders everyone to keep pushing forward, forbidding any retreat even if the backline collapses. Fa Xiang proposes a ruthless plan: push the monsters toward Yi Jing's cleanup team to shift aggro, while his team keeps advancing without stopping. The archer and mage have no choice but to obey. They instantly activate skills and throw interference items forward. A thick purple smoke spreads across the battlefield. The system registers the change and resets all aggro values to neutral. The cannibal demons pause in confusion, losing their target. Then the leader roars and gives a command, forcing a sudden shift. The entire swarm turns and charges straight at Yi Jing's group. Wu Ming spots the abnormal movement at once, while Zhu Tong panics at the sight of another wave rushing in. Yi Long ignites flames to prepare for battle. Liu Xingnian looks excited to finally act, but Yi Jing calmly orders everyone to conserve strength until they understand the situation. He tells them to stand still, limit mana and stamina use, and avoid being dragged into the enemy's tempo. Yi Lang looks confused about holding back at a moment like this. Yi Jing suspects the monsters are being controlled or lured into a trap, so he decides to let Fa Xiang's main team react first. He draws his twin swords and steps to the front line himself. Without hesitation, Ye Jing charges forward. He leaps down from above into the dense swarm. He fires spider threads to lock down the area and restrict their movement. But the monsters react instantly and dodge every binding line. Yi Jing appears behind one of them. The others snap around at once. Before they can counterattack, his blade flashes. Two more rush in to surround him. Yi Jing pivots smoothly and avoids their strikes. A sharp streak of swordlight cuts through the air. Both monsters drop in a single clean exchange. Liu Xingnian cannot hide her shock as she senses his strength has grown again. She can barely track his speed with her eyes. Yi Jing moves across the battlefield like a slicing line. Wherever he passes, monsters split and collapse. The remaining swarm begins to panic. They suddenly turn and retreat, even catching Yi Jing off guard. On Fa Xiang's side, they are still mocking Yi Jing's team, assuming the monsters will wipe them out. But as the smoke clears, the swarm changes direction and rushes back toward them. The mage and archer panic, unable to believe the reversal. The archer screams in despair, not understanding why the entire swarm returned. Fa Xiang's team falls into total chaos and cries for help. Yi Jing calmly concludes that these demons prioritize weaker targets and retreat when facing someone beyond their level. Before he finishes, MT on their front line starts getting overwhelmed. From the thick smoke, a massive shadow emerges. The cannibal leader swings a heavy weapon and delivers a lethal strike at MT. The team freezes as MT falls almost instantly. Fa Xiang immediately shouts at the support, blaming them for losing control of his health. The support stammers that his health bar barely moved before the strike. The damage far exceeded expectations. A gigantic figure slowly steps out from the smoke. Each heavy footstep echoes with crushing pressure. The creature towers far beyond normal human size, radiating dominance. Fa Xiang's entire team watches in tense silence. Unease surges as they realize this is not a normal wave, but layered threats of entirely different danger levels. Fa Xiang tries to adjust the formation, but stops mid-command at the sight behind them. Another wave of cannibal demons floods in from the rear, trapping them in a pincer attack. From afar, Ye Jing judges this assault is only the opening move, not the true power yet. Suddenly, bolts of lightning tear through Fa Xiang's formation. A figure shoots upward within the flashing light. A flash of sword light sweeps out, slicing down the man-eating demons closing in. Fa Xiang powers up to the max, his aura surging instantly. He laughs like a madman, bragging about his strength and looking down on everyone around him. Then he locks onto the giant man-eating demon ahead. Without hesitation, he charges in and throws what he believes is a killing blow. The giant demon answers with a devastating punch. Fa Xiang blocks it head-on. The impact is overwhelming and sends him flying in a blink. He is furious and stunned, unable to believe the monster is that strong. Before he can recover, he spots another move coming. A brutal kick slams straight into him. Fa Xiang's body is launched several meters away. He crashes into the rubble, injuries piling up. His team panics and rushes forward to save him. They push together, trying to break through and reach their leader. The whole squad goes all in to cover and clear a path. Meanwhile, Fa Xiang struggles back to his feet in the debris. The archer fires wildly, shooting and cursing in pure panic. Suddenly, strange magic fluctuations appear on several demon corpses. That energy spreads to the giant monster. Its eyes shift, turning savage and completely unstable. It charges at the archer, who screams in terror, unable to believe the dead are moving again. The female warrior notices a twisted corpse on the ground and senses something wrong. She realizes it is necromancy, controlling the dead, and warns everyone of extreme danger. Before she can finish, explosions erupt around them, throwing everything into chaos. The support cannot heal fast enough, completely overwhelmed. Fa Xiang orders everyone to use aggro-clearing items and retreat immediately. Yi Jing observes closely and confirms it is a necromechanic that turns corpses into bombs once triggered. He warns the team to stay away from every corpse to avoid a chain explosion. Right beside Yi Jing, a demon corpse starts trembling violently. He coldly gives the command to retrieve. An invisible force instantly wraps around the corpse. The bodies are pulled back and slowly erased into the retrieval space. The area clears at once, leaving Yilong shocked, while Zhu Tong exhales in relief and admires Yi Jing's power. Wu Ming shows interest in the ability, while Yi Jing breaks into cold sweat and tells everyone to keep clearing corpses to stop reactivation, admitting the situation is far worse than expected. He sighs, planning to gather resources quietly, but now he has to constantly clean up bodies just to survive. Fa Xiang's remaining forces can no longer hold on and flee toward Yi Jing's group in panic. As soon as he arrives, Fa Xiang speaks loudly, acting like he is offering them a favor. Yi Jing calmly asks what he wants. Fa Xiang proposes a deal. Yi Jing's team helps his squad earn merits in an R-rank mission, and in return they get recognition and maybe even a promotion after leaving. Yi Jing thinks it over and says he usually focuses on looting spoils, and expanding into other areas would draw attention and cause trouble with his hunter identity. But Fa Xiang laughs it off and insists it is a serious invitation from his hunting squad. Yi Jing's team is speechless at his overconfidence. Smoke still fills the area from the demon's explosions. Fa Xiang's team barely holds on while he curses in frustration. Looking at the demons ahead, he knows they are not easy to handle. The mage suggests another plan. Avoid direct combat with high-level monsters. Since this is an open abyss, they can circle around and still reach the objective. Fa Xiang hesitates, worried the monsters will chase them anyway. The mage proposes a vicious scheme. Use Yi Jing's corpse-collecting group as bait and lure the monsters toward a blind giant beast to let them kill each other. Fa Xiang gets excited, praising the idea, even saying it would not matter if that group dies, since someone powerful will take responsibility. He then turns back to Yi Jing, keeping his inviting tone as if offering a great partnership. From behind, Zhu Tong immediately senses the trap. Liao Xingran looks intrigued and sees it as training, and Yi Jing is once again asked whether he will accept the cooperation. As Yi Jing is about to answer, Zhu Tong quickly stops him, while Liao Xingran looks even more excited, splitting the mood between fear and thrill. Seeing Yi Jing's group agree, Fa Xiong bursts into laughter and declares they will move forward together, as if he controls everything. Liao Xingran grows more hyped. Zhu Tong is dragged along in panic, and Yilong just laughs at the chaos. Before moving out, Yi Jing calls for a quick internal meeting, and Zhu Tong warns again that Fa Xiong clearly plans to use them. Yi Jing hands Zhu Tong a special shield, and Zhu Tong is shocked to find out it is a legendary item, while Yilong is equally stunned by its value. Zhu Tong wants to protect the shield carefully, but Yi Jing shrugs it off and says they can replace it if it breaks, then asks Liao Xingran about her healing, and assigns her to guard the rear with Zhu Tong and Yilong. Liao Xingran immediately objects, saying she is not suited for backline since she has always fought alone in dangerous zones. Yi Jing explains her job is not to charge in, but to protect the weaker too. and secure the team's survival in the abyss, while Zhu Tong tries to return the shield to her, and Yilong insists he is not that weak. Yi Jing entrusts the two to Liu Xingnian for protection and support, and though she is reluctant, she agrees and mutters that she still does not even know where to find proper healing skills. After scanning the field, Ye Jing sets the plan. Fire magic goes first, prioritize close enemies, and never let marked corpses explode near the formation. Distance is everything, while Yilong grips the shield excitedly and boasts he can burn them all to ash. With formation set, Ye Jing glances at Wu Ming casually picking his nose, and when stared at, Wu Ming shrugs and says he will not die that easily, so Ye Jing lets him be. Yi Jing's gaze turns firm as if the entire plan is now locked in. This time, they will handle every monster themselves, without relying on reinforcements. After regrouping with Fa Xiong, he assigns his team to flank from behind, while Yi Jing's group draws the giant's attention, and warns them to watch the child riding it who can turn corpses into bombs. Even after the warning, Fa Xiong is confused when Yi Jing's group charges in without hesitation and without activating any buffs. As they vanish into the smoke, sweat forms on Fa Xiong's forehead and his unease grows. He signals his team to stay on the outer ring to avoid being dragged in, since if Yi Jing's group gets wiped, the blame could fall on him, and the mage speeds up accordingly. From the smoke, Ye Jing walks out calmly, and even mocks the man-eating demons with open taunts. His sudden appearance throws the demons into a frenzy as killing intent surges. Before they can react, a chain of explosions erupts within their ranks. After the blasts, demon bodies are blown away and scattered across the ground. The survivors clearly panic, unable to stay composed. Their leader roars strange sounds that carry clear command. Annoyed, Ye Jing directly orders the system to decode what it is saying. The system responds instantly, activating language analysis and completing the translation. The message reveals they guard the valley where emperors rest, and any intruder must pay with blood and life. The words spread among the remaining demons, shifting their momentum. Hiding behind a rock, Zhu Tong analyzes it as a mental control technique, guessing the enemy leader is the core, and if he falls, the whole group collapses. At that moment, the demons drag out a massive axe-like weapon, shocking Zhu Tong with its insane size. The demon leader grips the heavy weapon tightly. The system immediately shows buffs activating. Their life regeneration resides, bodies are reinforced, and resistance to control and debuffs surges. Zhu Tong breaks into cold sweat at the thick armor, massive HP bar, and that axe that could split a man in half, and even considers calling emergency backup. He also notices Fa Xiong's team hiding far away, clearly using them as shields, and the thought of being bait makes him furious. Wu Ming asks Ye Jing what the next move is, and Ye Jing quickly decides to have the necromancer summon corpses as shields that will explode after falling. He assigns himself to hold the front line, while the rest clear the surroundings, and Wu Ming nods without hesitation. But Wu Ming suddenly charges ahead, making Ye Jing shout since the plan is not fully explained. There is no time to stop him, so Ye Jing quickly asks the others if they understand the plan. Yi Jing's eyes turn cold and firm, leave no target alive, and Liu Xingnian confirms she will guard the rear. Yilong grows even more excited, and declares she will burn everything to ashes. Wu Ming tightens his grip on his weapon, and prepares to clash with the approaching demons. Zhu Tong hides behind and forces himself to stay calm, trembling but determined to keep up. The man-eating demons surge forward like a flood. Wu Ming shows zero hesitation and meets them head-on. One sweeping slash sends the front line of monsters flying. In the chaos, another demon recklessly dives in. Yi Jing instantly clears it and leaves the scattered small fry to Wu Ming, who simply nods. From there, Ye Jing pushes straight toward the demon leader. Now only the biggest target stands before him. Zhu Tong cheers loudly from behind. Wu Ming gets deeper into the rhythm. Liu Xingnian feels her blood boil. Yilong grows restless and asks to charge, until Zhu Tong suddenly notices movement behind them. Several demons burst out from the ground, striking from blind spots. Zhu Tong instantly casts binding and sealing spells, mixing dark power that locks the space tight. The two emerging demons are frozen in place and cannot move. Zhu Tong looks proud of his progress, but Yilong mocks him, and he immediately refuses to be called dead weight. Yilong wastes no time and unleashes flames to incinerate the targets, yelling at Zhu Tong to back off. Zhu Tong argues back, annoyed at being brushed aside. Even slightly off rhythm, Yilong insists the priority is dealing damage before they explode, and blames Zhu Tong for poor coordination. Another demon erupts from underground, making Zhu Tong groan at the constant ambush. Yilong moves instantly. She dives straight into the battlefield. The moment she lands, she faces the new target head-on. Flames explode into the tunnels below as she spreads fire to destroy the enemy's hiding network. After finishing, Yilang dusts off her hands proudly, while Zhu Tong sweats at her reckless style. Lu Xingyan watches with a slight smirk, satisfied with the situation. She tells them to fall back behind her and promises to hold the line and heal if needed. Zhu Tong obeys at once while Yilang stays alert at new movement. Lu Xingyan calmly raises her hand to activate a control skill. Frost spreads instantly, freezing two newly appeared demons solid. Zhu Tong and Yilang are visibly impressed, and Liu Xingyan cannot hide a bit of pride. She then shifts her gaze to the main battlefield, where Ye Jing is fighting. Over there, the demon leader charges directly at Yi Jing. Its state erupts as if entering a berserk mode, power surging wildly. Yet Yi Jing dodges cleanly and notes that more damage means nothing if it cannot hit him, driving the leader into rage. It commands more underground demons to restrain Ye Jing, but Yi Jing wipes them out with a single counterattack. The demon leader is completely stunned by that display. Yi Jing begins his counteroffensive, returning all the damage in his own way. The leader is blasted out of its giant shell, shock filling its eyes. The massive body explodes violently right after. From afar, Fa Xiang's team thinks the fight is over and laughs, believing the enemy has been wiped out. The heavily injured demon leader starts screaming in agony. It devours the smaller demons to rebuild its strength. Yi Jing is briefly shocked, realizing this is a brutal and primitive evolution method. The leader quickly slips into a berserk state. Energy erupts around it and spreads across the battlefield. Yi Jing realizes Octella may not be the controller, but the seal suppressing its true power. The real form of Opma slowly reveals itself, radiating crushing pressure. In another area, Yilang has cleared most of the approaching enemies. Lu Xingyan continues healing, and calmly explains minor wounds will recover quickly with sustained healing, and Yilang nods in thanks. While fighting, Zhu Tong looks around and notices the greatsword wielder is missing, growing suspicious. Right then, Wu Ming sneezes nearby as if someone just mentioned him. From a pile of demoned corpses, Zhu Tong climbs up and grumbles forward, muttering complaints. Yilang bluntly says the weird old man he is talking about is perfectly fine, and Zhu Tong turns to scold Wu Ming for not helping during the intense fight. Wu Ming calmly explains he was helping in his own way, since his curse turns every wound into critical damage, and Lu Xingyan's healing cannot offset that if he stands in formation. Hearing that, Lu Xingyan pauses, feeling a wave of self-blame. Wu Ming adds that he joined to add manpower, but his true profession is a mercenary, not pure support. Two charging demons are cut down mid-air by him before they can react. He coldly adds that each kill comes with a separate fee. Meanwhile, Ye Jing continues going all out against the demon leader. As he lands to reset his stance, the sand beneath his feet restrains him unnaturally. Yi Jing realizes the terrain is directly interfering with his movement. The sand slowly swallows his steps, making each move heavier. Even so, he dodges the next strike and uses the momentum to escape the danger zone. Knowing the ground is a disadvantage, he leaps onto higher rocks to reposition. After regaining rhythm, he activates a buff to prepare a stronger counterattack. He charges straight back at the main target, but the demon leader strikes first and blocks his advance. A powerful arm swing sends Yi Jing flying. The leader follows with relentless punches, while Yi Jing dodges and gathers power in his hand. He launches a sudden counterattack that forces the enemy to evade. Even so, cracks appear on the leader's body before quickly tightening. It spins and prepares another crushing blow. Yi Jing blocks the strike, but the impact cracks his sword and chunks of HP drop. The weapon finally shatters. The remaining force blasts him away. Falling onto the sand, the system shows multiple statuses disabled, including emergency dodge and movement. As the leader approaches, Ye Jing instantly activates a special skill. A retrieval command triggers, and countless energy arms appear behind him. They pull him out of the danger zone at once. While retreating, Ye Jing uses a healing card to restore the HP lost during his burst state. Once recovered, he leaps into the air and recalls all his weapons. The force beneath him suddenly shifts direction. It rushes toward the demon leader, forcing it to swing its axe to defend. Yi Jing pulls out another skill card. A slash with a slow effect lands, clearly reducing the enemy's speed and rotation. He exploits the opening and appears right behind the target. A decisive strike lands, and the system shows the enemy's HP drop to 75%. The demon leader roars in pain. Yi Jing sees the effect and decides to keep pressing this strategy. The more wounded the monster becomes, the more unstable it turns. It activates a wide area skill, unleashing a shockwave that blasts the entire zone and sends Yi Jing flying. From a distance, the team watches Yi Jing get blasted out of the battlefield. His body crashes to the ground in a miserable state. Even injured and bleeding, Yi Jing manages to stand back up. While Zhu Tong quickly checks on him, Yi Jing replies briefly that he is fine. The system warning continues. The leader has activated extreme regeneration. All slow effects are removed, and its HP is rapidly recovering. Realizing it fully heals if no damage is dealt for a few seconds, Yi Jing begins re-evaluating its combat mechanics. Wu Ming agrees with Fa Xiang's suggestion to retreat, proposing a detour to avoid unnecessary risk. But Yi Jing refuses to withdraw, saying he cannot accept leaving the target alive, and claims he understands its mechanics. Wu Ming immediately counters that if damage is not maintained within 3 seconds, it will fully regenerate, making it nearly impossible to kill. Yi Jing quickly finalizes the plan. He cannot control it alone, but with coordinated teamwork, there is still a chance. He explains the system. The demon only locks onto the last attacker, so they must rotate aggro and melee and keep constant pressure without a 3-second gap. Wu Ming and Liu Xingnian will alternate frontline. Yilong will burst damage between rotations, and Liu Xingnian immediately understands. Zhu Tong, realizing he is not assigned a role, nervously asks what he should do. Yi Jing replies bluntly, "Just stay alive." Still uneasy, Zhu Tong asks if their chance of winning is high. Yi Jing looks at him and answers, "Around 20%. Zhu Tong freezes instantly, feeling like this is a pure life-or-death gamble, while Yilong laughs and says 20 is not that bad. Yi Jing stresses this is their only opportunity. If the boss regains its rhythm, they must retreat. He will take the aggro and maintain pressure, handling the most dangerous role himself. Liu Xingnian agrees without hesitation, trusting the plan and promising to boost their chances. Zhu Tong also nods, scared but choosing to follow through. Yilong grows even more excited and volunteers to maximize firepower since she still has mana. Wu Ming looks at them all and sighs, calling it a reckless gamble. After healing stabilizes Yi Jing, he praises Liu Xingnian's support, saying the balance between healing and self-damage now allows more dangerous techniques. He emphasizes her healing is the key that lets him sustain high-level buffs without restriction. Liu Xingnian freezes when she hears triple-layer enhancement, realizing the risk has been pushed to the limit. Wu Ming immediately analyzes the danger. Stacking buffs will exceed healing capacity, and even a slight timing error could be fatal. Even so, Yi Jing decides to proceed. It is a trade-off they must take to win. After agreeing, Yilong leads the charge, rushing straight toward the demon leader. Her special state activates, greatly boosting firepower while consuming her life force. She announces she will handle all ranged fire support. Instantly, waves of fireballs rain down on the target. The demon leader briefly staggers in surprise. It shifts into a defensive stance and blocks the attacks. Then it counters with a violent barrage. Liu Xingnian immediately rushes forward, declaring she will hold the rear defense line. Her sword strike creates an energy explosion, while Zhu Tong raises his shield to protect Yilong. Yi Jing signals to continue, use ice to reinforce terrain, while he maintains frontline pressure. Liu Xingnian follows without hesitation. A massive ice bridge forms, opening movement paths for the team. Yi Jing charges forward to face the demon leader directly. The leader's slash is blocked just in time by Yilong's fire barrage. Yilong laughs excitedly and keeps increasing fire output, enraging the enemy further. The leader swings again, but Yi Jing narrowly dodges. However, a sweeping strike suddenly redirects toward the rear formation. The entire team tenses instantly. Liu Xingnian raises an ice wall to block it, but the ice shatters immediately, unable to fully stop the attack. She shouted urgently, ordering the entire team to fall back. Liu Xingran's ice wall was overloaded, and the system suddenly warned that hatred had switched targets. Liu Xingran hadn't even processed it when Wu Ming appeared beside her, telling her to step aside in a cold voice. He didn't hesitate and slashed straight into the ice barrier in front of them. As a counterattack came in, Wu Ming blocked it and told her to focus on offense while he handled the rear. Protected by him, Liu Xingran immediately pushed forward. The cannibal boss quickly retargeted her. Yi Jing moved in and intercepted it head-on. He landed a decisive slash right across the monster's face. Just as it tried to counter, its attack was cut off mid-motion. Liu Xingran seized the opening and froze its entire movement. The system showed stacked freeze progress as Yi Jing ordered her to fall back to a safe position. She immediately retreated as instructed. Yi Jing appeared behind the target again, chaining attacks and calling for Yilang's support. Yilang responded with a fireball burst into the monster's body. The chain explosions shook its massive frame and the ground beneath it. Sensing danger, Yilang pulled back to avoid a counterattack. Yi Jing kept pressing, steadily dropping its HP from 78 to 69 to 63. The boss went berserk and grabbed Yi Jing mid-fight. But Wu Ming instantly intervened, slicing off the arm that restrained him. Yi Jing landed, quickly assessed the situation, and briefly praised the coordination. He confirmed their DPS window held for about 2 seconds, and Orgrimm's regeneration hadn't triggered yet, meaning they could end it if sustained. He immediately ordered everyone to keep attacking without pause. Wu Ming refocused and Lu Xingran prepared to reapply control. Yu Lang maintained continuous fire to prevent any opening. The cannibal boss completely lost control and entered a frenzy state. But before it could explode outward, Yu Lang's fire suppressed it again. Frustrated, she pulled aggro onto herself, and the system confirmed the target switch to Lang. The boss instantly hurled its massive axe toward her. Yilang had no time to react, and the situation turned critical. From afar, Yi Jing ordered Lu Xingran to block the attack. She raised an ice barrier, but the impact shattered it almost instantly. Zhu Tong suddenly recalled the original strategy, rotating aggro, stacking damage, and never allowing a gap longer than 3 seconds. He also remembered Yi Jing's words that his job was to stay alive. Zhu Tong had once asked the win rate, and was told it was only 20%, but he still chose to stay on the battlefield. He raised his shield and blocked the incoming axe head-on. Then he shouted, deliberately drawing the monster's attention. In the chaos, dark thoughts about himself and his failures surfaced in Zhu Tong's mind. He saw himself as useless on this battlefield. Memories of the stage, failed performances, shaky voice, and lack of confidence resurfaced. Amid those thoughts, another version of himself seemed to appear and pull him out of the spiral. That version coldly said he didn't belong here, yet treated it as an accepted truth. Before fading, it left a reminder that whether on stage or battlefield, everything depends on where the spotlight lands at the right moment. Zhu Tong, still dazed, only reacted with confusion, as if hearing something familiar yet strange. Before his eyes, countless red lights flickered like illusions, raising questions about talent, courage, and the meaning of standing in the spotlight. Memories of teammates, death, failure, and past words all surged in and crushed his mind amid the battlefield chaos. Looking at the enemies ahead, he froze for a moment, as surrounding sounds hammered into his ears, as if mocking him as a half-baked performer. Zhu Tong gritted his teeth and admitted he had never been able to pull an audience in with just an opening line. Zhu Tong rushed toward the only glowing spot in the vast battlefield, feeling suffocated, as if staying behind the curtains made him invisible with no right to step forward. That thought pushed him to keep chasing the light, believing even a brief moment near the center would be enough. Whispering voices around him dragged him down, insisting a half-talent should stay in place and not dream beyond limits. But he still reached forward, desperate to touch that light even for an instant. Seeing the brilliance ahead, he told himself that even if he couldn't be a star, he needed at least one moment on his own stage. He raised his shield and charged, fixated on one idea, to stand as the main character even just once. Rage erupted inside him as he cursed loudly, releasing all his pent-up frustration. A massive blade slammed into his shield, and he thought this was the moment he would finally explode with power. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His shield shattered, and his body was thrown backward. Yi Jing shouted in panic, calling for Zhu Tong. Zhu Tong slammed his hand into the ground, forming a purple orb that pulled in a violent gravity vortex. A purple weapon shaped like a battle axe materialized. His eyes turned feral as he controlled it to strike the target. The axe hit the monster, knocking it backward. The creature coughed up blood. Energy erupted chaotically as Zhu Tong triggered his third berserk state. Crimson energy spread, and the ground dissolved into a strange molten-like substance. The monster froze, unable to react. He roared, intent on crushing every bone in its body. Liu Xingran, while healing Zhu Tong, realized this was not ice magic but condensed molten sand energy, far beyond expectations. Zhu Tong surged forward again at blinding speed. The monster grabbed at him, but he twisted mid-air to evade. In the clash, he latched onto its claw and launched himself upward. He roared and forcibly snapped the claw apart with raw strength. Using the broken claw, he leapt toward the monster's head. Like a lightning streak, he drove the claw deep into its skull. A piercing scream of agony echoed out. Lu Xingran couldn't hide her excitement and called out in praise. The monster raised its other arm for a counterattack. A slash cut through it, nearly severing the arm. At the same time, ice magic froze more than half of its lower body. Fire attacks from another direction burned through the remaining sections. Yi Jing kept pressing, forcing the claw deeper inside. Zhu Tong panted heavily, completely drained. Finally, the claw pierced through the monster's skull entirely. A purple orb formed in his hand as he growled with crushing intent. He drove it straight into the center of its head. The scream cut off as the orb exploded, obliterating the monster's head completely. Yi Jing checked on Zhu Tong, while Liu Xingran explained he survived only because of a brief invincibility effect from the broken shield. But she admitted her healing could only barely keep him alive. Zhu Tong blamed himself, trembling, realizing he should have understood the survival rules better and not endangered his team. Zhu Tong calmly said he was happy to have fought alongside everyone. He clenched his fist, emotionally admitting he had finally reached the center stage he always wanted. The others only stood in silence, unable to respond. Yi Jing ordered a full retreat, canceling the mission and sending everyone back with Zhu Tong, while he chose to go deeper alone, shocking everyone. Lu Xingran asked in disbelief if he truly intended to go alone. After storing the monster, he said coldly that every battle was like walking on a blade, where losing resolve meant instant defeat. He gripped his skill card, feeling stronger yet strangely empty, while the system message appeared, and the abyss seemed to stare back at him in mockery. Zhu Tong held his head, tears falling as he blamed himself for becoming a burden, despite finally reaching the stage he desired, unable to swallow the feeling of worthlessness. He stood in silence, his mind tangled as he failed to find the right words, unsure whether he truly wanted Zhu Tong to keep risking his life, or if he was just worried about his survival, while the ruins around him made both the world and the abyss feel brutally cold. A teleport gate opened in front of him, and he understood that some words simply could not be spoken. Carrying his suppressed frustration, he stepped straight through the gate. After stabilizing his position, he noticed unusual movement in the distance as a flock of birds gathered. Seeing scattered monster corpses, he concluded the San Tim group had avoided the main fight with the brain demon, but were still ambushed by roaming monsters. Not seeing any teammates nearby, he assessed that the other side was progressing well, picked up a leftover smoke bomb, realized the canyon was a natural choke point with near-impossible stealth movement, and began planning smoke coverage tactics. He deduced that the San Tim team had prepared thoroughly and intended to use stealth to gain an advantage in the final zone of the abyss. His eyes shifted to a purple glow as his enhanced perception skill activated. Massive creatures came into clear view, and he judged them to be low mobility, but capable of wiping out Samtier fighters with direct hits. Frustrated by the lack of escape routes, he crushed the smoke bomb in his hand and decided he would no longer avoid combat. He walked straight toward the monster horde. He drew his black sword, pointed it forward, and gave a short call. The monsters immediately reacted, eyes glowing red as they roared fiercely. He gripped his blade tightly, his gaze cold and fully focused. Elsewhere, a massive stone gate blocked the entire path of the San Tim group. Their leader rushed forward and slammed his fist into the gate. He roared in frustration, thinking they were close to the final stage of the abyss, only to be stopped by a sealed door leading to the treasure. A mage reminded him that opening it required the Guardian's token according to the quest notice. The leader grew even more irritated. As the mage explained, they had never encountered the Guardian because they avoided all fights along the way. Another member speculated the token might be held by a roaming patrol monster outside the canyon. Hearing this, the group realized the brain demon had been diverted to another team and concluded they might need to go back and kill it to obtain the key item. The leader asked how many smoke bombs they had left to support a retreat and return route, but the answer was none, completely exhausted. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and decided to fight their way back. The mage immediately objected, analyzing that their current lineup was too depleted, lacking core roles, and too exhausted to face a boss-level enemy. The leader grabbed him by the collar and cursed in rage, blaming all their bad luck on the situation. At that moment, Ye Jing appeared holding an ancient patterned item and coldly stated that the token they needed was in his possession. Both sides immediately turned to stare at him. The opposing leader asked in disbelief why he was still alive, and Ye Jing calmly replied that not only was he alive, he was in better condition than before. The man sneered, accusing him of abandoning his team to survive, and assuming his group had been wiped out. Ye Jing coldly corrected him, saying he ordered his teammates to retreat safely and did not abandon anyone, which only made the other side more furious. Without further explanation, he inserted the token into the stone gate. A teleport portal opened instantly before them. As the group entered one by one, the man still mocked him, suggesting the token was likely stolen from the canyon boss. The hooded mage explained the legendary rogue skill that allows item theft without killing the target, but the leader angrily insisted it was still theft, no matter how high the rank was. Yi Jing coldly replied that he had personally killed the brain demon and stopped multiple pursuers, prompting the man to rush in disbelief at how he achieved what their entire team could not, only to be met with a cold glare. The space ahead shifted, and a massive lake suddenly appeared beside the path. The San Tim group froze at the sight, while Yi Jing glanced at it and mocked whether they wanted to test it themselves. The leader quickly changed his attitude, switching to flattery and insisting they were equal partners, and loot should be split fairly, arguing that their team had more members and deserved a larger share. But Ye Jing coldly replied with a single word, "Whatever." He continued calculating the split, claiming numerical advantage meant a bigger portion, while Yi Jing realized the man was finally revealing his true intentions. But the moment Yi Jing stepped forward, his foot landed on a strange brick. The group instantly scattered as Yi Jing shouted a warning about a trap, and a volley of blue arrows shot out. One man in the center was pierced, his body riddled with holes before collapsing. The remaining members stared in shock, completely panicked. Yi Jing exhaled coldly and remarked that the team had just lost another member. The group, thinking they were safe after escaping the trap, relaxed, unaware danger was still ongoing. Yi Jing suddenly changed expression, sensing something abnormal. He looked ahead, seeing a dense field of mechanisms, and cursed under his breath at the absurd trap density. He moved forward, accidentally triggering a chain of mechanisms that shook the entire area. In the sky, countless golden lights appeared like falling stars, sending the group into absolute panic. Yi Jing steadied himself, his eyes sharpening. Purple energy burst from his hand, engulfing the incoming arrow rain. The arrows were swallowed by an invisible force, their speed slowing until they nearly froze mid-air. He redirected them to the ground and declared the entire trap system neutralized, allowing them to proceed. The Santim leader asked in shock about Yi Jing's power, unable to understand how it exceeded anything they had seen before. He began questioning Yi Jing's identity, while his subordinate urged restraint, warning they might still need him. Still arrogant, the leader claimed they had more numbers, but quickly corrected himself as reality sank in. Seeing Yi Jing stop, he immediately changed tone and asked politely if something was wrong ahead. The group followed his gaze and began to panic. Before them appeared a massive treasure pile of gold, silver, and jewels glittering brightly. Unable to resist, they all rushed toward the resources. The leader's eyes widened in excitement at the enormous fortune. He picked up a crystal and was shocked by its rare purity. Greed quickly consumed the group as they scrambled to collect everything, believing their fate was about to change. Yi Jing stared at the gold pile and frowned, sensing something was off. The golden mass began to tremble slightly, as if something beneath it was moving. Cold sweat formed on Yi Jing's forehead. He realized a highly rare abyss-level creature might be present, something almost never recorded in history. A massive figure slowly rose from within the treasure. A dragon-like being lazily lifted its head, yawning as it asked who had disturbed its sleep. The leader stammered, muttering that the creature looked like a woman. The dragon-like entity opened its eyes and coldly declared them lowly beings, ordering them to strip all valuable equipment. It leaned back into the gold pile as if it were a bed, speaking lazily yet overwhelmingly oppressive, telling them to leave as if nothing had happened. The entire group froze, unable to respond. The man panicked and confirmed he had not misheard a monster actually speaking like a human. The creature yawned again, still groggy as if waking from a deep sleep. It glanced at them in disgust, calling them a foul, greedy species that made it feel sick. Its eyes suddenly sharpened, killing intent spilling out. The massive body rose from the gold pile, overwhelming pressure crashing down as it asked who dared invade its territory. It angrily declared they had polluted its treasure, prompting Yi Jing to go on alert. The leader initially assumed it was just a weak humanoid guardian and still acted arrogantly, even planning to kill it as a trophy, while the mage warned it might be a heightier boss. He stubbornly insisted it was just a treasure guard and tried to exploit its aggro being on Yi Jing for a sneak attack. The creature erupted in rage, unleashing a violent surge of energy. A counterattack swept across the area, forcing the entire team into a desperate retreat. The leader screamed in panic, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Sharp attacks tightened around the area, locking onto Yi Jing. The dragon-like creature suddenly vanished from its position. It appeared directly in front of Yi Jing in an instant. Its voice turned curious, asking if he carried gold, crystals, or anything valuable. It continued probing, sounding like negotiation, but the pressure behind it was still absolute dominance. The Santim leader froze, not expecting the boss to be this obsessed with resources. Its eyes suddenly locked onto something inside Yi Jing's pocket. Without hesitation, it reached out to grab it. Yi Jing immediately held it back, saying coldly that no one touches what belongs to him. The dragon-like creature frowned, treating the item like trash, and unable to understand why he valued it. Yi Jing didn't argue and activated his perception skill, searching for weaknesses, convinced every creature must have an opening. The creature instantly noticed his intent. In a split second, it struck. It ripped out Yi Jing's eye and coldly mocked him for thinking he could analyze it. It declared it would keep the eye as a trophy. Then it swallowed the eye, just as Yi Jing turned back and witnessed it. Rage exploded as he activated Berserk Mode Level 2. Without stopping, he pushed it to Level 3. His body shot forward at terrifying speed. In an instant, he appeared behind the enemy. but the attack was stopped with just a single finger. That moment left Yi Jing completely stunned. The dragon-like being flicked its finger lightly, sending him flying away with overwhelming force. He crashed to the ground heavily injured, realizing the opponent's power far exceeded anything measurable, like a true gaudier existence. The leader panicked completely, admitting this was no longer a monster they could handle or research. He threw down a smoke bomb and decided to escape, muttering that survival mattered more than loot. Thick smoke spread across the area, covering the dragon-like creature's silhouette. While fleeing, the leader even cursed his teammates for being too slow and tried to grab more loot. The creature refused to let anyone escape easily and opened its mouth for a counterattack. A massive flame burst toward the leader. The entire area was instantly incinerated, but the leader was still not fully dead. He screamed in terror, cursing wildly. In chaos, he still blamed his team, believing they could have survived if they had just grabbed and run faster. Even so, greed made him reach down for a leftover crystal. The moment he was about to touch it, thick smoke suddenly flooded in, blocking all vision. That obscurity made him look up in panic, cold sweat pouring down. The dragon-like creature erupted with killing intent, fully revealing its rage, as it sensed someone had touched its treasure. Ahead, Fap Hung barely regained balance when a massive shadow dropped in front of him. He turned, but what appeared had already transformed into a more oppressive form. Novelist stood there looking down, voice cold and arrogant, declaring that touching its treasure was suicide. Fap Hung panicked, but quickly gathered blue swirling energy in his hands. But the moment it reacted, intense pain surged through him, and he was forced to release it, screaming in panic. Elsewhere, a flying sword attack was instantly detected by Novelist. With a single breath, the sword was completely crushed into useless fragments. Novelist glanced at Yi Jing with disdain and spoke coldly, full of regret. It mocked that even a half-talent dared to attempt an ambush, while Yi Jing struggled to stand, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Novelist stepped closer, green energy swirling in its hand, speaking as if it intended to show him what true regeneration meant. A flash of healing light briefly restored Yi Jing's condition, surprising even him. But Novelist didn't stop, pausing briefly before raising its hand again with a mysterious tone. A strike pierced through Fap Hung's leg, causing him to scream in agony. The impact sent him flying into the pile of gold, exploding dust and metal fragments as his screams echoed in chaos. Amid the dust cloud, Novelist stood calmly, looking down at them like insects crawling in its treasure. It stepped closer to Yi Jing, eyes filled with curiosity, asking what he had discovered. Yi Jing answered coldly, mentioning the black tower lock hidden in its inventory. That sentence instantly sharpened Novelist's gaze with alert killing intent. It grabbed Yi Jing by the collar and roared that a lowly being had no right to mention a dragon's treasure. Yi Jing stayed calm and proposed a deal. Hand over the black tower key, and he would withdraw from the treasure. Novelist immediately rejected it, saying a lowly species had no right to make demands against a dragon. In Yi Jing's hand, a purple energy core began condensing as he smirked coldly, saying the other side had no right to refuse. He activated the formation and ordered a full retrieval, with energy hands emerging from the void. Those hands began sweeping up all gold and treasure in the area, dragging everything into the void. Novelist panicked and screamed in protest as its treasure was being taken away. It tried to rush in and stop it, but was completely powerless, only watching its wealth get stripped away piece by piece. Yi Jing coldly said even killing him couldn't stop the flow of the void, and kept forcing surrender. Novelist roared in rage, unable to believe things had gone so far beyond its expectations. Yi Jing casually picked up an item, his tone calm but threatening, as if counting down the entire treasure hoard. Mana erupted and spiraled around the items, pulling even more resources into the retrieval vortex. Novelist ran after it in panic, screaming helplessly as more treasures vanished. But Yi Jing didn't stop, his gaze turning colder with a killing intent. Purple mana spread across the entire space, swallowing everything left behind. The system confirmed full retrieval, and Novelist could only rush forward in despair as a key crystal was taken, revealing it was a special item meant for the 1352nd generation Snow Dragon King. His grip tightened as if crushing the air. A purple flame erupted with a freezing declaration. The system then warned the item had lost all recycling value and self-disintegrated into the void abyss. Novelist was fully suppressed, desperately trying to pull back the ancient tome but failing, screaming as it slipped further out of control. In the purple-tainted void space, countless treasures like ancient spears and relics floated in the air. A voice warned not to touch the distant boxes containing their baby teeth, while the spear was forged from dragon scales. Novelist went insane, choking with rage as it repeatedly screamed at the other side to spit it out immediately. Yi Jing held a glowing blue ice crystal, his voice cold and mocking. If they want to trade, bring the Black Tower key. And he wasn't interested in watching the first-generation rebels of the Snow Dragon King get twisted. He paused slightly, then smirked and added with contempt, calling it nothing but trash. Novelist instantly broke down emotionally, crying and raging, screaming that it would hand everything over. It was just a broken key anyway. Space trembled as a massive ancient structure appeared, the Dragon Clan's repository of knowledge. Inside the time-worn ruins, two figures moved deeper in. A voice explained that dragons don't just hoard treasure, but also collect knowledge. At the deepest part of the dark ruins, Novelist calmly said no one had set foot here for 300 years. Mist filled the area as Yi Jing coughed lightly and waved away the freezing air surrounding him. Matt shuddered upon hearing this, thinking the place should have been cleaned up 200 years ago. Golden candlelight stretched across tall bookshelves, but at the center lay a pile of shattered books like ruins. Yi Jing examined the area and asked about the state of the ancient library, while Novelist told him to sit, but he immediately refused. Novelist then took out a strange key, slowly introducing it as the Black Tower key Yi Jing was looking for. The key floated in mid-air, pulling in swirling purple currents that grew more intense. Just as Yi Jing reached toward the mechanism ahead, he was abruptly blocked mid-motion. He tilted his head in confusion, asking what the intention was, while Novelist smiled with amusement, saying things weren't that easy to take. Novelist's eyes were sharp yet teasing, stating part of the treasure belonged to them, so the other side had to give something back. Yi Jing immediately shot back, reminding them he was already called trash, so what treasure did he even have to offer? Novelist looked annoyed but studied him closely, saying he could smell a hidden legend inside him, far from ordinary. He immediately set a condition: bring 100 divine artifacts for exchange, and he would hand over the Black Tower key, with extra services included. Yi Jing paused slightly and asked if the other side was obsessed, then questioned what would happen if he refused. Novelist crossed his arms and said firmly that with Yi Jing's ability, 100 divine artifacts shouldn't be a problem. He sighed, showing his helplessness, saying that if he could freely cross worlds like the other side, he wouldn't need any of this. Yi Jing suddenly struck, a swirling purple energy core forming in his hand, instantly catching Novelist's interest. A loud roar erupted as power exploded across the space, directly launching it toward the target. After everything settled, Yi Jing calmly withdrew his energy and asked if it was enough. Novelist held a golden crystal in his hand, shocked, saying it was a divine artifact he had never seen before. Without hesitation, Yi Jing stepped to the ancient stone table and placed his hand on a mysterious symbol carved into its surface. The moment he touched it, a blazing red mark lit up, and energy surged violently as if tearing space apart. The system suddenly triggered an alert. Curse Seal Shadow of Death activated. All attributes reduced to 1 and skills disabled. After 5 days, Absolute Death will activate. Yi Jing froze. What? Novelist immediately shifted into a state of both caution and excitement. He realized this was the item the old mage in the magic vault had hidden, unexpectedly falling into Yi Jing's hands. Doubt and interest rose in his mind. This man was not to be underestimated. Red light engulfed the area, making Yi Jing even more tense. He fixed a cold stare on the opponent, stressing his goal was only the Black Tower key, not this cursed trap. Novelist's expression darkened as he coldly repeated that he delivered exactly what was promised. As for any traps inside, that had nothing to do with him. That answer made Yi Jing even more uneasy, thinking that dealing with dragons was never simple. Meanwhile, Novelist didn't care, still focused on the artifact, and casually mentioned the special service he had promised, claiming troublemakers never understood true rewards. Novelist hugged the golden divine artifact tightly, eyes full of greed and possession. To him, it was meant for someone worthy of bringing back an equivalent treasure. Suddenly, Yi Jing rushed in and grabbed a dragon horn. Novelist screamed in pain, panicking and warning that the horn was directly linked to the inverted scale nervous system, ordering him to let go immediately. In another massive dome-shaped library, Fa Hong stood high above, looking down at the sea of books, his cold voice questioning whether the other party truly intended to turn an ancient dragon into sealed data within the record system. Back here, Yi Jing still gripped the horn tightly, anger burning in his eyes. He warned that if they kept offering useless things, not only would there be no 100 divine artifacts, but the entire library would be erased. Novelist was forced down, in pain and tension but still speaking. He mentioned a gate leading to another world, where a sacred scripture capable of rewriting life and death rules was stored, the only thing that could break the curse. Yi Jing tightened his grip, purple light erupting around his hand. He demanded more information, and the location of the gate must be clear. He would find the rest himself. Yi Jing's expression turned ice cold as he stressed he was carrying a curse caused by them and couldn't afford reckless fighting. Novelist was dragged in pain, screaming in chaos. Novelist gritted his teeth and finally admitted the situation had gone beyond expectations. This curse couldn't normally be broken by dragons, but he was different, not an ordinary dragon. He immediately changed the terms, demanding 500 divine artifacts in exchange for temporarily suppressing the curse. Before he could finish, Novelist was slammed back into the pile of books. Yi Jing warned that if he kept playing tricks, this place would be wiped out. Even under pressure, Novelist shifted tone and suggested installment payments, even offering a discount. In the shattered library space, Novelist proposed new terms, demanding 100 divine artifacts up front, with the remaining 400 recorded as debt. Yi Jing gritted his teeth, frustrated and powerless, but had to admit the other side was a skilled negotiator. He swung his hand, purple energy erupting across the hall, shaking everything violently and scattering objects into chaos. Novelist, on the other hand, was extremely excited, eyes glowing as he rushed to absorb the energy as if he had been waiting for this moment. Amid the chaos, Yi Jing realized he was being led again. He immediately warned the other side not to drag things out further. Novelist stood among the weapons, confidently stating that without the remaining 400 divine artifacts, there was no chance he would release them. Suddenly, a strange mutation appeared from Novelist's mouth, like an eye-opening. Novelist tilted his head, a cold gaze sweeping toward Yi Jing, as he declared he would take full responsibility for this human to the end in his own name. Yi Jing froze for a moment, his body tensing as he sensed something abnormal unfolding. In the thick darkness, a heavy voice echoed, declaring itself to be the dragon. Yi Jing widened his eyes in shock, trying to confirm what he had just heard. Darkness swallowed the space as he tightened his voice, questioning again, under extreme tension. Yi Jing's body erupted with blue light as he rushed forward in a mix of rage and panic, shouting at the entity targeting him. After the chaotic moment, his eyes suddenly widened as if realizing something extremely important. The massive black stone hall sank into darkness, towering pillars standing motionless. At the center, a lone figure faced the space, as if trapped within a cursed-sealed domain. Yi Jing breathed heavily, his expression tense. He muttered that his vision and body were starting to recover. At that moment, a strange and eerie aura began spreading across the hall, twisting like a living creature awakening. A giant blade slammed into the ground, its impact echoing through the entire hall. Yi Jing froze, instantly raising full alert as danger flooded his body. On a dark stone throne, a figure sat arrogantly, surrounded by swirling crimson demonic aura and killing intent, coldly announcing the arrival of an evil entity. His glowing red eyes opened, filled with contempt toward humanity, seeing them as inferior beings with no chance of victory. Amid the chaos, Yi Jing vaguely realized that the key to breaking the curse was to defeat a distorted version of himself. On the cracked stone ground, he faced the floating demonic entity directly. The system suddenly activated, granting 30 to all attributes. At the same time, the opponent laughed coldly, declaring he could copy skills and power, and even strengthen himself within the cursed domain. Yi Jing froze slightly, cold sweat forming as he realized the enemy was also in a boosted state. Crimson demonic energy surged like waves, pressing down on the space. Yi Jing tightened his resolve, voice low but determined. The entity erupted with aura, declaring itself an absolute existence that could not be defeated within this domain. During the clash, he coldly admitted that Yi Jing's speed exceeded expectations. A sword and a red energy wave collided head-on, producing a deafening explosion that tore through space. Yi Jing spun around, his purple weapon flashing as he instantly counterattacked. From above, two forces swept past each other, tearing a red void across the air. Yi Jing's eyes turned sharper, teeth clenched, refusing to retreat under any circumstances. The shockwave sent him sliding backward across the cracked stone ground. Red and purple energies clashed at close range, both waiting for an opening to land a decisive blow. Cold sweat ran down his cheek as Yi Jing realized something dangerous. All his skills were being predicted, leaving him no initiative. The opponent erupted with killing intent, red eyes trying to devour his souls as he roared in madness. Standing amid falling shards of light, Yi Jing couldn't help but gasp in shock. The opponent smirked coldly, calmly stating the balance of power was shifting in his favor. In this tense standoff, he said every attack drained attributes from the enemy, each strike cutting the soul and turning the target into another version of himself. Immediately after, he charged forward like a crimson storm, crushing the opponent's spirit bit by bit. Yi Jing lowered his stance and rushed back in to block the attack in a split second. Both sides collided repeatedly, metal and energy explosions echoing non-stop in the tight space. Yi Jing burst forward like an arrow, leaving a purple trail as he unleashed his full strength. The opponent raised his head slightly and exhaled a cold suppressive breath, attempting to disarm him. At the moment of impact, Yi Jing felt a terrifying recoil as the system spammed red alerts. Attributes are being erased. The red slash continued forward, but was stopped mid-air, causing a shockwave across space. Yi Jing rushed in again, gripping a shattered weapon. The system immediately reported spending 20 points to restore the broken weapon. The two figures clashed again, the impact echoing sharply. The opponent sneered, mocking Yi Jing's survival instinct. Yi Jing was pushed back, but the enemy became more interested, studying his soul closely. He twisted his body and narrowly dodged the next strike, barely maintaining balance. The opponent coldly stated that within his domain, all resistance was meaningless. The battle erupted again, the system continuously spamming alerts. 20 points spent, repairing broken weapon. The two figures collided mid-air like twin storms, exchanging relentless blows in chaotic bursts. The close combat intensified, each strike fast and lethal, leaving no room to breathe. Yi Jing was blasted away, sliding across the ground. The system kept warning. Recycling failed due to insufficient materials. He roared in shock. What? Yi Jing suddenly recalled his previous deal with Navalis installment payments were allowed, with interest negotiable if satisfied. He even demanded 100 divine artifacts up front and 400 recorded as debt. Thinking of it now, Yi Jing grew suspicious, realizing he might have been calculated from the start. The opponent gave him no time to think, diving down from above like a crimson spear filled with killing intent. At the critical moment, a surge of blue energy erupted from Yi Jing's body, and the system immediately rang alarms. The enemy stepped closer, spreading his arms as he roared, trying to devour all of Yi Jing's power. He coldly claimed resistance was meaningless in this domain, asking how it felt to face an ever-growing monster. Standing amid the clash of red and blue, he unleashed overwhelming pressure across the space and commanded, "Kneel, submit." He even declared he would preserve a fragment of Yi Jing's consciousness after absorption. Yi Jing stood in the darkness, one hand gripping his shoulder, exhaustion clear as he heard every threat. The enemy added he could erase memories, rewrite the past, and destroy everything Yi Jing had ever cared about. The space shifted again as the opponent raised his hand, crimson energy twisting like a living creature. He coldly stated he no longer felt pain, because he was no longer human. Power exploded outward as red energy tendrils lashed in all directions, lifting Yi Jing's body into the air. The opponent suddenly paused, eyes widening in surprise at the sudden change. In a flash of memory, Yi Jing saw a dark purple-tinged scene where someone once told him that if he survived, he must find a way out. He lowered his head, voice heavy and exhausted, saying there was no need to keep risking everything for him, and that he would bear the rest alone. A girl's silhouette appeared in his memory, trembling in the darkness, yet still promising warmly that they would protect each other and never let anyone suffer alone again. Suddenly, crimson light cut through the memory. Yi Jing screamed in chaos as his thoughts were forcibly dragged back. The opponent laughed coldly, red eyes flashing. Changing his mind, he would preserve part of Yi Jing's consciousness and let him witness everything through what remained of his body. Yi Jing was crushed under immense pressure, body locked in crimson energy. The opponent calmly held his weapon, saying he originally only wanted to break the curse, but now saw Yi Jing as an interesting experiment. Yi Jing's face twisted in pain, sweat pouring down as he was pushed to the limit. The opponent continued calmly, emphasizing the difference between himself and all weaker existences. He tilted his head and smiled coldly, ordering Yi Jing to abandon everything and accept becoming part of him. Crimson mana surged deeper, pulling both into a life-and-death struggle where everything was forced into a single choice. The enemy's eyes flashed with killing intent as his declaration echoed through the boiling sea of red energy. A massive explosion shook space itself, dust and debris scattering everywhere, followed by furious roars as he tried to crush Yi Jing's will. In his chaotic consciousness, Yi Jing tormented himself, realizing he only wanted to remove the curse but had instead accelerated it. Surrounded by overwhelming beings beyond humanity, he saw himself as nothing more than a struggling weakling in a sea of crimson fire. The opponent sneered and continued tempting him, telling him to abandon everything and become part of him. Crimson energy spiraled deeper as if hell itself had opened. He reminded Yi Jing of the 400 divine artifacts debt, insisting there was no way out and nothing left to lose. On the cracked stone ground, Yi Jing swung his sword in a full-force slash, refusing to submit. The attack was blocked instantly. The opponent dodged smoothly, still wearing a mocking gaze. He let out a slight sound of surprise. "What?" Yi Jing's eyes ignited with eerie purple light as energy spread out. His cold voice echoed, "My sword is your sword. Your sword will also become mine." The opponent raised his dark purple-black blade, killing intent surging as he cursed Ye Jing, not understanding what he was talking about. Ye Jing did not retreat, gripping the blade right in front of him, declaring coldly the synchronization of power between both sides, as if turning the enemy's strength into his own. Both erupted simultaneously, colliding head-on in a chaotic storm of shouting and violence. Blood-stained Ye Jing lifted his head under the crimson light, screaming that he would never submit or become part of anyone else. Suddenly, Novelist appeared, with a massive floating eye behind him. An overwhelming aura spread as he declared no one was allowed to take what belonged to him, insisting he alone decided everything. A massive floating eye rotated slowly, locking onto Ye Jing, as a heavy oppressive voice declared itself a supreme entity. Ye Jing froze in shock, blurting out in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just appeared. In the sky, a violet-black dragon phantom swirled violently. Ye Jing quickly explained it was a state of berserk dragon blood. The opponent panicked instantly upon hearing this, his expression stiffening as his earlier confidence collapsed. Ye Jing clenched his teeth, eyes filled with killing intent, declaring he would not stop even if his body was destroyed. He raised his head and roared through the sea of energy, vowing to devour everything in front of him. In rage, Ye Jing shouted across the battlefield, questioning who the real demon actually was. Both sides clashed. Ye Jing seized an opening and ripped the opponent's sword away, causing him to scream in panic. He immediately counterattacked, declaring that within his domain no one could resist him, absolutely no exceptions. A devastating slash erupted, blood and afterimages sweeping across the battlefield as the opponent kept roaring, still trying to absorb Ye Jing's power. Behind him, Ye Jing stabilized his stance, his great sword gathering energy, preparing a finishing strike. The opponent descended from above with a full-force sword strike, dense killing intent erupting as he shouted in shock. He was blasted backward through a rain of crimson blood. The opponent's eyes burned with rage and unwillingness as he gritted his teeth. Blood aura spread across the ruined battlefield. Ye Jing stood at the center, eyes cold, as if declaring the end of the fight. Suddenly, he turned away, but the opponent rushed from behind, launching a flaming punch while roaring to drive him into a dead end. A violent explosion of fire erupted, smoke swallowing the space as Ye Jing was engulfed. The pressure pinned him down as he gritted his teeth, and for a moment the opponent believed it was over. But the next instant, the opponent's eyes widened in shock. When the smoke cleared, Ye Jing was still standing in the shattered ground, completely unharmed. The opponent roared in fury, unable to believe he was still alive. He gathered power again, crimson demonic energy swirling around him as he prepared another strike. The space tightened as two massive stone blocks were lifted and hurled toward Ye Jing. Golden sword light erupted, tearing through space as multiple slashes struck the opponent without giving him time to react. Golden energy spread across his body as power erupted violently. Ye Jing spun and slashed horizontally, a golden sword wave tearing forward at terrifying speed. The reed-black opponent was blasted out of the battlefield's center. He glared with extreme killing intent, locking eyes on Ye Jing. Before he could react, Ye Jing drove his sword straight through him, freezing him in place. In that critical moment, Ye Jing poured power into a finishing strike, locking the opponent down completely. The opponent screamed in pain, struggling to break free, but being forced back as his body sank into chaotic crimson energy. From within the red mist, the opponent's cold voice echoed, full of contempt as he assessed Ye Jing. He revealed his true form, a mutated body radiating overwhelming pressure, admitting surprise that Ye Jing could even steal domain attribute points. Ye Jing stood firm, eyes calm but sharp, stating the weapon only slowed him down but could not stop him. With that, he deliberately shattered the sword in his hand. Novelist immediately roared in rage from the sky, killing intent exploding as he saw his weapon destroyed. In that instant, Ye Jing was pulled into an extreme combat state. Blue-purple power fused with dark energy, surging violently as a demonic phantom face screamed within the aura. The opponent instantly felt death pressing in, his entire body turning ice-cold. Novelist stood frozen in the open battlefield as a violet streak shot through space at unbelievable speed. Before he could react, Ye Jing closed in instantly and threw a straight punch into his face. The enemy's body was sent spinning through the darkened void. After the strike, Ye Jing landed on the ground, pausing briefly to stabilize his stance. Without giving the opponent any breathing room, he immediately accelerated into pursuit. Another shadow rushed in with freezing, killing intent, its pressure spreading like it wanted to swallow everything. Ye Jing's frontal strike erupted, the impact tearing space apart as light and debris obscured all vision. When the smoke cleared, the enemy lay motionless on the ground, only groans and grinding teeth remaining. From above, Ye Jing descended again, his aura not weakening but becoming even more oppressive. The opponent roared in resistance, crimson energy bursting from his body as he raised his hand to block. Amid swirling red energy, sealing chains wrapped around Ye Jing, a system notification stated that the Dragon Suppression Array could absorb power from the sealed target and convert it into reinforcement for the seal. Ye Jing slightly lowered his head, purple eyes flaring back to life as chains tightened with heavy metallic screeches. He stepped closer, voice ice cold, saying the more they struggle, the tighter the seal becomes with no escape. Ye Jing pressed forward, forcing the opponent back with overwhelming pressure and clear disdain. A massive explosion erupted as he shattered the sealing chains in the sea of flames and coldly stated his name. On the other side, the opponent's confidence collapsed, leaving only pure fear in his eyes. Ye Jing raised his head, red eyes locking onto the target like a predator above all. He dropped down from above at terrifying speed, freezing the opponent in place. The enemy looked up and saw the attack already upon him, too shocked to react. Ye Jing didn't slow down and drove a straight punch into his face, blasting him backward helplessly. Flames erupted violently, the shockwave tearing across the enemy's face like a burning storm. The horned demon screamed in agony as its face shattered and blood poured out non-stop. Ye Jing landed in an overwhelming stance, golden flames still swirling around his body. A massive explosion detonated, golden light flooding the entire hall with debris and shockwaves. The lingering glow spread outward as remaining flames continued to smolder. The ground melted and cracked apart, stone slabs crushed under the descending firestorm. In the sea of fire, a figure stood tall, golden flames wrapping around him as he looked down coldly at the fallen enemy. His gaze paused on something extracted from the opponent as time seemed to freeze. The flames roared on, devouring everything as a victorious presence dominated the space. On another side, Ye Jing lay motionless before Novelist, his body radiating blinding energy light. Novelist observed him with a slight shift in emotion, though his cold expression remained. Seeing the situation, Novelist coldly concluded that the ritual had completely failed. He tightened his spear, eyes filled with killing intent, deciding the corrupted entity must be eliminated. Novelist swung his spear hard, unleashing a golden lightning slash. The attack rushed in, but Ye Jing still managed to block it with his hand. Novelist froze in shock, eyes widening in disbelief as his words broke off. Ye Jing looked up calmly and stated the ritual was complete and his full power had returned. In the dark hall, Novelist stepped closer and asked if he had truly returned to his original state. Without waiting for an answer, Novelist laughed mockingly, ridiculing him as if toying with a strange beast. Ye Jing replied briefly and coldly, admitting he had absorbed it. Novelist paused, then grew intrigued, asking about the taste and usability of the demon. Ye Jing stared at him with icy eyes, seeing through every intention and rejecting all of his words as untrustworthy. Ye Jing then laid everything bare, exposing Novelist's scheme, revealing this was never a curse removal ritual, but a trap to release the shadow demon and turn him into a vessel for control and elimination. Novelist stiffened briefly, admitting the shadow demon would reach power equal to its original form. Even he wasn't sure he could defeat it. He smirked, half mocking and half honest, saying Ye Jing's unstable power was the key variable, treating him like a test subject under full control. Novelist spread his arms, declaring the shadow demon was gone, and Ye Jing's curse could no longer be lifted, everything now sealed. Ye Jing reacted sharply, reminding him that the Zhangyan holy scripture could break the death curse, and demanded a clear answer. Novelist chuckled and explained it only existed for a limited time and required a contract with the shadow demon, and with the target gone that path was destroyed. The atmosphere grew heavier as Novelist crossed his arms, admitting the worst outcome was his own, since the failed demon left his escape plan from the abyss in ruins, showing clear irritation. Ye Jing's expression changed instantly, emotions surging to the peak as frustration threatened to explode. The aura around him twisted violently, dark energy spilling out, as his face was stained with murderous demonic intent, and he coldly asked what would happen if the shadow demon still existed. Elsewhere, a purple gate opened in the darkness, as two figures waited, reporting that more than 15 hours had passed with no news from other teams, while mentioning the importance of Captain Lai Sin, making the situation even more tense. The man holding the intelligence files scoffed, saying all the escapees were useless, and there was still no trace of Lai Sin. Suddenly he froze, sensing an abnormal fluctuation, and shouting a warning, prompting the others to turn with heightened alertness. From the purple gate, two battered figures stumbled out through the smoke, as cheers erupted, confirming survivors had finally returned. Fa Jiang collapsed to the ground, chaos breaking out, while Ye Jing coldly handed over the objective and prepared to leave, only to be called back. In the lingering purple mist, Jing Ran spoke firmly, saying she believed he would return safely, while Yi Jing quietly apologized for acting recklessly. He raised his hand, revealing a glowing object he had obtained, and reported mission completion, but Xing Ran's expression immediately darkened. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and struck Ye Jing directly, catching him completely off guard. Standing above him, Xing Ran shouted in anger, blaming him for risking his life while his family was still waiting, while Yi Jing could only respond weakly with guilt. Yi Jing's eyes widened as if realizing something, his mind suddenly freezing. The entire space abruptly stopped, all motion freezing in place. A distorted entity appeared, radiating chaotic golden-purple light and laughing as if it had broken free from a seal. The being turned toward Yi Jing and coldly warned Novelist not to appear at this moment. Amid the purple mist, Novelist materialized in midair, scanning Xing Ran and immediately recognizing a familiar scent from the item she carried, identifying her as someone connected to Yi Jing. Yi Jing's killing intent erupted as he demanded Novelist return everything to its original state, while Novelist laughed and revealed he was only in consciousness within Yi Jing's left eye, with his true body elsewhere. Novelist drifted closer, golden eyes filled with calculation, openly proposing that Yi Jing use the dragon seal to free him from this strange prison. Yi Jing suddenly closed in on him, his breath pressing heavily, as Novalis immediately sensed his current state was consuming even more terrifying energy than his berserk forms. Novelist roared in caution, panic creeping into his voice as he demanded to know what level Yi Jing was truly at. Without letting him guess further, Ye Jing calmly stepped forward and raised his hand as if confirming something. Novelist widened his eyes and began calculating levels unconsciously, escalating numbers in chaos as his thoughts spiraled. Once the guessing turned meaningless, Ye Jing coldly cut him off, stating he was only level 1 in the inheritance scavenger profession with a maximum cap of 5, causing Novalis to look at him with disdain as a low-tier existence with abnormal power. That insult ignited Yi Jing's anger as he shouted that he had personally killed the shadow demon, while Novelist calmly replied that he still carried a second-generation nature capable of dragging part of his true body down with him. Not wanting to drag it further, Ye Jing coldly demanded the return of the key and declared he would sever all ties with Novelist. Novelist leaned in, golden eyes piercing through, stating that Yi Jing's eyes were dragon insight eyes, a strange counterpart to his own existence. He touched his own eye and explained that Yi Jing's vision had been directly linked to his nervous system, forming an inescapable dragon eye contract that caused them to share sight, leaving Yi Jing only able to ask in confusion. Novelist's pupils flared as his voice dropped into a command, reminding Ye Jing he had previously used scanning abilities on him, and warning there would be consequences if repeated. He let out a roar, psychic force crushing down and forcing Ye Jing into a state of visual instability. In mid-air, the two faced each other at close range, the distance small, but the pressure stretched like a breaking thread. A figure stepped out from the darkness, its body fractured, yet its presence overwhelmingly suffocating. Novelist turned back with a mocking smile, deliberately showing off his posture as a provocation. He stepped closer, lifted Yi Jing's chin, and half threatened, half taunted that his eyes had evolved into dragon insight eyes after the upgrade. He continued coldly, explaining that only Yi Jing could perceive their existence while others were completely blind, and every future usage would incur a special cost, like a forced transaction. Novelist pointed at Ye Jing, muttering about a strange deficit while mumbling chaotic numbers, thickening the tension in the air. Yi Jing frowned, covering one eye and coldly cursed him as a greedy, shameless bastard. Xing Ran froze in shock, covering her mouth, while Novelist only laughed in amusement before declaring he was leaving. As Novelist vanished, Xing Ran rushed to hug Ye Jing, worried and blaming herself for failing to protect him. Yi Jing raised his hands slightly as purple energy gathered in his palm, calmly reassuring her it wasn't her fault or anyone else's, but his own choice that dragged them into danger. Fa Xiang stood nearby, his body covered in injuries but his eyes still firm, saying that before facing higher-tier beings, everyone needed to grow stronger first. Another person stepped forward asking what happened inside, since the entire team had lost contact, making Fa Xiang hesitate before struggling to answer. He tried to continue, but suddenly his eyes flickered, as if recalling something tied to the golden light inside. But moments later, he denied it and said the inside was completely empty, only sand with no treasure at all as expected. The surrounding space was suddenly covered in a faint purple mist as a strange voice echoed, probing into what he had just said. Fa Xiang walked toward Yi Jing, his expression darkening as he admitted his memories were blurry, but something inside the treasure vault definitely involved Yi Jing. He frowned, forcing himself to recall, before suddenly shouting, about how the treasure should be divided according to the original agreement, rambling incoherently while repeatedly muttering the number 5 in confusion. Yi Jing pulled Xing Ran away from the area, casually saying he still had to thank the scavenger team, since they at least helped him obtain a piece of trash from the treasure vault, directly mentioning Fa Xiong. In a dark corner, a heavy voice filled with killing intent questioned why the person who knew the canyon secret wasn't killed earlier, calling it a fatal mistake to let him live. Yi Jing tilted his head and calmly explained that keeping Fa Xiong alive was intentional, to exploit his memory-reading ability and use him as misdirection against the hunting teams, making death the suboptimal choice. Novalis immediately darkened his expression and argued back, saying that, without his beacon signal guiding them to the treasure, everyone would have been lost in the chaotic desert, emphasizing that his territory was protected by sandstorms. The scene shifted to a multi-story hospital, its cold and silent atmosphere feeling completely cut off from the outside world. A man named Wu Ming appeared covered in bandages, visibly exhausted, while a cold notification stated his luck value was too low to enter the hospital zone. Inside the ward, harsh white light shone over the central bed as a heavy atmosphere filled the treatment area of Yiju Hospital. Outside the corridor, Ye Jing quickly asked about the patient's condition, and Yulong reported severe internal injuries with organ damage, saying previous treatment only extended life and full recovery required external assistance from Deep Abyss. Yilong further explained that abyssal contamination had infected the wounds, slowing recovery significantly, and rejected Yi Jing's suggestion to bring the patient back to the abyss. Yilong shook her head, stating scavenger teams had no permission to transport patients into the abyssal treatment zone under guild regulations. The atmosphere tightened as Ye Jing suggested paying money to solve the issue, and Xing Ran agreed, but Yilong quickly stopped them, explaining it was a high-level guild rule, and their team was under strict surveillance after the recent mission. Another voice came from the half-open door, warning that further delay would make both internal and external injuries impossible to heal, worsening the situation drastically. Yi Jing raised a purple glowing item in his hand and decided to use a special method, shocking Yilang, who recognized it as a top-tier healing elixir, only seen in elite auctions, but she doubted it would work outside the abyss. Yi Jing calmly explained the goal wasn't direct healing, but a short-term boost to the body's overall condition to survive the current critical phase. He added that it was a legendary-grade dragon-enhanced medicine that sharply increased physical strength for a limited time, while also weighing whether to use it or save it for another purpose. Yilang immediately asked about the origin of the item, and Ye Jing simply smiled, saying he picked it up from a chaotic zone. In a dark library filled with long tables of books, Ye Jing faced Novelist and made a request before leaving, while Novelist frowned and asked his real intention. Yi Jing stepped closer, mentioning that Dong's body could be treated as a living treasure full of rare materials, which Novelist confirmed. Then Yi Jing revealed a green vial and said he had found a special formula in an ancient library text. Ye Jing brought the vial closer and explained the mixture slowly. A high-grade healing base was required, plus a single drop of dragon essence as the core component. Novelist reacted in disbelief at the mention of dragon essence. Novelist's expression shifted briefly, then he laughed and casually picked up the vial to taste it, joking if it was his saliva since the description sounded strange. He spat the liquid back into the vial, and the system immediately registered it as dragon saliva, a randomized enhanced version of a super healing drug with unpredictable chaotic effects. Novelist looked pleased, saying it was just a byproduct from resting and could be used freely, causing Ye Jing to pause since the original formula only required a single drop of dragon essence. Yi Jing looked toward the ward, considering using the medicine to help Chu Tong recover, while worrying about its random effects, just as coughing sounds came from inside. Chu Tong lay on the bed, breathing heavily but with renewed determination, saying he had already faced death before and wasn't afraid of it again. Even if it was poison, he would take it to survive. Yi Jing stood silent, thinking, while Chu Tong weakly called out to him, asking for a chance to change himself. Chu Tong forced himself upright, using all his will to say he wanted to grow stronger and stop relying on anyone else. The two stood in an underground training area, light, stretching across the floor like a life-or-death trial. Ye Jing observed from a distance and asked simply how he felt now. Chu Tong looked at his body in shock as his wounds rapidly closed, and his vitality clearly shifted with each breath. Yi Jing analyzed that in the abyssal environment, physical foundation determined survivability, and weak bodies would still suffer lasting damage even after recovery. Chu Tong clenched his fist and reasoned that accumulated injuries could permanently reduce maximum lifespan, then asked if this meant he was actually getting stronger. Yi Jing confirmed it with a nod, but emphasized it was still incomplete, leaving Chu Tong confused by the unclear changes. He explained that physical strengthening was only the surface, while abyss combat required mindset, reflexes, and understanding monster mechanics. Yi Jing stepped forward with purple energy, wrapping his blade, concluding that every monster had its own system, and ignoring it for brute force would eventually cost one's life. He dashed down like an arrow, his speed tearing through the air and crushing the space with pressure. Chu Tong flinched and drew his sword to defend, sweat forming as he felt the killing intent close in. In the clash, Chu Tong shouted that he had voluntarily limited himself to match Yi Jing's strength. Yi Jing's slash came down, and Chu Tong tried to block it, but was completely overpowered and knocked back. Their swords locked together, killing intent freezing right at Chu Tong's neck. Yi Jing coldly ordered Chu Tong to attack with full strength, even with the intent to kill him. Chu Tong panicked and protested, saying he didn't understand why it had to be that extreme and thought this was only training. The space between them tightened like a drawn string, pressure building into suffocating tension. Yi Jing changed expression and coldly stated that if Chu Tong didn't dare strike, he would end the fight himself. Chu Tong went pale, realizing he was facing a completely different, demon-like version of Yi Jing. Yi Jing snapped for him to raise his sword, and Chu Tong quickly panicked but obeyed. Chu Tong lunged toward the sword like a final instinct, eyes filled with determination and unease. The medicine had clearly strengthened his body, but victory still felt uncertain. That thought alone made his heart race and his breathing turn chaotic. The two figures clashed in rapid exchanges, and that single moment of hesitation was enough for him to lose his timing despite improved speed. Chu Tong kept forcing himself to stay focused, thinking even if the opponent was weakened by half, he still wasn't strong enough to win. The more he pushed after the boost, the further behind he felt. Frustration erupted into a roar as Chu Tong swung his sword to release all his anger. That sense of helplessness turned into a bitter question toward himself. Was it still not enough? At that moment, a black shadow closed in instantly, and a cold, commanding voice cut through, locking down his entire attack. His sword was knocked away, spinning through the air, and Chu Tong was slammed hard into the ground before he could react. Panic surged as sweat poured uncontrollably. Chu Tong stammered in defeat, calling him Big Brother and admitting complete loss. Yi Jing stood tall, his sharp gaze sweeping down like a blade as he ordered him coldly to pick up his sword again. In confusion and desperation, Chu Tong begged for another chance, asking to drink that medicine again, even if it meant suffering side effects. Yi Jing stepped closer, eyes serious, and directly asked why he wanted to become stronger, a simple question that froze Chu Tong in place. When their eyes met, Chu Tong could only say he didn't want to be looked down on. Yi Jing still wasn't satisfied and continued pressing him. Chu Tong finally exploded emotionally, shouting all his suppressed ambitions, wanting to stand at the top, be recognized, and become a true powerhouse, but even that wasn't enough for Yi Jing. Yi Jing coldly warned that obsession would eventually twist a person into something else, mentioning others who had fallen into the abyss chasing power, and he didn't want Chu Tong to follow that path. Chu Tong lowered his head, confused and curious, wondering what getting stronger truly meant under Yi Jing's words. Yi Jing stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, and calmly said, "Strength should improve life, not destroy oneself." Chu Tong froze at the simple answer, looking up in disbelief, unable to accept something so ordinary. Yi Jing continued, voice steady. There was no need to risk everything for validation or climb to the top if the cost was danger and ruin. Getting stronger was just to live better. Sitting face to face, Yi Jing stated firmly that power should not consume a person, but protect them even in the darkest places. He held out a vial, and Chu Tong immediately wavered. The urge to take another dose surged in his mind. Chu Tong's hand reached halfway, torn between desire and restraint, creating a tense moment of hesitation. In the end, he stopped, gave a bitter smile, and pulled his hand back, saying he had enough and would continue on his own strength. Chu Tong tightened his grip on his sword, eyes burning with resolve, shouting that even as a weaker version of his big brother, he would fight carefully, survive the dangers, and walk out on his own. Yi Jing nodded slightly, his gaze still cold but less tense, simply saying, "Good, continue." In the purple void above, Novelist watched everything indifferently, remarking on the situation like a farewell, noting Chu Tong's extremely low survival odds, and that the medicine had already lost its value. The scene shifted to a medical room where the vial lay discarded on the floor. Someone explained it was dragon saliva randomly processed, with unstable effects and impossible to predict until used. The final evaluation came bluntly. The medicine was nearly useless. Chu Tong went silent in disbelief, realizing all his expectations had been nothing but a failed gamble. On the other side, Chu Tong sat hunched over the table, coughing uncontrollably. At that moment, a concerned voice sounded beside him, asking if something was wrong. The fatigue on Zhu Tong's face vanished instantly, replaced by clear excitement as he confirmed the medicine was actually working, and his body felt much better. Moments later, blue system notifications flooded in, bathing him in light from above. Within that glow, Zhu Tong's body trembled as the system detected an unknown drug usage, triggering a special effect tied to the mythic poet lineage and granting bonus EXP. His nearly full experience bar finally hit the limit, and a level-up notification appeared. Standing in the room, Zhu Tong spread his arms wide and laughed loudly, insisting he had fully recovered. Yi Jing silently observed the entire process, and after a moment of thought, he felt relieved it wasn't a lethal poison. Whatever the real effect was, the outcome still counted as good news. A purple magic aura appeared as Novellis materialized with an unhappy expression. She frowned and asked if they were implying her saliva wasn't clean enough. Ye Jing immediately denied it. After a brief pause, Novellis raised another question, confused why something that clearly shouldn't work was still producing positive reactions. Could humans have some special recovery ability? Yi Jing simply smiled and called it a miracle. A confident, slightly smug look flashed in Yi Jing's eyes. In his mind, a dragon living only among treasures would never understand miracles, because they belonged to humans. Novelist stared at him and demanded a clear explanation of what a miracle actually was. But Yi Jing only responded with a calm smile, saying that if you live fully in the moment, miracles will naturally appear when the time is right. Under the clear blue sky, the World Guild headquarters rose like a massive glass tower, towering with overwhelming presence. After stepping inside, Ye Jing appeared calm on the surface, but remained highly alert. Walking into the grand hall with a middle-aged man, Ye Jing suddenly looked up, his expression shifting in surprise. At the same moment, Xiao Feng abruptly turned around, his face twisted in anger as he recognized Yi Jing and immediately started cursing him out. Yi Jing calmly acknowledged the old acquaintance with a cold greeting, but Xiao Feng exploded in anger, calling it a narrow encounter with an enemy. To him, Yi Jing being here meant nothing but seeking protection. Yi Jing refused to argue and coldly told him to move aside before walking on, but Xiao Feng blocked his path, bringing up their old debt. Pulling out an iron bracelet, Xiao Feng shouted in rage. He reminded everyone he had spent 200 million buying this useless item from Ye Jing, becoming a laughingstock in Tartus, and still unable to swallow the humiliation. Facing the fury, Ye Jing only sneered and said that if it embarrassed him so much, he should just throw it away somewhere convenient. The atmosphere inside the building grew tense as Xiao Feng signaled his men, and heavy footsteps quickly echoed from all directions. Noticing several figures approaching from behind, Ye Jing immediately understood. He calmly asked if Xiao Feng planned to keep causing trouble, and sarcastically called him very persistent. Xiao Feng didn't deny it, and demanded Yi Jing buy back the bracelet for 200 million. Yi Jing rejected the demand, calling it forced buying and stating it violated basic rules. But Xiao Feng didn't care about rules at all. He sneered that those only applied in auction houses. This wasn't an auction, and Yi Jing no longer had any privileges. With his backing, he believed a single order would be enough to make Yi Jing comply. Seeing Yi Jing still refusing, Xiao Feng ordered his men to strip all equipment off him to cover the loss. But his subordinates quickly reported that Yi Jing's gear was nearly worthless and wouldn't cover anything. Xiao Feng was confused, remembering Yi Jing used to collect rare items, yet now he was wearing nothing but cheap equipment. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Feng found a new reason to mock him, claiming Ye Jing had become completely useless. He then coldly ordered him sent to the Black Hospital, planning to harvest his organs to repay the old debt. At that moment, a surge of sinister magic erupted violently. Novelist's eyes blazed as she instantly left her position and shot upward. Yi Jing froze for a moment, then frowned in annoyance, and asked what was happening again this time. Without replying, Novelist headed straight for the mysterious ring. After a closer look, she concluded the other man wasn't entirely wrong, since the item was clearly unusual. Yi Jing immediately questioned this, saying his appraisal had already identified it as nothing more than an iron ring. Novelist laughed confidently and explained that his result only reflected its previous state. With her dragon bloodline, she could distinguish true treasures from mere scrap. Then Novelist raised her head, her voice carrying an ancient and mystical tone. She began reciting a ritual to awaken the sleeping soul within the flame, using her authority to unseal what had been sealed for ages. Streams of blue-violet energy swirled around her. Novalis continued the ritual, calling forth the forgotten true name to awaken it and release the power once sealed away. When it was over, she gently exhaled toward the floating object in front of her. In an instant, the disguise shattered. The rusted iron ring transformed into a blazing red treasure like molten lava, radiating an ancient, terrifying aura. Novalis immediately told everyone to look closely. The system revealed its information. This was the Ring of Annihilation bearing the breath of the Flame Dragon. It originated from the ancient Flame Dragon clan, forged by a high dragon priest through years of fire refinement. Legend said that at the end of the Crimson Flame era, to resist the heaven fire of destruction, the Flame Dragon clan sealed the power of their last adult Flame Dragon into 3 rings. The item before them was one of those seals. Due to its overwhelming power, it had been locked under 9 layers of sealing, and eventually decayed into a rusted iron ring. Only those with special abilities could perceive its true value. After reading the description, Ye Jing was stunned. His golden eyes flashed as he realized the truth was far more hidden than he expected. Novalis appeared beside him and calmly explained that normal appraisal skills only saw the surface, while her ability could trace an item's true essence through its real name and soul. As she studied further, Novalis became even more certain that even if something was sealed, forgotten, or erased from the world's memory, her power could still reveal its true origin. While they were still talking, Xiaofeng finally lost patience and shouted in anger. But before he could finish, Ye Jing calmly cut him off with a single line. He would buy the ring. Xiaofeng froze. Cold sweat broke out as he asked Ye Jing to repeat what he just said. Ye Jing said nothing more, directly transferred the money, and coldly announced that 200 million had been paid. Moments later, Xiaofeng's system confirmed the transaction. Seeing his balance increase, Xiaofeng was still stunned, unable to believe things had gone so smoothly. Meanwhile, Ye Jing urged him to deliver the item. Xiaofeng's subordinates cheered excitedly, telling him to hand it over quickly. To them, this was a rare chance to recover all losses and restore their leader's reputation in Tartus. Still dazed, Xiaofeng kept checking the incoming funds. Ye Jing pressed him again, finally confirming the payment was real. Xiaofeng laughed smugly and mocked Ye Jing for being even more of a sucker than him before tossing the ring over in satisfaction. But the moment the ring touched Ye Jing's hand, a sudden change erupted. Its form began to transform, and Xiaofeng's expression twisted violently. Ye Jing calmly raised the awakened ring before everyone and gave a simple judgment: top-tier treasure. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. He then asked if the deal was complete, since both money and goods had already been exchanged with no further disputes. Realizing he had just sold a true treasure, Xiaofeng panicked and shouted for the ring to be returned. Even his subordinates were frightened and quickly reminded him that such action violated the rules. No matter what, they represented Tartus and couldn't openly break their word in front of everyone. Hearing this, Xiaofeng became even more furious. He yelled at them to shut up and declared that today, neither the money nor the ring would leave Ye Jing's hands. In contrast, Ye Jing remained completely calm. He coldly asked if Xiaofeng was planning to rob him outright now, remarking that Tartus' reputation clearly wasn't undeserved. Just as the atmosphere turned extremely tense, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. The moment those words fell, Xiaofeng's expression changed instantly, but he still roared arrogantly, admitting he was openly robbing in broad daylight and daring Ye Jing to see what he could do about it. Seeing the scene unfold, Novalis frowned slightly. Her tone carried both annoyance and disappointment, saying that human greed sometimes made even dragons feel ashamed. Ye Jing remained standing calmly in place. He slowly said that there were always people in this world who would never listen to reason. The moment he finished speaking, he struck. A cold surge of power swept straight toward Xiaofeng, while he coldly stated that people like that only made the world dirtier. Xiaofeng was instantly blasted flying. Seeing their leader taken down in a single move, his subordinates panicked and cried out in shock. In the freezing silence, Ye Jing's calm voice rang out again. He asked what they were still standing there for, and told them to take their boss for treatment. If they still wanted to continue, he would gladly oblige. The 2 subordinates immediately stiffened and hurriedly agreed. At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice came from behind. The newcomer remarked that someone who could casually produce 200 million and defeat Xiaofeng in one strike truly deserved the title of captain of the garbage collectors. Rodrigo Caesar appeared with overwhelming presence. After sizing up Ye Jing, his gaze landed on the ring, and he estimated it was worth at least 500 million now. The atmosphere instantly tightened. Rodrigo pointed at the ring and said that low-tier hunting squads would never be able to afford such a price, but he was willing to pay 500 million for it. Behind him, Xiaofeng quickly spoke up to remind him that even legendary black market gear rarely exceeded just over 200 million. Rodrigo only chuckled and replied that the reason was simple: he always valued capable people. While speaking, Rodrigo pulled out a check. Smiling, He offered an additional 100 million if Ye Jing agreed to join Tartus, and even said he was willing to buy out his entire hunting team. Xiao Feng immediately panicked. He couldn't understand why Tartus would recruit someone who had repeatedly opposed them, believing it would only upset other members. Hearing the offer, Yi Jing's gaze turned cold. He stated firmly that he was the captain of the garbage collectors, not a commodity to be priced by others. Rodrigo paused slightly, then continued persuading him. If Ye Jing felt burdened by his captain role, he could simply disband his team. That way, he could join Tartus more easily and remove the weak links holding him back. Upon hearing this, Ye Jing immediately rejected the idea. In his eyes, his teammates were not something to be discarded. When the team hit its lowest point, they still chose to stay. That bond had already gone beyond ordinary comradeship. Rodrigo sneered in disdain, boasting about Tartus' power, from its massive intelligence network to its access to high-level dungeons. In his view, Yi Jing's so-called family had no real value. The only one he cared about was Yi Jing himself. With that, Rodrigo slowly stepped forward, his oppressive aura growing stronger with every step. Under that pressure, Ye Jing only smirked faintly. He looked straight at him and said coldly that Tartus wasn't worthy of anyone in his team. Rodrigo erupted in anger. He couldn't believe someone would reject him so bluntly. In his eyes, a low-tier hunting squad that couldn't even operate independently was nothing more than a lower class surviving on the charity of major forces. Yi Jing immediately fired back, reminding him that no matter how low a team's rank was, its captain was still a captain. There was at least basic respect between independent squads. So what right did Rodrigo have to look down on others like that? Rodrigo let out a cold laugh and admitted that the elder's assessment of Ye Jing was accurate, stubborn to the core. His expression then turned icy as he revealed that Elder Tianlin had ordered him to temporarily take control of the heart hunting squad. Because of his son's situation, the elder intended to shift all responsibility onto the garbage collectors. Standing right in front of Ye Jing, Rodrigo smiled maliciously and warned him that before disaster truly struck, he should prepare himself to become someone with nowhere left to stand. Seeing Yi Jing about to leave, Rodrigo still refused to stop. He shifted his tone into that of someone in power and retracted his previous recruitment offer, then proposed that both sides, as representatives of Tartus and the garbage collector's captain, should sit down and negotiate a new deal. Yi Jing calmly asked what else there was left to discuss between them. Rodrigo stepped closer behind him, smiling meaningfully as he mentioned the final grand rite. According to him, the reason Ye Jing came to the guild today was exactly for that. Hearing this, Ye Jing immediately turned around. His gaze sharpened as he asked whether Tartus was already in possession of all related information. Rodrigo laughed smugly and spread his arms. He revealed that not only did they have the information, but even the ownership of the abandoned abyss belonged to Tartus. It was a site sealed after a major disaster years ago, and now only he had the authority to reopen the hunt. Having revealed his leverage, Rodrigo lowered his voice with pressure. He said the conditions were on the table, and now it was Yi Jing's turn to decide the price. The scene shifted. A silver-haired girl rushed over with a worried expression, asking if he truly intended to accept Tartus' terms. Yi Jing sighed lightly and admitted he had almost no way out, since all essential information was in the other side's hands. Hearing this, the silver-haired girl immediately understood. This would become a joint operation between Tartus and the garbage collectors. With only 2 slots allowed, she quickly asked who he had chosen to bring. Yi Jing frowned and thought. Based on Tartus data, the target area was likely an abyss ruled by immortal-type creatures, making team selection extremely important. At that moment, an image of a being with blazing red eyes flashed in his mind. A dangerous voice echoed, reminding him that it was also an immortal creature, and asking whether he truly had the resolve to strike against its kind. Thinking about the current situation, Yi Jing could only sit up helplessly from the sofa. One person was still undergoing special training and had declared she would change his perspective after 1 month. Meanwhile, most of the team's missions were on hold. After considering everything, he decided that Jing Ran, with ice abilities, and Yi Ling, with fire abilities, were the most suitable choices, since elemental damage was especially effective against magical immortal-type beings. Hearing the lineup, the silver-haired girl smiled meaningfully and teased that a man traveling with 2 girls, Yi Jing, really knew how to enjoy life. Yi Jing immediately objected, repeatedly explaining he was completely forced into this situation. The hunting team was so understaffed that he had very few options left. The girl stepped closer, her voice carrying a hint of regret. She said it would be great if she could help him right now. In response, Ye Jing gently encouraged her, saying there was no need to rush, and that one day she would surpass even him. At that moment, a flash of purple light burst out. The girl's aura suddenly turned mysterious. She asked again whether Yi Jing truly planned to go on the mission with just 2 girls. Right after her question, a violent clash erupted. Amid smoke and surging energy, a cold voice declared that she was the first to object to that idea. From Yi Jing's left eye, Novelist seized the opportunity to mock him, sneering that being human was troublesome, especially when he had to explain to his little sister about another woman inside his eye. Hearing that, Yi Jing shouted in frustration for her to shut up. On another street, 3 men walked side by side, laughing loudly as they moved. Suddenly, one of them raised his head as if spotting an interesting target. Across the street, a purple-haired girl sat alone drinking. Seeing her, he immediately made a teasing remark, asking if she felt lonely. The girl only glanced at him with cold red eyes and answered with a single, decisive word, "Get lost." Not long after, in a nearby empty alley, a violent explosion suddenly erupted, shattering the silence. Amid the raging flames, Yiling stood there with an enraged expression. The men from earlier ran and screamed in pain, cursing in panic as they were burned. Her expression was icy. Grinding her teeth, she declared that scum like them should disappear from this world. But just as her anger was about to flare again, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. The newcomer hurriedly stepped in to stop her, his voice filled with worry as he begged her not to continue such extreme actions. Immediately after, a light blue-eyed girl looked up in confusion. She repeatedly apologized on behalf of her sister, explaining that she had lost control because she was in a bad mood. She also urgently begged the group to leave. After witnessing the explosion firsthand, the 3 men didn't dare stay any longer. They ran for their lives while cursing that they had run into a madwoman. Hearing that, the girl immediately regained control of her body. With an angry expression, she growled that no matter what, she would never allow anyone to touch her sister with those filthy hands. But Long Yi soon appeared gently, trying to explain. She said this was her own choice, and since they shared the same body, there was no need to separate things so clearly. In the end, Yi Ling could only hold her forehead in frustration. Still irritated, she muttered that no matter the cost, one day she would return a complete body to Long Yi. At the same time, in a ruined city intersection, 2 groups suddenly faced each other. The leader of the Radiant Throne, Yue Jianbai, stepped forward arrogantly. He looked down on them, saying a hunting squad ranked only 3rd in Shanfeng City had no right to block his path. Opposite him, Simvers, captain of the Dark Tears, sneered coldly. He mocked the other side so harshly he was almost speechless, even threatening to cut out his tongue so he would stop making a fool of himself. Within the Radiant Throne team, someone suddenly recognized the enemy's identity. He pointed at the pair of distinctive spikes at Simver's waist, trophies taken from the Ghost Cannon Fortress in the Abyss. They were proof of breaking the undefeated legend of that place. Yue Jianbai only sneered in response. He waved his hand, signaling preparations for battle, and declared that Radiant Throne had long surpassed those before them. In his view, the so-called second-ranked hunting squads were nothing more than them. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sword in Yue Jianbai's hand. Someone immediately recognized it as the Holy Verdict Oathblade, a divine weapon with extremely powerful holy damage. That sword alone had once been auctioned for 400 million. With his full equipment included, his total value likely exceeded 10 billion. Thinking of this, many could only silently inhale at the overwhelming gap. But just as both sides were about to clash, a violent sound accompanied by gray smoke suddenly erupted beside them, making everyone freeze. While everyone remained alert, a mocking voice rang out. The speaker ridiculed them, saying that even second-tier hunting squads fighting each other only amounted to this level. From within the smoke, Lei Yushan slowly walked out with a smug expression. Laughing, he delivered his sarcastic praise while reminding them that at least they knew who the real leaders were. Hearing his tone, both Yue Jianbai and Simvers turned away almost simultaneously, showing open disgust. Despite being ignored, Lei Yushan did not get angry. He continued, saying the target this time was an extremely dangerous Srank Abyss. The guild had ordered 4 hunting squads to send their best members, with a maximum of 3 per team. Without the World Guild's directive, second-tier squads would never have had a chance to participate. One person frowned in dissatisfaction upon hearing this, and asked bluntly if they were only summoned here to serve as background for TARDIS. Lei Yushan laughed and explained the reason. He had submitted a joint hunting operation proposal. Inside the Abyss, a special system would record survival status and all combat data in real time. In other words, some squads would be monitored and evaluated as test subjects. Simvers immediately frowned in suspicion, feeling as if they were being turned into experimental subjects. Even the usually silent Yue Bianbai voiced his doubt, unwilling to believe such a beneficial arrangement existed. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Lei Yushan quickly changed his tone and offered a better condition. He reminded them that both squads had been stuck at a rank for too long. If they completed this mission, they would have a chance to receive an rank evaluation, directly approved by the Shanfeng City branch of the World Guild. Hearing this, Simvers could not hide his excitement. For 3 years, Dark Tears had been unable to break through a rank, leaving countless missions and high-level resources out of reach. Bitter memories immediately surfaced in his mind. Just last week, he had been publicly humiliated by an Srank squad. Every time he saw the Srank mission board in the guild hall, the gap felt like an unreachable abyss. After a brief silence, Simvers clenched his fist and declared that if reaching S rank was truly possible, Dark Knight Tears would join. Immediately after, Yue Jianbai stated that Celestial Light Throne also needed this opportunity. However, he warned that if Tartus interfered with the evaluation results, they would not let it go. Seeing their reactions, Lei Yushan grew even more satisfied. He smiled confidently and pointed behind him, assuring them that Tartus always kept its word. He then revealed that besides the teams present, a special guest would also join this operation. As Ye Jing appeared with an icy expression, the entire area erupted into whispers. Many mocked his worn-out clothes, saying he looked worse than a janitor of Celestial Light Throne. Some even brought up the previous mission where an A-rank hunter squad was nearly wiped out, with only him surviving, and Captain Fa Sheng was said to have suffered a mental breakdown. A soldier in orange armor hesitated, about to say his teammates might have been in trouble, but someone nearby quickly shut him down, telling him not to stir trouble. At that moment, Ling Qiaofeng stepped forward with a mocking smile. He looked at Yi Jing and sneered, saying this was the famous man from the corpse collector house, and he thought he would not dare to show up. He continued mocking, saying dragging battlefield scavengers into an rank mission was a complete joke. While ranting, he also complained that the guild elders had lost their minds. Nearby, Ren Shanbai stammered in agreement, insisting Celestial Light Throne should not be grouped with scrap collectors. Liu Xingran finally could not hold back, pulled down her hood, and stared at them coldly, asking if they had a problem. The moment Ren Shanbai recognized her, his expression changed drastically, shock flashing in his eyes. He quickly suppressed his emotions and stepped forward, ignoring her disgusted gaze. Stuttering, he tried to act like he was greeting an old acquaintance after a long time apart. Liu Xingran responded coldly, but still stabbed at his weakness, saying his stutter had not improved at all. That instantly enraged Ren Shanbai, who shouted for her not to call him that. His face darkened as he launched into insults, mocking Liu Xingran as a disgraced daughter of her family, while her brother had taken control of the Liu clan, and she was reduced to surviving among piles of crystal scrap. Facing the insults, she only frowned and cut him off coldly, saying it was her own choice, and no one had the right to judge her life. Liu Xingran then deliberately called him stuttering fool in a sarcastic tone. Hearing this, he twisted in rage, repeatedly shouting that he hated that nickname the most. Ren Shanbai tried to counter with stammering insults, bringing up their family's arranged marriage plans, saying she had lost her chance at a noble life. He claimed she would now regret breaking off the engagement, but Liu Xingran only looked at him like a joke and asked what right he had to make her regret anything. Her words instantly made the Dark Knight Tears group laugh, all joining in to mock him as the stuttering fool. Humiliated in front of everyone, Ren Shanbai completely lost control. He roared and swung his sword forward, swearing he would make anyone who insulted him pay in blood. Before the blade could unleash its power, Ye Jing caught it with one hand. Looking at the weapon, he calmly remarked that it was decent, but after evaluating its owner, he could only conclude he was utterly vile. Realizing what had just happened, Ren Shanbai screamed in pain. He looked at his beloved sword with red eyes, and desperately asked what Yi Jing had done to his most treasured weapon. In contrast, Ye Jing remained calm and indifferent. He simply replied that the sword was broken, and it was purely an accident. Hearing this, Ren Shanbai grabbed Yi Jing by the collar. Furious beyond words, he kept shouting that it was his favorite weapon, demanding if Yi Jing even knew the status and strength of the Ren family. Seeing the situation escalate, Lei Yushan stepped in to mediate. He reminded them it was just an accident, and they were future teammates who should not fight upon meeting. But Ren Shanbai screamed that his sword was gone, leaving him unable to fight properly, and demanded who would take responsibility. If Yi Jing really damaged someone else's weapon, compensation was only natural. While speaking, he deliberately referred to Yi Jing as the Corpse Collector House's team leader in a suggestive tone. Yi Jing suddenly smiled, sounding unusually relaxed. He said that if they truly made the first move, then compensation would be fine. Liu Xingran immediately objected, stressing that the other side attacked first. But Yi Jing quickly stopped her, saying it did not matter. He then waved his hand. Countless equipment cards appeared in midair like a sudden display of wealth. Seeing everyone stunned, Ye Jing calmly told Ren Shanbai to pick whatever he wanted, since any of them far surpassed the broken sword. Shocked by the scene, Ren Shanbai staggered back several steps. His mouth hung open as he stared at the divine-grade equipment, unable to understand where Ye Jing had obtained so many treasures. On the side, Novelist was equally stunned. He could not believe Yi Jing was casually displaying a dragon's hoard. Yi Jing immediately corrected him, saying it was just his storage bag, not any treasure hoard. But Novelist refused to accept it, claiming everything inside belonged to them. He even warned that anyone touching dragon property would pay with their soul, except himself. Annoyed by the argument, Yi Jing shot back, reminding him that he had already promised to return the items and was actively doing so. Novelist ignored him and continued planning to brand the equipment with dragon marks. Hearing this, Yi Jing protested, saying he was being excluded from a discussion about his own property. At that moment, the cards began emitting a faint golden glow, hovering in the air like sentient beings. The shifting light formed a mysterious scene, seeing ancient runes flickering on them. Some suspected these were remnants of an ancient magical source. Even Simvers had to admit that compared to this, his own weapons looked like junk. Lei Yushan grew more excited. His eyes shone as if he had found priceless treasure. After a closer look, he confidently stated that these were top-tier artifacts, nearly impossible to buy on the market. Yi Jing ignored the heated gazes around him. He knew explaining the truth was impossible, so he made up a more reasonable excuse. He claimed he had a special ability to recognize the value of items others overlooked. While speaking, Ye Jing pointed at his eyes confidently. He said everything came from his true eye appraisal ability. Ling Qiaofeng was stunned. He recalled the previous auction and quickly asked if what Yi Jing had said back then was true. Yi Jing simply shot him a teasing look. Meanwhile, Lei Yushan kept pressing about the origin of the cards. Liu Xingran also asked for one, but Yi Jing only smiled and refused, calling it a trade secret. Lei Yushan laughed heartily, not angered at all, but behind the laughter was a clear warning. He stressed that providing divine-grade equipment to a top hunting team carried huge implications. No matter where Yi Jing got them, he did not want such resources falling into rival hands. Hearing that, Yi Jing calmly asked whether it was praise or a threat. Lei Yushan thought for a moment and admitted it was both. He offered to pay above market price for the divine gear and told Yi Jing to consider carefully. He even said he would help if Yi Jing wanted to enter the abyss. Lei Yushan then looked at Ren Shanbai and told him to know his limits. He declared Yi Jing a valued guest, and no one was allowed to disrespect the Corpse Collector House team. Ren Shanbai was confused as to why Lei Yushan kept siding with them, but eventually backed down and said he would not continue the conflict. At that moment, Lei Yushan suddenly took out a card depicting a glowing sword. He raised it proudly, like a freshly obtained trophy. Holding the card, Lei Yushan spread his arms and announced that all personnel were now present. According to intelligence, the Abyss Ghost entity might drop divine-grade equipment upon defeat. Before starting the mission, they needed to agree on loot distribution, and he already had a plan prepared. Lei Yushan took out a dice and began explaining the rules. According to the World Guild's traditional loot system, all obtained items would be distributed based on dice scores, and the highest roll would gain ownership of the reward. Simvers casually grabbed the dice and laughed, saying veteran hunting teams still used such old-school methods. Meanwhile, Yi Jing studied it in silence. Novelist slowly explained in his ear that it was not just a normal tool, but a rule-based divine artifact. Once fate rendered its judgment, the outcome was extremely hard to change. Even dragon seals might not be able to break its effect. Hearing this, Yi Jing became curious about the concept of rule power. The answer quickly formed in his mind. When rules attach to equipment, they create tiers ranging from ordinary items to true divine artifacts. Because rules exist within gear, countless divine weapons with different qualities and abilities emerge. If rules choose humans as vessels, they become professions, granting unique development paths while also imposing unavoidable limits. Therefore, the world gives rise to many special professions. They gain abilities beyond normal humans, but are also bound by their chosen path. When rules infect monsters, the result becomes even more terrifying. Ordinary creatures can evolve into disasters, from ants capable of devouring dragons to demon kings able to tear space apart. That is why monsters are ranked as elite or legendary. Continuing the analysis, the voice explained that even the abyss is affected by rules. It can become an eternal prison, while simultaneously increasing both danger and reward. The stronger the rules within the abyss, the greater the chance of rare treasures appearing. These are the 4 known types of rules. However, there is one higher than all of them, karma law, which governs all events inside the abyss. Hearing this, Ye Jing looked at the glowing dice and asked if it could interfere with karma itself. Novelist only smiled meaningfully and reminded him of the mechanism he triggered in the dragon's vault. With enough insight, one could detect hidden signs in the darkness and avoid danger before it even happened. He continued explaining that luck could sometimes be more terrifying than skill. Some people triggered traps only for mechanisms to malfunction at the perfect moment. Others walked through volleys of arrows, as if taking a casual stroll. In every moment, fate was silently making decisions for everyone. But then novelists scoffed and said the so-called fate dice was just another sophisticated form of cheating. A lion added that only by using the eye's true name release ability could one see its real nature. Immediately, the item's information appeared. Fate dice of modest throw effect. The current roll must be lower than the result of a pride attribute roll. After understanding the item's ability, Yi Jing looked toward Lei Yushan in the distance with a thoughtful expression. He finally understood why he held the title Iron Fist Arbiter. With this divine artifact, all disputes were decided by fate itself, creating a fair system among hunting teams and preventing the strong from completely suppressing the weak. Thinking this through, Ye Jing smiled slightly and concluded that it was indeed a genuine treasure. Hearing this, Lei Yushan immediately turned back and asked for a more detailed evaluation from the expert in front of him. Ye Jing gently tossed the dice into the air and slowly responded. Catching it in his palm, he showed an unreadable smile and said this method was indeed very fair. While waiting, memories of their destination surfaced in Yi Jing's mind. It was once a town on the outskirts of Shenfeng City, home to over 100,000 residents. More than 10 years ago, an abyss incident suddenly erupted. A gate tore through reality, creating a 5-kilometer anomaly zone. Overnight, the entire town and all its inhabitants vanished without a trace. At that time, TARDIS was not yet as powerful as it was now. They were the first rescue team to uncover the cause of the disaster. The leader sent 12 elite members into the Forbidden Zone. After passing through the Abyss Gate, they found the entire space covered in thick fog. Gray snowflakes drifted silently through the air, like remnants of countless lives that had yet to fully disappear. What chilled people to the bone was not that the townspeople disappeared, but the truth that they were never truly dead. The souls of those people were trapped inside the abyss, slowly turning into twisted wraiths wandering through the mist. Cries and agonized screams echoed endlessly, making the expedition members feel as if their nerves were being torn apart by invisible hands. At first, the team's goal was to head straight to the central area, but after advancing about 3 kilometers, the leader was forced to order a retreat. The mist was too dense, turning all directions into chaos. Even the most experienced hunters could not find their way. After completely losing contact with each other, the team split into 4 squads of 3 and explored different directions. Before separating, they left markers at the starting point and agreed to regroup every hour. However, disaster struck one group consisting of Crow, Huiji, and Bai Ling when an unknown entity ambushed them in the sea of fog. According to Crow's later account, before the incident, they heard a distant bell ringing. Through the thick mist, the silhouette of a ruined Gothic church slowly appeared before them. The church's bell tower rose above the dark fog. Red-black vines wrapped around the walls like veins crawling across a living body. A strange, irresistible force seemed to pull all 3 of them deeper inside. In the center of the church sat a massive arcane tome on an altar. Above it hung a key formed from 7 human finger bones. As Crow reached out to take it, the shadows behind the altar suddenly twisted and formed an indescribable horror. The entity had no fixed shape, like countless agonized faces layered together. Each face carried an expression of silent despair. Crow said that at that moment he heard whispers coming from the moon outside the window. Then the bell rang again, followed by a swarm of black birds rushing in. His 2 teammates instantly collapsed to their knees. Blood poured uncontrollably from their senses. Terrified, Crow grabbed the bone key and fled the church. After witnessing that horror, he no longer dared to look back. He did not even check whether his teammates were alive, only ran for his life. Only when he found their original marker did he feel like he had escaped a nightmare. Crow waited at the rendezvous point for 6 hours, but no one returned. Then the bone key in his hand began to heat up. The temperature rose until it became impossible to hold, forcing him to drop it. The key then rotated on its own like a compass, dragging itself across the ground before stopping and pointing in a fixed direction. With no other choice, Crow followed the direction indicated by the key. In doing so, he finally found the exit leading out of the abyss. The moment he escaped, Crow could feel the rift behind him shaking violently, as if something inside was desperately slamming against its boundary. With his last remaining strength, he inserted the bone key into an invisible lock floating in midair. Immediately after, the abyss gate closed in absolute silence. From that moment on, the ruins connected to that gate were completely sealed and never opened again. Looking at the ruined landscape, Ye Jing silently pieced together the entire story. That action had locked this gate's ruins in place for over a decade. At that moment, Lei Yushan took out a bone key and smiled confidently. He declared that this was the item left behind by Crow after the expedition, and the most important clue remaining to this day. Despite the key emitting an ominous aura, Lei Yushan calmly announced that they were preparing to reopen the sealed area. Immediately after, a system notification appeared. Once the mysterious key was activated, a bizarre gate engulfed in hellfire materialized before everyone. The display showed the name of a mythic abyss, Wandering Hell. Lei Yushan looked around at the members and began explaining the situation. He said the Abyss system could transmit real-time data, including current positions and long-distance communication between members. Before entering, everyone needed to clearly define their roles. Simvers immediately spoke up, saying Dark Knight Tears had always relied on surprise assassination tactics and never failed. Because of that, all their members were assassins and had no intention of taking the front line. After that, Ren Shanbai stepped forward to introduce himself. He said he was a swordmaster and would bring 2 assistants, one for direct sword combat and one for managing and supporting sword energy. Hearing this, Liu Xingran was slightly surprised. She had never heard of a magic swordmaster, let alone someone who carried swords for others. Seeing this, Ye Jing casually explained that one of them was a rune mage, while the other had a rare storage-type profession with extreme carrying capacity. Even Lei Yushan was a bit surprised that such a dangerous mission only came with 2 support members. However, Run Shanbai remained extremely confident, claiming he alone was enough for combat, and the 2 assistants were just there to watch him perform. Then he turned to Ye Jing and asked sarcastically if his side also brought people just to watch the show. Yi Jing calmly introduced his team. Liu Xingran was an ice knight, specializing in close combat, crowd control, and healing through frost abilities. Yi Long handled operations and magical support using her own unique power system. After a brief pause, he introduced himself. According to Ye Jing, his profession was all-rounder, capable of filling nearly any role in the team. Upon hearing this, Ren Shanbai immediately rolled his eyes and mocked him, warning that a few pieces of equipment did not make someone trustworthy. Regaining confidence, he boasted that he also had a massive arsenal of weapons and was in no way inferior to Ye Jing. His sword attendant quickly added that, to support their leader, he had prepared 1,500 bottles of various potions. Without thinking, Ren Shanbai also nodded and confirmed the number. But right after speaking, he realized something was off. He immediately started yelling, claiming real combat did not need consumables. The sword attendant shrank back under the scolding, hurriedly explaining he meant no harm. While the group was still arguing, Ling Qiaofeng proudly introduced his own team. He said the leader was a dark knight. He himself had beast-wolf transformation abilities, and the last member was a light priest. All 3 were top-tier combatants. Seeing the indifferent reactions around him, Ling Qiaofeng grew angry. He shouted, asking why everyone was looking at him so strangely, and brought up his previous defeat at the World Guild with obvious frustration. To prove his strength, he transformed and jumped onto a nearby boulder, letting out a loud howl. He proudly declared that his werewolf form doubled his power at night, and during a full moon it increased 4-fold. According to him, the previous defeat would have ended very differently under those conditions. Liu Xingran turned away in embarrassment and quickly denied any association with him. Yilang then spoke with suspicion. In her eyes, everyone here acted like they were the strongest in the world, sounding like a troop fighting over the lead role. In her judgment, aside from Lei Yushan, who had yet to reveal his full strength, the others were probably not as dangerous as they claimed. Hearing this, Lei Yushan simply smiled. He calmly pointed out that overall, his side still held a clear advantage. Therefore, he believed the position of commander for this Abyss expedition should belong to him. Simvers immediately objected. He mocked that the hunt had not even begun and Lei Yushan already wanted full control. With the fate dice present, it would be better to let destiny decide the leader. Lei Yushan did not get angry at the provocation. He nodded and agreed, then announced the rules. The highest scorer would become team leader and lead the formation. The lowest scorer must strictly obey all orders from the leader. The remaining members' positions would also be arranged according to their scores. Not long after, the results were revealed. Lei Yushan scored 16 points, barely hiding his pride as he felt fate was on his side. Next was Simvers with 15 points, furious at missing the top score by just 1 point. Then came Shanbai with 9 points, who immediately mocked those with lower scores. Finally, Ye Jing only got 4 points and stayed silent. After agreeing on the mission, the group immediately followed Lei Yushan, as he led the way with rising momentum, moving deeper inside. Soon after, they passed through the Abyss Gate and were swallowed by a dark, mysterious spatial veil. He casually raised his hand and summoned a hellfire orb, burning violently with a crimson glow, capable of incinerating everything. Then a strange card appeared in mid-air, releasing a cold, eerie aura that instantly dropped the surrounding temperature. Seeing it, Lei Yushan calmly warned everyone to stay in formation. The fog is getting thicker. Mark teammates on the map. If anyone gets lost, I won't come back for them. On the opposite side, the slime-covered monsters noticed the humans and immediately roared an alarm, signaling intruders had arrived. Their bodies were covered in grotesque red tumors, sharp teeth bared as they howled upward, the sound echoing like a call, summoning more of their kind from the darkness. Sensing danger, Lang Xiaofeng signaled the priest. She quickly raised her staff and nodded that she understood. She slammed the staff into the ground and activated the holy domain. It suppressed undead creatures while continuously healing allies. Holy light exploded outward, sweeping through the incoming monsters and burning them away. Seeing the radiant light, Yue Jianbai asked why the undead wouldn't approach. Mu Shi explained, it was the natural counter of undead beings. Excited, he demanded the sword be handed over so he could finish the rest. Hearing that, the other side withdrew the demon talisman blade and agreed. But before anyone could react, Yu Jianbai already took control of the sword and slashed into the nearest monsters. He laughed in excitement, praising the demon talisman blade for being extremely useful. With Yue Jianbai's shout, the demon talisman blade floated mid-air and burst into light, firing beams that incinerated the monsters below. While the battlefield was in chaos, Simver stood still, looking at the nearby monster with disdain. Noticing the enemy numbers kept increasing, he immediately ordered the Dark Knight Cloak activated to observe before making any move. The monsters rushed in, trying to tear them apart, but all they grasped were faint shadows, unable to tell what was real. The members of Dark Knight quickly repositioned to higher ground to observe the entire battlefield. After escaping danger, Simver smiled cruelly, saying to let the undead be trampled by the living. He slowly sat down with a dark grin, declaring the others should serve as bait for the rotting corpses. But soon after, as if sensing something wrong, he suddenly widened his eyes and called out that person's name. Seeing Yi Jing standing still while forcing the rotting corpses to retreat, Simvers was shocked beyond calm. He guessed Yi Jing must possess a divine exorcism artifact or a powerful special gear. Yi Jing calmly replied that he had dealt with countless similar filthy creatures before, and even low-level undead now feared the aura lingering around him. Lu Xingran shook her head and said these rotting corpses weren't strong and could be ignored. But Ye Jing refused, saying no one knew what aftermath they might leave after being destroyed. If they didn't act, they shouldn't create unnecessary trouble. As he spoke, he studied the monsters carefully and noted their clothing didn't match Abyss residents, likely outsiders swallowed by this place. Before he finished, a massive sea of fire erupted ahead, followed by strange footsteps approaching. Yi Lang gritted his teeth and said the flow of mana was clearly being disturbed. Something was definitely approaching this area. After observing the anomaly, Lei Yushan confirmed the creature could previously speak human language. In the thick fog, everyone stood in silence, while eerie footsteps echoed like they came from another world. Suddenly, he turned toward the creature buried under the rubble and gasped in shock. It had just spoken in a human voice. Then the twisted monster slowly opened its grotesque mouth and repeated the exact same words. The eerie scene froze Ye Jianbai on the spot. Before he could process it, a massive beam of light pierced through the creature's body. At the same time, the furious shout of the swordkeeper came from behind, shifting Yue Jianbai's attention elsewhere. The ground kept cracking open as strange creatures crawled out one by one, endlessly repeating those same words like broken machines. Before them stood a gigantic mass of flesh, stitched together from rotten meat, swollen and deformed, like a cursed being born from pure resentment. Observing the fog ahead, Yi Jing quickly concluded that the one controlling the rotting corpses was hiding inside it. At that moment, the leading creatures suddenly raised its head and let out a piercing scream. The moment the sound echoed, countless lower-tier monsters burst out from underground, turning the battlefield into chaos. Yet Yi Jing only smirked in disdain, saying enemies at this level weren't even worth using his full strength. Before anyone could react, he charged straight into the monster horde. Every step carried sharp killing intent as his blade flashed through each target. Watching the monsters regenerate even after being sliced apart, Novelist calmly noted that death seemed meaningless to these creatures. Another person explained that undead beings survive by feeding on mana, hunting awakened professionals to absorb their energy and evolve. The richer the mana, the more they are drawn in. Hearing that, Ye Jing immediately turned his gaze toward Yi Lang, the only one in the team using pure magic. His expression changed as he urgently warned her not to use mana under any circumstances. But it was already too late. The moment she activated her power, Yi Lang clutched her arm in pain. The flames surrounding her body were forcibly drained by an invisible pull, sucked straight toward the giant mouth of the controller. The creature frantically devoured the flames, its roar shaking the entire atmosphere. As if receiving a command, all the rotting corpses on the ground suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Yi Lang. Just then, Liu Xingran appeared in front of her and raised a massive wall of ice. She glanced back and calmly explained it was only a support skill to reduce heat, not an attack spell. Still, she worried it would make her a new target. Watching the monsters trying to break through the ice wall, Liu Xingran remained confident, insisting everything was still under control. She summoned a giant ice shield and stated that council members were meant to protect the rear and draw enemy fire. The moment she finished speaking, a monstrous rotting corpse broke through the ice wall at inhuman speed. Liu Xingran immediately swung her sword, unleashing a violent ice storm that swept away the incoming monsters. She stood firm on the battlefield as massive blocks of ice crashed down, shaking the ground with each impact. A rotting corpse suddenly lunged at her, but it was instantly blocked by the ice shield in her hand. The collision exploded with a deafening blast, sending the monster flying and releasing a massive shockwave. Seeing this power, the advancing monsters hesitated for a moment under overwhelming pressure. She looked toward the distant horde and loudly warned that the fight was far from over. At that moment, Yi Lang roared. Flames erupted violently around her, shaking the space itself as she shouted for everyone to stay back. Liu Xingran immediately understood her intent and responded without hesitation. Without wasting time, she lowered her stance. In an instant, a sea of crimson fire erupted around them. Flames surged upward with a thunderous roar as the ultimate technique, Infernal Blaze Annihilation, activated. However, the monstrous rotting corpse ignored the burning sea of fire and charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Facing the attack, Liu Xingran showed no fear and shouted provocatively for it to come if it dared. But just before the creature reached them, its body was suddenly lifted off the ground by an invisible force. The unbelievable scene made Liu Xingran widen her eyes in shock. Before she could even understand what was happening, a crushing kick filled with overwhelming pressure appeared in their vision. It was Yi Jing. Controlling the black aura around him, he said coldly, "Gravitational vortex. End this game." Seeing the target still not fully restrained, Yi Jing frowned slightly, his voice showing clear impatience. He raised his hand and directly dragged the controller of the rotting corpses forward, shouting coldly, "Get over here." In an instant, invisible black energy tightened around the target like an inescapable prison. Once the creature was sealed inside a massive dark sphere, Ye Jing turned away, lowered his hand, and walked off calmly. A few seconds later, the black sphere suddenly pressed down violently into the space in front of him. When everything settled, the monster was left flattened in the rubble, as if crushed by an unimaginable force. Watching the faint red mist spread from its body, Ye Jing calmly noted that it was starting to regenerate again. Just then, a sharp sword light tore through the air, aiming straight at him. But before it could land, Ye Jing casually pinched the blade between two fingers with effortless precision. At that moment, Yue Jianbai slowly walked over and pretended to apologize, saying the damn fog was too thick and it slightly disrupted his sword control, making it hard to distinguish friend from foe. He then smiled meaningfully and asked if team leader Yi, with his generous personality, wouldn't mind such a small misunderstanding. Yi Jing didn't bother replying. He simply snorted coldly and flicked the sword away. Under Yue Jianbei's shocked gaze, the sword shot straight into the open mouth of a nearby rotting corpse. Black blood splattered everywhere, even staining his shoes. Realizing what happened, Yue Jianbai immediately jumped back in disgust, shouting in fury. He angrily yelled that the heavenly radiant sword seat was known for its elegance, unlike those who rolled around in battlefields, and demanded someone clean the blood off his sword. Yi Jing only replied indifferently, asking if he really still cared about that in the abyss. Hearing that, Yue Jianbai covered his mouth, looking almost furious. He insisted this was the difference between them, and said he no longer even wanted to touch the sword. While the two argued, the rotting corpse behind them slowly stood back up again. Yet Yue Jianbai paid no attention. He continued circulating spiritual energy, rambling about the elegance of sword control, which could kill enemies from afar while keeping everything spotless. As the monsters closed in, he suddenly raised his hand and called his sword back, declaring that a sword was just a tool, and tools were meant to get dirty, while the master remained pure. Hearing this, Ye Jing gave a faint smile and said he had always believed a swordsman should respect their blade. Ignoring the sword spirit slaughtering the monsters behind him, Yue Jianbai covered his face and mocked that idea as childish. His emotions grew more unstable as his sword aura turned more violent. He claimed a sword without purity was like a warrior without honor. As another sword strike pierced a monster's head, he insisted that only by loving one's sword could strict master-servant rules be maintained. To prove his point, his sword energy grew even more chaotic. In his mind, the master set the rules, and the sword existed to obey while bearing all corruption. After speaking, Yue Jianbai straightened his robe and bowed theatrically, as if finishing a perfect performance. After observing for a while, Liu Xingran finally spoke. She felt the situation was becoming abnormal, as the monster's regeneration speed was increasing rapidly. Looking at the blood-red eyes flickering in the mist, she calmly analyzed that the fog was actually a form of magical energy, continuously feeding and restoring their bodies. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Lang Xiaofeng in his wolf form kept roaring and knocking down incoming rotting corpses. Meanwhile, the priest calmly used her staff to repel enemies, as Lei Yushan stood at the front line, warning coldly that they couldn't stay here long. Ahead was the border of the Great Burial Ground. He then scanned the area looking for Sylvester, but found no sign of him. Hearing that name, someone paused and said he had already disappeared from sight earlier and likely split from the group. Lei Yushan immediately showed displeasure, mocking that someone useless enough to fail even in this situation was nothing but trash. At that moment, someone suddenly ran over, his voice urgent as if begging for help. Holding his injured shoulder, he desperately pleaded for them not to abandon his leader. Sylvester was trapped in the distance and needed immediate backup. The response was only Lei Yushan's cold turn away and a mocking smile. To him, it wasn't worth any concern. But then Ye Jing calmly spoke up, stating that rescuing him was necessary. Lang Xiaofeng immediately flared up, loudly questioning what Ye Jing meant, asking if he intended to oppose the team leader's decision. Yi Jing frowned, each word carrying clear dissatisfaction. He emphasized that this was a team operation, and a leader must take responsibility for every member. After a brief thought, Lei Yushan ordered the grave collector's house team to rescue Sylvester. Liu Xingran immediately objected, asking why only their group had to take the mission. He sneered in response, saying that in a place like the Abyss, wasting mana to save someone was meaningless. If Yi Jing wanted to do it, he could go alone. After all, command had already been decided by fate's rules. As he continued walking, Lei Yushan tossed back a cold remark that he wouldn't stop anyone who wanted to play hero. Realizing the decision wouldn't change, Ye Jing coldly responded that he would go rescue them himself, not because of any relationship with Sylvester, but because it was the duty a real leader should bear, and that responsibility originally belonged to Lei Yushan. Beside him, Yue Jianbai suddenly laughed and cut in. He mocked that such an opportunity to shine couldn't be left to Ye Jing alone. Did they think the heavenly radiant sword seat could be ignored? He then declared he would go as well. Already irritated, Lei Yushan warned them they only had 5 minutes. As monsters in the Great Burial Ground grew in number, even retreat might not be safe. After some consideration, Liu Xingran offered to join as support, but Ye Jing simply smiled and told her to stay with Yi Lang to guard the current position. Yue Jianbai immediately followed behind. His robe fluttered in the wind as he ordered his 2 guards to stay. Liu Xingran could only watch their backs with worry, reminding them to be careful. Suddenly, Yi Jing's eyes widened slightly. He activated the dragon eye in a low voice. In an instant, his pupils turned golden as if an ancient beast had awakened. Through that vision, the massive monster mountain became clear. Streams of red aura coiled around the rotting corpses, like blood chains. Under Ye Jianbai's puzzled gaze, Ye Jing quickly warned him to avoid all red-marked areas. Their goal wasn't combat but finding Sylvester. Then he moved through the undead like a shadow. Strangely, even loadier corpses instinctively avoided him. Watching his disappearing figure, Ye Jianbai silently judged that his perception ability was extraordinary, even able to pierce the thick fog. Not wanting to fall behind, he immediately sped up. He admitted that staying with Ye Jing would avoid many troubles. At the same time, countless sword energies formed around him, like a moving formation. Sensing the pressure behind him, Ye Jing turned and reminded him that such an extravagant formation would only attract more trouble. But Yue Jianbai didn't care, and proudly said he liked it that way. After crossing a rough and treacherous terrain, the 2 of them simultaneously descended into an area covered in even denser fog. Upon landing, they adjusted their stance instantly and stood firm with clean, effortless movements. Breaking through the mist, an eerie silent land appeared before them. Old tombstones and withered trees stood scattered everywhere. While observing, Ye Jing felt something was off. The fog here was noticeably thinner, even though logically, the center of a graveyard should be the densest area. At that moment, Yue Jianbai suddenly stopped and sighed in relief. He remarked that their luck seemed good today, with no one following them, and the place being cleaner than expected. Just as he was speaking, Yi Jing's cold voice suddenly echoed through the silent space, telling everyone to look over there. In the center of the graveyard were several huge sinkholes. Inside one of them, a rotting corpse was trapped, leaving a long trail of blood across the ground. Before them, a blood-red moon hung high in the crimson sky, covering the entire dead land in an atmosphere of death and ominous despair. Under the blood-red moon, a nether knight engulfed in deep crimson flames stood silently, hands resting before his sword, like the embodiment of destruction. While Yue Jianbai was still murmuring in awe, a hand suddenly appeared from behind a tombstone. He immediately changed his tone, saying their luck was insane. They had just arrived and already found a boss. Right after that, Sylvester painfully poked his head out and cursed that if they had taken a few more steps, they would have been dead already. Hearing his voice, Yue Jianbai instantly teased him like an old acquaintance. Sylvester grabbed his head and gritted his teeth, warning him to shut up if he didn't want to get everyone killed. Seeing them argue again, Ye Jing calmly asked why they were still stuck here if they could really solve the situation. Sylvester let go, pointed at himself, and irritably asked if he looked like he enjoyed standing in this cursed place. He then pointed toward the swirling fog. Inside it were countless twisted faces. According to him, once they crossed that fog wall, there would be no way back. It was the domain barrier of the Lord. Hearing this, Yi Jing analyzed calmly. Normally, a boss area forms a special space. Once the Lord is killed, the barrier disappears. Sylvester snapped back, asking if he even planned to kill that thing. He straightened up, his eyes full of caution, and said his subordinates had been wiped out by the boss in a single strike. Looking at the Nether Knight in the distance, Sylvester's voice grew heavy. He said he was waiting for the boss' aggression state to settle, since it was currently extremely violent. But at that moment, a blazing red sword aura tore through the air and slashed straight toward the Nether Knight. Yue Jianbai had already leapt into the sky. Countless sword energies erupted around him as he mocked the idea of waiting for a boss to calm down. Yi Jing was completely speechless, while Sylvester stared in shock. Meanwhile, Yue Jianbai confidently declared that true experts feared nothing. Following his shout, countless sword energies rained down from above, striking the target directly. Dust and smoke filled the area as his ultimate technique, Sword Control Requiem, activated. After the attack, he landed calmly as if victory was already secured. Yue Jianbai narrowed his eyes at the smoke and smiled proudly, about to claim nothing could withstand that strike. But his smile froze instantly. The Nether Knight had somehow appeared right in front of him. A chilling gust carried a horrifying screech, suffocating the entire space. However, the enemy did not attack immediately. Instead, it suddenly plunged underground and vanished from sight. Shocked by the sudden change, Yue Jianbai instinctively stepped back. Regaining his composure, he immediately unleashed another massive sword strike toward the Nether Knight's last position. When the attack landed, a system notification appeared, stating the skill had a powerful armor-piercing effect, capable of breaking all physical defense. Seeing this, Ye Jing silently assessed that even high-durability opponents would struggle against repeated hits like this. However, on the other side, Yue Jianbai suddenly cried out in pain as he realized his sword had been damaged. Rage erupted within him. He raised his hand, summoned more sword energy, and roared that he would grind the enemy to dust. The Nether Knight calmly declared itself the natural enemy of the living, stating all intruders would die here. At the same time, its system ability Nether Flame activated, adding a burning effect to all attacks. Without giving them any more time, the Nether Knight lunged forward at extreme speed. Yue Jianbai refused to back down and met it head-on with full power. Two massive sword forces collided violently, sending shockwaves sweeping across the entire area. Realizing the danger, Ye Jing immediately shouted for him to retreat. But before Yue Jianbai could react, the Nether Knight had already appeared above him like a descending death scythe. Despite sensing danger, he still forced himself to shout that retreating now would make him a laughingstock among sword users. The next instant, a deafening explosion shook the entire space as dust and smoke were thrown into chaos. No one could see what had just appeared, only that the Nether Knight's lethal strike had been blocked at the last moment. Yi Jing grits his teeth and holds up a stone-hard shield, then roars in anger that the idiot is the one who provoked the monster. Yue Jianbai doesn't realize it and angrily snaps back, thinking Yi Jing is stealing his spotlight. In the dangerous situation, he tries to explain that Flame Berserk Slash of the Nether Knight is a fire-based armor-breaking skill with insane damage, and tells them to stay away from the sword. But his warning is completely ignored, and he's cursed back again. At that moment, Yi Jing's eyes lock onto a red ring on his finger, and the system announces that Breath of Flame, Ring of Destruction, has been activated. In the next instant, the ring erupts with blinding light as golden flames expand like a miniature sun. A massive sea of fire explodes outward, blasting the Nether Knight backward with scorching shockwaves. The monster can only stare in shock at the sudden counterattack. From a distance, Yue Jianbai is stunned and blurts out what is happening. As the explosion fades, all the flames are drawn back into the ring, and the system confirms Nether Flame has been successfully stolen by the Ring of Destruction. Yi Jing clenches his fist in excitement, finally feeling the power of a 200 million divine gear. He looks at his opponent and calmly declares that his power now belongs to him. Recovering from the shock, the Nether Knight lets out a deafening roar that shakes the entire area. The ground cracks open as countless rot zombies rise from hellish pillars of fire. Silvers turns pale and hides behind a tombstone, while Yi Jing is also briefly stunned. Without hesitation, Yi Jing charges forward like an arrow tearing through the mist. He leaps into the air and throws a flaming punch. The strike pierces straight through the massive body of the target. He lands in the middle of the undead swarm, still standing firm in the raging sea of fire. Scanning the area, Yi Jing smirks and says that as long as Nether Flame exists, their resurrection is completely locked. As he finishes speaking, two rot zombies simultaneously swing their arms to crush him. Their massive blows slam into the ground, but Yi Jing has already dodged out of range. Mid-air, he raises his fist as hellfire instantly wraps around his arm. Before they can react, the fire erupts right in front of one rot zombie, unleashing terrifying heat across the area. At the same time, the other opens its massive jaws and lunges to swallow Yi Jing. Its teeth snap shut, trapping him inside as its blood-red eyes burn with killing intent. But in the next instant, whitered flames burst violently out from inside its body. Hellfire erupts from its chest, blowing apart the giant corpse in a devastating explosion. Silvers is shocked, saying the boss' power has been stolen, and he has never seen anything like it before. Hearing that, Yue Jianbai mutters in frustration that they only showed up after almost all the enemy's power was taken. Amid the burning sea of fire and thick smoke, Yi Jing still stands unshaken. Suddenly, a figure wielding a sword dives down at extreme speed, aiming straight for him. As the blade slashes into the ground, Yi Jing narrowly dodges to the side. He immediately retreats to keep distance from the enemy. Still refusing to give up, Yi Jing grits his teeth and counterattacks, his body engulfed in raging hellfire. But something strange happens. The flames do not damage the opponent and instead swirl around the Nether Knight. The system displays multiple effects: fire immunity, reflect damage, and immovable as a mountain. The scene in front of him makes Yi Jing's expression change drastically, his pupils shrinking as a sense of danger he has never felt before rises. As the smoke spreads toward him, he instantly dodges sideways at extreme speed to escape the range. Gritting his teeth, he activates his dark ability and lifts two massive rocks from the ground. Without hesitation, Yi Jing hurls them forward like giant cannonballs. However, the Nether Knight calmly swings his sword and easily shatters the rocks into countless fragments. As he lands, Yi Jing hears Novelist's voice, explaining that the Nether Knight has extreme elemental resistance, but weak physical defense, and every time it switches elemental armor, it enters a brief stagnation window, which is the only real opening. In an instant, dark power surges again, as more massive stones are lifted and suspended in the air. But they are all instantly crushed by the enemy's sword aura, scattering debris everywhere. Using the chaos in vision, Yi Jing circles to the side and quietly closes in. He times it perfectly, and lands a heavy strike directly on the opponent's back. With a single punch, the Nether Knight's body is split cleanly in half. After the battle ends, Yi Jing stands on the battlefield, calmly looking at scattered artifacts and orders a cleanup, while Silvers and the others are shocked at how suddenly it ended. Soon after, an eager man rushes in praising Yi Jing, while Ye Jianbai quickly jumps in claiming credit, and insisting he deserves at least half the loot, since he discovered the boss first. Though his lack of contribution makes it sound ridiculous as he keeps defending himself. He continues arguing that he sacrificed 3 valuable swords to survive, so the best loot should belong to him first before anyone else. Yi Jing glances at them and casually replies that the items on the ground are not worth his attention, so they can take whatever they want. Yu Jianbai immediately gets furious and starts arguing, while Silvers quietly laughs at the situation, realizing he benefits most if Yi Jing doesn't compete for loot. Yi Jing gives a dismissive reply and turns away, ignoring their escalating anger. He stops at the remaining head of the Nether Knight and calmly issues a retrieval command. Instantly, grotesque arms emerge and drag the head away, as the system announces that Nether Inferno Flame can be fused with Dezen, increasing success rate by 30, reducing material cost by 20, and adding Nether attribute with a chance to trigger soul-burning damage. Seeing the information, Yi Jing mutters in confusion and surprise. Novelist appears behind him and explains that his luck is absurd, as this extremely rare Nether Flame has only a 1 in a million drop rate. She then mentions the power Yi Jing stole from the Nether Knight, using the Ring of Destruction. Novelist excitedly explains that even a trace of Nether Flame can continuously burn immortals and block resurrection, and when combined with fire it becomes Nether Fire, a terrifying force against undead beings. Hearing this, Ye Jing smiles in satisfaction and decides to claim it immediately. Behind him, Silvers begins to suspect Yi Jing has secretly obtained a valuable treasure, while Yue Jianbai walks up mockingly asking if he is hiding rare equipment. He claims he saw a green fireball in Yi Jing's hand and accuses him of trying to keep the only valuable loot from the Nether Knight, citing team rules about loot distribution under Yushuo Tianguang and Tears of Dark Night. Yi Jing smirks and asks back if they are seriously accusing him, even though he was the one who dragged them out of the fog danger. He lets out a mocking laugh and nods, as if accepting their logic. At that moment, Nether Inferno flame erupts violently around his body. The sight instantly makes both of them change expression. Wrapped in eerie flames, Ye Jing calmly states that he did obtain something extremely valuable, and if they want, they can see it for themselves. The two immediately step back in fear, shocked by the abnormal heat radiating from the flames. Yi Jing remains calm and says this power is not something they can use, so it naturally belongs to him. Silvers quickly changes his attitude, nodding repeatedly and admitting he wouldn't dare take it even if offered. Seeing his goal achieved, Ye Jing retracts the nether flame and tells everyone to move out and regroup with the others. Yue Jianbai stays silent on the surface, but curses inwardly, feeling relieved he never fought Ye Jing directly, and believing the higher someone stands, the harder they will fall. Meanwhile, in another area of the ruined city, the rest of the team is still waiting for news from the three who left. Lang Xiaofeng cannot hide his worry and asks if something has happened since they've been gone too long. At that moment, Lei Yushan calmly says that as long as that person is there, nothing should go wrong. When he sees the three figures return, he smiles in satisfaction, thanks Yi Jing for bringing them back, and says he always believed Yi Jing could handle it. But soon after, someone criticizes Silvers for constant failure, and Silvers angrily curses while blaming his bad luck. As the group regathers, someone asks if the place ahead is the Whitebone Grand Cathedral, mentioned by Lei Yushan. He glances over and confirms that it is indeed the location. Lei Yushan points toward the cathedral and says this will be the site of the final closing ritual. Under the blood-red sky, everyone quietly walks through the ancient cathedral gate. Their footsteps echo on the cold stone floor, leading them deeper into the silent mystery. Along the way, Lei Yushan excitedly explains that the supreme divine artifact here can erase all curses and restore any abnormal state. Yi Jing says nothing, only silently observing everything around him. In the thick mist, a sinister book slowly opens like a living creature awakened from hell. Someone curiously asks about the 11 skeletons scattered in the cathedral and why they were brought to such a desolate place. But Lei Yushan gives no answer, as dark energy around him begins to surge. Yi Jing calmly reveals the truth, saying they should have realized earlier that Raven was the only survivor of the 12-member team back then. He then directly exposes Lei Yushan's true identity, shocking Yue Jianbai to the point of shouting out. Seeing his grotesque form, they realize the dungeon hunt was just a cover for a sacrifice ritual. Lei Yushan slowly looks over the group with cold eyes and praises them. He no longer hides it, revealing that the entire dungeon hunt was a soul collection ritual he planned from the beginning. Yue Jianbai falls completely silent at the word souls, repeating it in shock. Lei Yushan continues, saying that once he collects 9 souls for the final ritual, he will fully charge the artifact and use it to evolve into a Lich King. Silvers immediately objects, saying the numbers don't add up, since all 3 teams together only have 8 members. In panic, he tries to negotiate, asking them to forget everything and let Lei Yushan find another target, even promising that Tears of Dark Night will keep his secret. But Lei Yushan coldly interrupts, mocking Tears of Dark Night as useless for already losing a member upon entry, though something else surprises him more. Narrowing his eyes, he says that while there are only 8 people, the souls are exactly 9, as fate always balances itself in strange ways. He then smiles eerily and turns his gaze toward Yi Lang. His words shock everyone at once. Yi Lang remains calm and admits the truth, revealing that her body is shared by 2 souls and her real name is Lang Yi. The girl is stunned, finally realizing why Yi Lang felt like 2 different people during the previous battle. Yi Lang lowers her head and admits she joined the team leader to enter the abyss for this final ritual. Ignoring their shock, Lei Yushan mocks them, saying everyone here seems to be hiding their own secrets. Yi Lang calmly explains that she only wants to use the final ritual's power to separate the 2 souls in her body and restore her sister's original body, never intending to take its power for herself, and that the ritual can also erase all curses in the abyss, including the one on her. Hearing this, Yi Jing falls into thought. Forcing 2 souls to coexist in one vessel is exactly like a demon's method. Lei Yushan laughs mockingly, saying using the ultimate ritual to save people like them is a waste. In his eyes, everyone here is just sacrificial material for the ceremony. The moment he finishes speaking, Lang Xiaofeng transforms into a werewolf form. The priest beside him smiles darkly as black energy begins to surge violently around his body. Yue Jianbai is shocked and grits his teeth in disbelief. He cannot accept that a holy priest could wield dark power. The priest coldly declares that he is favored by both light and darkness, a rare genius chosen by the gods. Silver shouts in anger, asking if they think they can take on 3 entire hunting teams with just a few TARDIS members. The priest responds in fury, mocking them for relying on a weak team leader, claiming he alone is enough to crush them all. In that instant, Yi Jing rushes forward and cleanly slices through the spreading dark aura with a single sword strike. The sudden move leaves the enemy stunned and unable to react. Yi Jing's eyes turn ice cold as he asks what right they have to treat their teammates like fuel for a ritual. Lei Yushan remains calm and laughs lightly, saying they are just ants, pretending to be heroes who cannot change anything. His insults enrage Yi Lang, who accuses him of turning souls into playthings for demons, including her own sister. Lei Yushan continues mocking Ye Jing, calling his team useless candles burning out on an altar that will soon disappear without a trace. He then orders his subordinates to begin the ritual, intending to sacrifice everyone present. Lang Xiaofeng responds immediately, preparing to act. Facing the situation, Yi Jing clenches his fist and declares there is no reason to hold back anymore. Silvers and Yue Jianbai also shout out, refusing to be looked down upon. Suddenly, a streak of red light tears through the enemy formation. Before Lei Yushan can react, Ye Jing is already standing right in front of him. Instinctively, Lei Yushan swings his sword to counterattack. But in an instant, the sword shatters into pieces before everyone's eyes. Silvers freezes in place. The person beside him is left stunned with eyes wide open. Liu Xingran stares in disbelief at the scene. Even the others all contract their pupils in shock, because in the next moment, Lei Yushan's head is blown clean off his neck. With a single strike, Ye Jing eliminates the mastermind on the spot. Even as he dies, Lei Yushan refuses to accept it, screaming that he never even saw the attack clearly and demanding to know the gap in their strength. Filled with frustration and confusion, he utters his final words before completely dying out. Under the terrified gazes of the remaining enemies, Ye Jing calmly looks around. Lang Xiaofeng loses all will to fight, stammering that without the leader there is no point in resisting, and surrender is the only option, while the priest agrees that the battle no longer has meaning. Someone nervously looks around and asks if more bodies are needed to activate the final ritual, fearing they will be the next sacrifices. Walking forward, Ye Jing calmly says no one else needs to die. If the one performing the ritual is a true demon, then the final ritual can be activated directly. Yue Jianbai asks in shock what he means. Yi Jing turns and confirms it is true, saying he once personally defeated a demon. Before they can recover, he reveals a greater secret. After accidentally killing that demon, he was cursed by the strongest curse in existence. His life is now counted in minutes, and the curse will soon take him. The only way to break it is to use the power of the final ritual. Liu Xingran can no longer hold back her emotions, tears falling as she chokes out that everything could end well if they just use the final ritual to save him, especially after all they have gone through to reach this point. Yi Jing responds with a gentle smile. He admits he originally thought the same, but life never follows plans. If the book in front of him can truly change a person's fate, he would have made a different choice. He then looks at Lang Yi and says that if only one person's fate can be changed, he hopes it will be hers. Lang Yi is instantly stunned and strongly objects. She cannot understand why Yi Jing would use his only chance at survival for someone like her. After a moment of silence, he slowly explains that ever since she was forced to share her body with her sister, she has never truly lived for herself. Everything she did was for others. In his view, she has already done enough, and anyone who entered the abyss alive should also leave alive. Lang Yi hurriedly tries to stop him, refusing to accept his decision. But Yi Jing has already taken hold of the ancient tome. Before beginning, he turns back and apologizes for breaking his promise, asking her to use the money he leaves behind to take care of his sister, since she is the one he trusts most. He then begins chanting an ancient spell, invoking the name of a demon to erase the curse binding Lang Yi. As his body slowly fades away, he leaves a final blessing, telling her to go see the life she was meant to have, a world of true freedom. On a long road bathed in sunset light, someone speaks in complaint, saying Ye Jing was too selfish for disappearing first and avoiding the World Guild targeting the team. But as he speaks, his voice breaks. No matter what, it was Yi Jing who helped the Grave Collector Guild rise to D rank. Another person sadly agrees, recalling Yi Jing's contribution. Liu Xingran then adds that although he fell, his body vanished as if pulled into the abyss. Maybe he fooled everyone, but she does not believe he is truly gone. When asked why, she explains further. Holding a glowing gem tightly, Liu Xingran smiles softly and says, Yi Jing is not someone who ends so easily. She believes he will return one day, and when he does, he will shock everyone. Looking at the light shimmering from the gem, Liu Xingran whispers to herself that she has always believed in that.